Chapter 001. Chapter 1 Transformed into a Scion. My head hurts, I can't drink so much in the future. Waking up from the dizziness of the hangover, Lin Ye shook his heavy head and subconsciously whispered, but the whining sound from his mouth suddenly made the originally confused Lin Ye suddenly shake a stir. The feeling of vertigo also disappeared a little in an instant. Because he accidentally bumped into the good things of his boss and colleagues some time ago, Lin Ye was invited out of the company without accident, and after losing a job with a decent income, his failed girlfriend saw that he finally couldn't squeeze any oil, and immediately left him without looking back. Because of this, Lin Ye, who was frustrated in the workplace, drank wine all night last night, and when he heard these meaningless syllables coming out of his mouth, a thought flashed through Lin Ye's mind: is there something wrong with yourself? At this time, he hurriedly checked his body. Originally, he thought that he might have a hangover that caused his throat to have a problem, so he hurriedly stretched out his hand to touch his throat. It didn't matter if he didn't reach out, and when he stretched out his hand, Lin Ye was scared and almost out of his soul. He raised his hands in front of him incredulously, and what appeared in front of him was a pair of very immature little hands, probably like the kind of newborn baby, pink and delicate and very flesh, a bit like the feeling of Michelin tires, section by section. Pinch himself, hiss. The real pain told him that this was not an illusion that he could drink, that he had really become smaller. Rejuvenation? Stunned for a while, Lin Ye finally eased up from the shock in front of him. After all, he is a young man who has experienced countless online literature bombardments, and he is not unacceptable to this strange thing in front of him. After all, it is just rejuvenation, and it is not hanging. What are you afraid of? There was just one important question in front of him, and that was, what do I eat as a baby? Will you be hungry? You must know that Lin Ye is a lonely family. There is no old or young, relatives and friends have not been here for many years after the death of his parents. If no one finds out, he may really starve to death. Just when he was wondering how to solve the problem of food and clothing for himself, two voices came from the side, and Lin Ye also woke up from his inner world. This is his own home, is it still a thief? It wouldn't be so unlucky, would it? Quickly looking towards the source of the voice, I saw two figures coming from outside the house. The two were strong and wearing armor, and one of the bald men respectfully said to the slightly shorter middle-aged man in a cape on the side, "King, this is His Highness Tabor." Although he said the prince, the bald man did not show any respectful meaning. Although the middle-aged man felt the contempt of the bald man, he did not show any dissatisfaction, but looked at our protagonist Lin Ye with the same disdain, and after a long groan, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Is the combat effectiveness only 5? Then send this waste to the planet Mushroom, 1. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. After hearing the middle-aged man's order, the bald man also hurried out to make arrangements. As for our protagonist Lin Ye at this moment, he was completely confused, of course. Not because of the conversation between the two. After all, the words spoken by the two of them, Lin Ye could not understand a word. Just now his attention was focused on the waist of the two people who spoke, and he actually saw a tail wrapped around the waist of these two people. Suddenly, a word appeared in his mind: Scion. That's right, it's a Scion. As a Dragon Ball fan, the Dragon Ball manga that he once read countless times when he was young will naturally not forget such a prominent feature. Traveling to the world of Dragon Ball is a scene he dreamed of countless times when he was a teenager, although these memories gradually blurred as he stepped into society, but this moment really happened in front of him. Reached out and touched the back of his butt. Sure enough, I also have a tail. Then I really crossed into the world of Dragon Ball. And also became a Scion. After discovering that there was really a tail on his ass, the last doubts in Lin Ye's heart disappeared, and as a rough man who could accept his rejuvenation, rebirth did not seem to be such an unacceptable thing. He grabbed his tail with his hand, and suddenly a feeling of sourness and weakness passed into Lin Ye's mind. After all, the tail is a double-edged sword for scions. although it is a necessary condition for transforming into a giant ape, to obtain a tenfold increase in combat power, but if there is no deliberate exercise, the tail will also become a major weakness of the scion. As long as it is gently caught, it can immediately make the scion lose the ability to fight. Today is really exciting. After lying down for a while, Lin Yat, who was still worried that he would starve to death if he was just rejuvenated, suddenly felt excited in his heart after discovering that he had crossed into a scion, which was similar to the feeling that the goddess who had been secretly in love for many years suddenly said that she would marry you. But think about it, Dragon Ball is a very dangerous world, and it is a piece of pieces, or an entire planet, at every turn. And now that he is a scion, how long is it before Frieza destroys planet Vegeta? I'm a baby who can't fight back. Just as he was thinking about it, the door of the room was opened again. Forestry turned to look, and saw that this time came in a strange-looking humanoid creature that looked a little like a toad, only to see him walk to Lin Yat. After speaking a lot of grunting language, he picked up Lin Yat and walked out of the room, although Lin Yat felt sick and wanted to resist, but as a baby, the strength is naturally no better than this toad alien who still looks strong. In Lin Yi's extreme speechlessness and confusion, the toad alien took him to a circular spaceship. As a Dragon Ball fan, he naturally knew that this was a Scion one-man spaceship, and at the same time he also understood his next situation, that is, to send to an alien planet. It seems that this is the rhythm of a lower-level warrior. Everything that followed was to go with the flow. Lin Ye was put into the spaceship and sent out of planet Vegeta, although he was confused about the next fate, but at least he would not be killed by an energy bomb from Frieza, and his mood was released. When the spacecraft entered the universe, a large number of surrounding forest leaves who were originally lying on the glass because of curiosity also became bored. To know that the universe is very large, basically empty area. Anyone who stares at a dark environment for half a day will also feel bored. At the same time, the spacecraft's sleep system is also automatically turned on. Space travel is a very long thing, especially Lin Ye is now going to a very far away. Hibernation can ensure that the crew will not go crazy because of boredom. Along with the sleep system is also opened with the knowledge perfusion system. As a race that has to start fighting since childhood, it is naturally impossible to have the existence of such an institution as a school, and the scions who have plundered countless alien technologies naturally have not weak science and technology, and it is undoubtedly a fast and convenient way to directly instill combat skills and basic knowledge into the brain of newborns. In this way, the spacecraft sailed silently in the universe until waiting for the arrival of its destination. I don't know how long it took, maybe a day, maybe a year. Our protagonist Lin Ye finally woke up again. No, at this moment we should call him Tabul. Yes, Lin Ye, who was reborn in the Dragon Ball world, actually became Tabul, the second prince of the Scion who was sent to a remote planet by King Vegeta. No wonder King Vegeta looked at himself with such disdain at that time. It turned out that he was a waste in his eyes. Alas, sighed and sighed, but Tabul did not pay attention to it. The reason is naturally very simple. One is because he is reborn with memories. If there is an extra pair of parents, they are not used to it. Although scions have weak emotions, it is still very awkward to call daddy to strangers. Another point is that you can't see that Sun Wukong's classmate was born only 2 points of combat strength. Can't he also mix with the first in the universe? 3. What's more, he is still 3 points better than him and has reached the level of scum. After sorting out the memories in his mind, Tabul looked out the window. Since the automatic sleep system has woken itself up, then it must have reached its destination. Sure enough, a white-flowered planet appeared in front of Tabor's eyes, really white-flowered, without any other variety. It's really a big world, and there is such a planet that looks like a milk ball. Tabul didn't let Tabul sigh for too long, and after a shock, he landed on this planet smoothly. When the smoke cleared, Tabul opened the hatch. It had been more than a year since he left planet Vegeta, and now he was able to move freely. Notes: 1. The combat effectiveness of Tabul's birth is almost impossible to record. Let's give him an auspicious number 5, and there is indeed no record of where he was sent. just named after his wife in the OVA plot. 2. Under normal circumstances, the combat effectiveness of scion babies is not weak, and maybe ordinary working aliens are not their opponents, but who makes Taburo chicken? 3. The strongest in this universe must not include those gods. End of this chapter. Introduction to this book. The general framework of this book is the world of Dragon Ball. All the existence will be based on the original Dragon Ball book. The original part will not deviate from the original world view of Dragon Ball. There will be no existence such as cultivation of immortal fantasy. As a Dragon Ball fan, this book can be regarded as my fantasy production. Therefore, the number of words by the end of the book will not be too much, because there is no need for a water plot. Chapter 002. Chapter 2. This is my wife? No. It had been 2 days since Tabble had arrived on the planet, and his mood had changed from being a curious baby to a little bored. This planet was chosen by King Vegeta for Tabble, because without the talent for fighting, the planet's combat effectiveness is also extremely low. After checking it with the detector, Tabble was surprised to find that the maximum combat power of this milky white planet called Mushroom Star is only 50 points, although it seems to be much higher than the combat power born in Tabble. But don't forget that in addition to the elite level transformation of Super Scions, Scions can also transform into giant apes through the moon. And Mushroom Lixing happens to have the existence of the moon. As long as once the giant ape is transformed, then Tabur's combat power will immediately soar 10 times, and self-preservation must be more than enough. On the other hand, Tabble found that the planet seemed to be very lacking in meat. Except for the combat places shown on the probe, there were almost no animals in sight, and there were all kinds of vegetation that Tabble did not recognize at all. No wonder Tabble is so thin in the original OVA plot. It won't be hungry like that here, right? Tabble was frightened by his own thoughts and broke into a cold sweat. To know that the amount of food eaten by Scions is as amazing as their combat potential, a meal that exceeds their own volume is a common thing, but here, there is no trace of meat at all, which makes Tabble have a very bad thought: you won't become malnourished, right? Thinking of this, Tabble immediately quickly went to the nearest wave of energy group in the probe. Thanks to the infusion of the spacecraft system, the initial use of energy has been mastered by him, so even if he is not able to fly, but the foot strength is far faster than the average long-distance runner. You know, in the year of spaceflight, even if he does not cultivate at all, but the combat effectiveness will still increase a part. At this time he already has 12 points of combat power. As long as the distance is not too far away, there is still no big problem. Here is also to mention how awesome the Scion indoctrination system is. Why can the Monkey King in the original Dragon Ball be able to learn it by taking a look at the turtle sect Qigong? Could it be that he was really a genius? Can you see through the essence of the skill at a glance? In fact, not quite. Although Sun Wukong lost his memory after falling on Earth because of a brain injury, there are always some things left hidden in the depths of memory. Maybe the turtle immortal evoked some memory fragments in Sun Wukong's heart at the moment when he performed Turtle School Qigong, so that he can quickly imitate such a signature skill as Turtle School Qigong. This is the advantage of the Scion. A 2-year-old like this can go straight into battle. After 2 days of surfing the planet, plus half a day of running, Tabble is really hungry with his chest pressed against his back. Fortunately, he finally arrived at the destination of the trip, a simple small village, as if still in an agricultural civilization, grassy houses surrounded by farmland with unknown plants, and several strange-looking aliens were working in the fields. The reason why they are weird is because if it weren't for the fact that they were still moving, Tabble had 10,000 reasons to believe that it was a bunch of mushrooms. Tabor's appearance also attracted the attention of the mushroom people in the village. All of them showed a curious and fearful look. Just as Tabble was about to open his mouth to ask if there was any food, an old man who looked like dried mushrooms came out of the crowd. "Hello outsiders, I am a village in this village, please tell me what you mean." This old mushroom who saw that he was the leader spoke a common language in the universe. 1. Asking Tabor's intentions. This language is also an essential content in the indoctrination system. so Tabble can also understand, so he immediately responded, "Hello village chief, my name is Tabor, I came to travel to you from other planets, I am looking for food, I don't know if there is any on your side." Tabble won't be stupid enough to admit that he is here to occupy your planet, and he really has no idea of occupying this planet. As a beautiful and 5 good young man who grew up under the red flag, he has slaughtered chickens, ducks, and fish at most. Let him kill people immediately. Or kill some innocent aliens. Stop it. He was not the one to kill. The old mushroom listened to Tabble's words, and his nervous expression suddenly decreased a lot, although this was a child who was only about 2 or 3 years old in front of him, but in his feeling, there was a surging energy hidden in the child's body, and the old mushroom, who was originally a little unclear about the other party's thoughts, finally let go of his heart. It's good that it's not an invader, otherwise the villagers will have to suffer. So, a smile leaked out of his round face full of folds. "Since the child is hungry, if you don't dislike it, come home with me, just as we are ready for lunch." Here I have to say that the mushroom-lixing people are very simple, and they simply took strangers home as guests with just a few words, or maybe it was because of Tabble's kind and cute Gengtai face that made a great achievement. Came to the old village chief's house, Tabble really saw that there was still steaming food on the table, but the shape of these foods was really uninteresting, and jars of milky white liquid were neatly placed, looking a bit like milk, but I didn't see a cow just now. "Little friend, this is the longest food we eat on the mushroom tree, we squeeze it out hydraulically with the sap of the mushroom tree, it is very delicious, you try." While Tabble was pondering what this thing was, the old village chief had already taken the initiative to explain it, and said that he handed one of the cups to Tabble's hand. Originally thought that it was milk when he was ready to eat it happily, Tabble was not happy for a few seconds, but was shattered by the village chief's explanation. "It turns out that this is just sap, can this thing really be eaten?" As a result, Tabble at this time looked tangled, with a constipated expression that wanted to eat but did not dare to eat. But in the end, hunger prevailed over reason, and he gulped into his mouth. "But it doesn't matter if you don't drink it, this entrance is really ruining, isn't this the juice of the grass?" Looking at Tabor's tangled look, the village opened his mouth at the right time and asked, "What's wrong? Isn't it delicious?" This made Tabble, who was forced to endure vomiting in his heart, diverted his attention and temporarily suppressed the nausea in his heart. And Tabble replied against his will, "It's not bad, the taste is very special." Saying that, he drank the remaining part of the cup in public. After all, this is people's territory, so don't ask too much for a free lunch. After finally drinking the 5th drink that he had been persuaded by the village chief, Tabble finally got up and prepared to leave. He really would rather be starved to death than drink even a drop of this strange food. Just as they reached the door, a female mushroom man walked in holding a small mushroom baby. "Dad, we're back, I heard that there are guests at home." It turns out that this is the daughter or daughter-in-law of the village chief. "Hello, my name is Tabor, thank you very much for your hospitality." Maybe Tabble is still relatively short now, until he opened his mouth to say hello, the female mushroom in front of him found out, and hurriedly said, "I'm really sorry, I didn't see you just now, please forgive my carelessness, my name is Maya, this is my daughter, my name is Mulai." Boom! As soon as he heard the name Mushroom Lee, there was a roar in Tabor's mind. In the original work, Tabble married a mushroom man named Mushroom Lee as his wife. If the simple scion is not too much of a problem with the cognition of this kind of thing, and will not mind the image and race of the other party too much. But Tabor is not, his essence is a scion with the soul of a real earthling. This aesthetic is really not appreciated. Looking at the little life in the arms of the village chief's daughter, looking at the white skin with the big head, Tabble immediately overlapped the shape under his eyes with the characters in the scene he saw in his memory. "That's right. It's her, my wife in the original book. No. I don't want." At this moment, Tabble really couldn't stay, he didn't want to have anything to do with the little baby in front of him, so, after hurriedly saying goodbye to the old village chief, he fled the village and returned to his spaceship. A scholar once said, a butterfly in the Amazon rainforest of South America, occasionally flapping its wings, can cause a tornado in Texas 2 weeks later. Tabor, the butterfly that descended on the world of Dragon Ball, finally began to flap his wings, breaking his established destiny for the first time and heading towards an unknown future. That's where no one knows. Remarks 1. Regarding the matter of language, it can probably only be explained in this way: the entire Dragon Ball world uses the same official language and the language is unique to each planet, such as name-seeing. As for why can the entire universe spread the same language? Then it is not within the scope of this book. Maybe it was done by the king of the realm? 2. This chapter is mainly excessive. The most important purpose is to draw a relationship with Tabal's wife in the original work, and I don't know how the animation was designed that year, why he designed such a wife. The author June, who is still normal in 3 views, really can't accept it, so it's better to end it. Okay, after solving this trouble, the next thing is the big drama begins. 3. End of this chapter. Chapter 003. Chapter 3 Objectives. Earth. Recalling the little mushroom man named Mushroom Lee he saw just now, a chill suddenly surged in Tabor's heart. Damn old bird, how did you design such a character? If the beauty would be so good, I wouldn't mind accepting it for him. Muttering indignantly, looking back at the village that was getting farther and farther away, Tabal finally let go of his heart, thanks to the fact that this is the Dragon Ball world. Unlike those fantasy worlds, there is no such thing as the will of the heavenly Dao here, so changing the direction of the heavenly Dao arrangement will not immediately descend a few 9 skies divine thunder to split you into ashes. And Tabal just changed the future trend of his wife marrying, you see Trunks, so casually shuttling through the past and the future is not that nothing happened. I don't know which universe of Dragon Ball world I came to, but when he thought of Trunks, his future cheap nephew, Tabal suddenly remembered a very important question, that is, what world view of Dragon Ball he is in now. After all, the world view of Dragon Ball is still very complicated, and aside from the theatrical version with a somewhat chaotic timeline, the settings of Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball GT alone are not the same thing at all. The latter is good to say, whether it is Super 1-Star Dragon, Babe, or Super Saiyan 4, they can at least cultivate the realm. But Dragon Ball Super is different. The power of the whole king to wave the universe is desperate to think about. This is clearly the existence of the level of the universe controller. He is not Sun Wukong, and he can still be friends with the whole king or something. It seems that it is really not a simple thing to live well in this world. Thinking about the plot memory of the entire Dragon Ball in his mind, the excitement of Tabal's original rebirth has finally disappeared, although he can indeed find a safe planet to live on for a lifetime. But what is the difference between this and his muddy past life? If you are reborn in a parallel world, it is just that, you can also mix well as a copyist, but this is the hot-blooded Dragon Ball world, the place of your childhood dreams. If you can live a wonderful life, how can you be worthy of such a magical experience? After figuring out the joints, Tabal's heart became more firm, clenched his fat fist, and Tabal secretly said in his heart, whether it's Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball GT, I want to become the strongest person. Wait, what Super Saiyan, what god of destruction, what king, will eventually become my stepping stone to the top? I want to be the strongest in the universe. A childish cry echoed through the craters smashed by the empty spacecraft. With a goal, Tabor immediately became energetic. Of course, he also knew that such a goal was just a fantasy at present. After all, the strongest Monkey King in the original book did not achieve this level, so the road ahead is still very long. The most important thing now is to cultivate, but this planet does not have the conditions for cultivation at all. Even if the gravity is low, the level of science and technology does not seem to be great, and the combat effectiveness of the Aborigines is also pitiful, and it is impossible to make me dying. Looking at the current situation in front of him, Tabal is also helpless in his heart. The combat effectiveness of Tabal when he appeared in the original plot was only 2,000 points, You must know that it has been more than 40 years since the opening of the main plot of Dragon Ball. 1. The original body of this body is so much combat effectiveness, you can imagine how miserable this is. It is simply weaker than the existence of the Scion Raditz who first appeared. This must not happen. Thinking about all kinds of wonderful plots in the future, what if you only have the combat power of cannon fodder? So the first thing now is to leave this barren planet. But he is not stupid enough to drive the spaceship directly, you know, although he is an exiled person, but he is also a prince. It is just to stay on this planet all the time, but if he leaves, the monitoring system on the side of planet Vegeta will definitely have a hint. He does not believe that such a high-tech spacecraft will not install a positioning system. When his whereabouts are exposed, will his cheap daddy think that this waste son wants to escape and kill 100? In the eyes of the imperial power, family affection is obviously unimportant, let alone the Scion race, which is indifferent. I don't know what year it is, and how many years have passed since the destruction of planet Vegeta. Crossing into this kind of character without an explanation of the background is painful, completely incomprehensible. Tabble only knows that his cheap brother, Vegeta, is 5 years older than Monkey King, and as for how many years he is younger than Vegeta, he doesn't know at all. That is, the destruction of planet Vegeta is in the interval of these 5 years. Oh no, the voyage took a year, that is, 4 years. Do I have to stay in this planet where birds don't poop for 4 years? If you don't go crazy, you will starve to death, right? It can be said that although fate is something that cannot be seen and touched, it is just that some people will pay attention, such as our protagonist Mr. Tabor, who can be reborn and crossed. Such things can happen, then he must be the person that fate has paid attention to. So just when he was just born with this desperate idea, a drop of alarm sounded. Tabble followed the prestige. It turned out that the communication device on the spaceship rang. Under normal circumstances, unless there is a new command, this kind of dispatched spacecraft basically will not communicate, so out of curiosity, Tabble turned on the intercom. Is there a new order? However, the expected new command did not come, but an electronically synthesized voice came from the communicator. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed due to meteorite impact. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed due to meteorite impact. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed due to meteorite impact. Silently turning off the voice, Tabble recovered from the shock. Of course, this was not the shock caused by the destruction of the parent planet, but because he was still thinking about when planet Vegeta would be destroyed to determine the current timeline. I won't have a crow mouth, right? Secretly smiled. After recovering, Tabble immediately became ecstatic. This is Sleepy Pillow. He just had this idea and there was news. As soon as planet Vegeta is destroyed, then he fully knows the current time, that is, the year 737 of AIG in Dragon Ball, 12 years before Boomer meets Monkey King and begins to find Dragon Ball. It will be 25 years before his cheap brother comes to Earth, which is really good news. Of course, not only can the time be determined, but more because after the destruction of planet Vegeta, the monitoring of their low-level Scion warriors who spread to all parts of the universe no longer exists. As for Frieza, he can watch the Lord of Sun Wukong fly away from his eyes and not attack. Do you think he will care about these scumbags with less than 100 points of combat effectiveness? It can be said that his destruction of the Scion planet was just out of interest or anger by King Vegeta's disobedience, rather than believing in the unreliable legend of some Super Scion. Of course, this also created a very free space for Tabor, so he immediately sat in the spaceship without thinking, and Mari began to look for a coordinate, that is, the Earth. I am also very glad that I set off only a year earlier than Sun Wukong, and the star map of my spaceship still updated the position of the Earth. Otherwise, finding a small life planet in the vast universe is simply 100 times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. I glanced at the position displayed on the computer and calculated a little that it would take 2 years to fly. This is really remote. The fuel of the Hawkeye spacecraft can just be supported, so it makes Tabble completely relieved. Activating the spaceship, the spacecraft slowly rose into the air, and then accelerated with a thud. leaving the planet where Tabul originally had a fate trajectory. And without Tabul, what will happen to this planet if it encounters another alien attack in the future? That has nothing to do with our protagonist. After all, he is not a virgin, and it is already worthy of them not to do evil. As for salvation, then leave it to the superheroes. After the spacecraft took off, Tabul fell into a deep sleep again, and everything fell into a suffocating silence again. At the same time, a spaceship that also escaped from planet Vegeta was also heading towards the direction of Earth, and inside lay a small baby with red fruits. He had fallen into sleep, but the tears in the corners of his eyes could show that his mood was very uncalm. This is Kakarot, one of the survivors of Vegeta, that is, the Monkey King, one of the future cosmic powerhouses. But now he is still a fragile guy, who has been scared by Broly in the next bed since birth until now, and Broly is also transforming into because he is noisy. The legendary Super Saiyan is also full of hatred for Sun Wukong, which shows that disturbing a person's sleep is a very dangerous thing. But none of this has anything to do with our protagonist. At this moment he is punching Beerus and stepping on Vegeta's sweet dream. Comment 1. What is the combat effectiveness of Tabul is what I saw from the forum. As for the fact that it is not exact, I really don't know. After all, the formula book does not have such a person as him. Let's set such a number. The first point is also quite good, can present a contrast. As for age, the adolescence of Scions is as long as 80 years, so at that time it seemed that Tabul was still a young man, but in fact he was already middle-aged. Chapter 004. Chapter 4, Earth, I'm back. 2 years passed in a hurry in the blink of an eye, and when it was awakened again, what appeared in front of Tabul was the familiar planet, well, just a little similar in color, and the continents were completely different. Long gone, Earth. Looking at the planet getting closer and closer, although I know that this is not the world I am familiar with in my previous life, the name is the same, so I can let myself have a thought. The spacecraft quickly smashed into the Earth like a meteorite. These aliens made the spacecraft into this shape to facilitate provoking a war, right? A smash into a pit will definitely be killed and injured innumerably. Fortunately, the place where Tabul landed this time was in no man's land, and it didn't cause any damage. Tabul got out of the spaceship and climbed out of the pit, engaged in a grey face. No way, who let his combat effectiveness is still very low, even the skill of flying has not been mastered. From birth to now, the 3-year-old Tabul has spent all his time in space navigation, so there has not been any exercise so far, so the combat effectiveness with the growth of the body has increased, but it is also around 10 o'clock. The 47-year-old Tabul in the setting of this book only has 2000 combat power. And in order to avoid being monitored by Frisia, the combat power probe was thrown by him on the planet Mushroom early. Now he can't feel the breath, so he can't feel how strong he is. Looking at everything around him, Tabul suddenly regretted that he threw the detector away, because he didn't know where it was. There is no way, I can only use the most primitive way to decide where to go. I saw Tabul take off his combat shoes, gorgeously thrown into the air. A few seconds later, the shoes landed, looked in the direction the tip of the shoe was facing. Tabul nodded silently, put on his shoes and walked in that direction. You read that right, he used such a magical skill to hand over the road to take in the future to fate. In this way, this lonely figure walked alone in the wasteland. This way Tabul was simply a meal, 3 years without eating. When he saw a hare that appeared in front of him, his eyes suddenly lit up, drooling all over the place, and immediately used a speed of 2 or 3 times more than normal people to pounce on the hare, capturing it on the spot. However, as a citizen of the former Great Celestial Empire, even if he is hungry and crazy, he will not directly swallow it alive. Fortunately, I know how to use Qigong waves, otherwise this ignition will be troublesome. That's right, this product is to use Qigong waves to ignite the barbecue. Although I have watched countless episodes of B's programs, but if you really let him drill wood for fire, you have to get the year of the monkey. All kinds of eating and drinking along the way, until when Tabble saw a living person appear again, it was already a week later. After all, how fast can a little fart child less than a meter walk with small short legs? This is a passing hovercar, the owner is a middle-aged woman, not very good looking, but the heart is very kind. Seeing Tabble walking alone in the wilderness, he took the initiative to stop and give him a ride. "Little friend, where are you going? Why are you alone in this barren mountain?" Obviously, the uncle is a very enthusiastic person. And he is still very curious about why Tabble appeared here alone. Of course, it may also be because Tabble is very likable at this time, right? After all, appearance is the truth. "Auntie, I'm going to the western capital, but I got lost while walking." Without thinking about it, he told this aunt where he wanted to go, although I don't know if the direction he went before was where the western capital was, but at least the direction was west. After all, it is where one of the heroines of Dragon Ball, Boomer, lives, the daughter of the richest man in the world, the future science master, and the beginning of the story of the Dragon Ball world. It can be said that it is a thick thigh. The most important thing is that Boomer is a big beauty. Since she has traveled to the Dragon Ball world, how can she not have some meaning for her? As for the eldest brother Vegeta, who he never met, a hat of forgiveness for him. "Zidu, that's not close, but I just happened to go back to Zidu, I'll give you a ride." Saying that, the aunt also patted her chest and assured. Listening to his aunt's words, Tabble knew that his direction was actually right, which made him feel a lot relieved. Originally, he was afraid that he would go in the wrong direction and have to circle the earth to get to the western capital, but now it's good, the end is in sight. That's so thankful for this kind of person who is willing to help others. Tabble still will not spare his gratitude. The movement of the hovering car is still very fast, and it explodes the speed of those supercars F1 in the previous life, and it is estimated that if this ant is not a middle-aged person, replaced by the existence of the previous life 13 Lang, it may be directly used as an airplane, right? After about 2 hours, the surrounding desolate scenery began to slowly become popular, from small villages to small towns to larger cities, and the Earth civilization of the Dragon Ball world finally appeared in front of Tabble. This is a very different feeling from the previous life. After all, there are relatively few high-rise buildings here, more hemispherical buildings, and the sense of depression of the modern city in the past life is suddenly much less. "Little friend, we have arrived in the western capital, where are you going next?" After entering the city, the speed of the car began to slowly decrease, and this kind aunt decided to send the good people to the west. "Auntie, I am already very grateful for sending me to Zidu, I am really embarrassed to trouble you again." "Where?" Auntie is really not at ease when she sees you being alone in the city at a young age. "You know, there are still quite a lot of bad people in the western capital." Listening to this aunt say that the security of the western capital is not good, Tabble also recalled that in the original comics, basically a big transition is accompanied by the robbery of the 2 stunned robbers, and the protagonists appear to save lives and defeat the evil bridge, which shows how bad the security of this planet is. Looking at his thin arms and legs, "I don't know if I can be invulnerable now? Forget it or don't die." So I still agreed to my aunt's request for home delivery. "That aunt, I'm going to the Universal Capsule Company, do you think it's convenient?" Tabble named the target location of the trip. Upon hearing this location, the aunt continued to drive without any hesitation. "Of course. I think as a Zidu person there are few people who don't know that place, right?" Presumably, as the address of the richest man in the world, he did not build a manor like Bill Gates, and as a local, he should know where their home is. Sure enough, after chatting with my aunt for a while, the hovercar stopped steadily in front of a huge yellow hemispherical building with Capsule Corp imprinted. "This is it, little friend, don't run around alone in the future." "Okay aunt, thank you so much today." After saying goodbye to his aunt, Tabble continued to turn his gaze to the house of the Universal Capsule Company. "This is about to become the starting point of my dream." Clenching his fists, Tabble walked over to the gate and rang the doorbell. Not long after, a robot appeared in front of Tabul. "Hello, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Brive. You tell him I have an alien spaceship, ask him if he's interested in finding out." This is also the rhetoric that Tabul has thought of before. After all, even if he has an adult soul, but no matter how he looks like a solid 3-year-old child, he will definitely be turned away without a proper excuse. "Then please wait a moment, I'll contact the doctor." With that, the robot turned away, seemingly really going to Dr. Briff to inquire. This scene made Tabul quietly feel at that time, "You must know that this is a robot, is it not equipped with a wireless communication system? Instead, it is face-to-face communication in this very human way, which is already a very human performance." But thinking about it, as a scientist at the forefront of the times, it is not unusual to have such artificial intelligence. You know, in the near future, the magical creation of artificial humans is from the Earth. The Zvru also have one, babe. Soon, the robot returned again, and with it came a middle-aged man with lilac hair, only to see him with messy hair, black framed glasses, 2 large beards, and a white research suit, which you can recognize at a glance as the genius scientist of the Dragon Ball world, only Dr. Brive. I saw the doctor look excited in front of Tabul and said, "Hello, is that what you said, you have an alien spaceship?" Dr. Briff didn't care about Tabul's age, perhaps because he was curious about the unknown, or perhaps because he was a man of thick lines. "Doctor, calm down first, I didn't wear the spaceship." Reluctantly pulling away the hands on his shoulders, Tabul smiled bitterly. Didn't care why a small one still had so much power. Dr. Brive slowed down. Yes, I was too excited for a while, so, where is the spaceship? Do you need me to send someone to transport it?" Having said that, he really didn't have the slightest embarrassed expression, and he still thought about the spacecraft in his heart. After all, this thing is too important for him. If there is an alien spacecraft to study, the technical problems that have plagued him for a long time will definitely be solved. Without looking at this Dr. Brive, who had a jumpy personality, Tabul did not intend to play tricks, and said directly, "No need, as long as you promise me 2 small requests, I will give you the spaceship immediately." There was no hesitation about Taberty's conditions, and he immediately agreed. Seeing him so crisp, Tabul was overjoyed that his purpose was half completed. "Since the doctor is so cheerful, then please find me a vacant land, and I will get the spaceship over." As soon as the doctor heard this, he hurriedly let Tabul enter the wall, and the yard of the richest man in the world was still quite large. "Just this yard, what do you think?" Tabul looked at the yard that could not be earned by working for 10 lifetimes in his previous life, nodded, took out a remote control from his arms and clicked a few times. "Yes, this is the remote control of the spaceship." In the comics, Boomer once picked up Naba's remote control, but unfortunately she self-destructed by mistake, but Tabul, who has been instilled with memory, will not make such a mistake. Not long after, the spaceship that Tabul was riding came to the yard and landed slowly. "This is the remote control will be like this, otherwise what if it is directly smashed down and the crew is smashed to death?" Before the spacecraft stopped, Dr. Brive pounced excitedly as if he had seen a peerless beauty. End of this chapter. Chapter 005. Chapter 5, Getting to know Boomer. The movement of the spacecraft landing is still relatively large. This is not from the house. Out of the house a blonde young woman, a pair of kind squinting eyes make people feel very close, but these eyes are not so friendly when looking at Dr. Brive. Obviously this is Dr. Brive's wife, the outgoing personality, hospitable, informal, friendly to most people except her husband. And beside her is followed by a little girl who looks like 4 or 5 years old. Her light blue hair is so special, watery eyes and extremely cute face. If there are strange Shu Huang here, it will definitely tempt them to commit crimes. Guessing with your toes can also tell that this is Boomer, the first female protagonist of Dragon Ball. Seeing a stranger, Mrs. Brive seemed very enthusiastic, especially the cute little Shota like Tabuli, who looked good, and suddenly burst with emotion, and held him in her arms. The speed simply made people feel that this woman in front of her was also a good master. But in this way, two people are unhappy. One is naturally a young boomer, although she is only 5 years old, but at this time she has begun to show intelligence beyond ordinary people. But even if she is a genius, after all, she is just a child, still a girl. Seeing his mother so close to a strange child, he immediately knocked over the vinegar jar in his heart. Angrily snorted coldly, and stared at Tabble with an unkind face. And the other unhappy person is, of course, His Royal Highness Tabor, the protagonist of this incident. If he is just a normal little Gengtai, but in fact he is an adult with a Gengtai body. In the face of this turbulent invasion, where can he still endure, although the body is still small and cannot produce any hee-hee-hey reaction, but the heat rushing in the nose tells him, no, if it goes on like this, it will erupt. In order to avoid such an embarrassing thing, Tabble still broke free from Mrs. Breve's embrace, no matter how much stronger than the average Earth, even if he was only 3 years old. In order to get rid of the enthusiastic Mrs. Breve, Tabble could only turn his attention to the little boomer next to him, so he stretched out his hand, tried to make himself look gentlemanly and said, "Hello, my name is Tabble, it is a pleasure to meet you." But at this time, Boomer is still angry and jealous. Naturally, he would not give the culprit in front of him any good face. Snorted coldly again, and directly turned his head. At this moment, I really couldn't control the embarrassment. I looked at the little boomer who started his temper, and then looked at his right hand, which suddenly made Tabble feel that the second monk was scratching his head. I just came, did I do something to offend her? No way. After feeling that women are really troublesome, Tabble turned his attention to Dr. Brive's body again. Seeing that this guy in front of him was rubbing the spaceship like a rare treasure, Tabble felt a chill in his heart. No wonder Mrs. Brive only loses her temper with Dr. Brive, whose husband can stand it if he is crazy about a machine. Although there is still a long time before the beginning of the plot, it is not to be wasted, so Tabble quickly uses the remote control again to get the spacecraft back into the air, so that Dr. Brive, who has a lingering face, calms down again. "How's it going, Dr. Brive? Are you happy with my ship?" "Satisfied. Very satisfied. Say, what do you want?" Dr. Brive was able to make his business available all over the world, certainly not just because of technology. How could it be without strong business acumen? Therefore, Tabble did not mince words, and said bluntly, "I only have 2 requirements. One is that you need to build me a gravity room that can adjust gravity freely, and the other is to help me find a place to live." This is also something that Tabble has long thought of. Gravity room, needless to say, the most buggy thing in the entire Dragon Ball universe. Look at the universe cannon fodder in the early stage of Sun Wukong and others whose combat effectiveness is around 1000. After experiencing the training of the gravity room, the combat power skyrocketed one by one. Have become the strong in the universe. Maybe this is the rule setting of this universe. If the gravity chamber is placed on the original Earth, a little increase in it will make people unbearable. Long-term use, not to say stronger, most cases will make you die faster. After all, the increase in gravity is not only a physical increase, the internal organs are also under great pressure. In the Dragon Ball universe, this training method can make people exercise in all directions. You say not angry. On the other hand, there is no way to find a place to live. Tabor is a penniless existence, and his combat effectiveness has not reached the level of ignoring thermal weapons, so he can only help through Dr. Brive. After hearing Tabble's request, Dr. Brive only thought about it a little and asked, "How many times more gravity chambers do you need?" "Naturally, the bigger the better." Tabble replied without thinking. "With the current technology, 50 times the gravity is the limit. I can promise you to make one for you. As for your second request, then simply live in my house. Anyway, we have a lot of empty rooms." Briff said indifferently. This tone is the same as when Boomer invited the Nemesis in the future, and it can only be said that money can really do whatever you want. 50 times gravity, hey? Enough in the short term thinking about it. Tabble was about to agree, but at this moment, a milky voice came from the side. Nope. Everyone followed the prestige, and it was our little boomer who said, I disagree, why let this stranger live in our house? The little girl grumbled angrily. Although it is very difficult to understand why little boomer is hostile to himself, after all, the woman he has established in the future at this time always wants to coax her. So Tabble took out a crystal that emitted a faint blue light from his pocket and handed it to Boomer. Although I don't know where to upset you, I definitely don't have a heart. This spar should be my reparation to you. I hope you can subordinate and forgive me. It's good to be a person for two lives. Coaxing girls, this skill is still nothing more than buying and giving away. This beautiful spar was picked up by him from the mushroom planet. At that time he just thought it was beautiful and put it away, but now it seems that he really wants to give his wit 32 likes. Sure enough, the little girl is also a girl after all, and when she saw this shiny thing, she immediately attracted her attention, and she couldn't move it away. After struggling in his heart, desire finally prevailed, and he snatched the spar in Tabble's hand, while pretending to say, for your sake, I will forgive you first. This time, after saying that, he jumped happily back to the room. Looking at their daughter's performance, the Briff couple also leaked a knowing smile. At this point, Tabor's first step on the earth has been steadily stepped on, which is also the first step in the future Sea of Stars. End of this chapter. Notes. There is nothing systematic in this book. Everything is something that can appear in the Dragon Ball world. The contract has been filled out and sent, and I look forward to everyone working with me to build this dream world. Finally, ask for a wave of collections, guys. Chapter 006. Chapter 6 Cultivation begins. After living in Boomer's house, everything went smoothly, and making a gravity room was not a simple task. So this waiting time made Tabble feel what it means to live a carefree salted fish. Every day he ate, slept, and ate, and his huge amount of food inherited from scions really shocked the Briff family, but he was also a rich man, and he would not be eaten poor. Tabble, can you let me check your body when you have time to see how you ate so much? Curious by a scientist, Dr. Brive was still very curious about Tabor's anatomy. Of course, all that responded to him was a roll of Tabor's eyes. For cultivation, Tabble's original idea was to find the turtle immortals, but after thinking about it, the biggest role of the turtle immortals may be to teach Sun Wukong's basic cultivation methods and the use of Qigong waves such as the Turtle School Qigong. In the Dragon Ball world, it seems that the ability and skill is not very important, more are close hand-to-hand combat. The battle between the two is completely to see who has the strongest strength, who is fast, who has good reflexes, and even in the plot of Dragon Ball Super, the Monkey King who has developed a free extreme skill relies on the body's own reaction to fight. However, there is a skill that Tabble is very much looking forward to, that is, the skill that Sun Wukong learned from the King of the Northern Realm, the King of the Realm Fist. As a skill that shines in the Scion and Frieza chapters of Dragon Ball, this skill is not a move to directly attack the opponent, but to multiply the strength, speed, attack power, and defense of your body. Similar to Super Saiyan transformation, you can improve your strength in an instant, but it has obvious side effects. Although the Realm King Fist has a great negative impact on the body, as long as it is used beyond the acceptable range of your body will collapse. It should also be pointed out that the characteristic of the Realm King Fist is to burden the body. The Super Saiyan transformation is the consumption of Qi, so the two states can be superimposed, and the side effects of these two transformations are also superimposed on each other. In the latest animated version of Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku uses the King of Realm Fist in the Super Saiyan Blue state, causing very serious side effects. However, those realms are still far from Tabor. First lay the foundation, and then find a way to learn the King Fist. This is the goal of Tabble, first through the training of the gravity chamber to quickly improve his combat effectiveness, and then wait until he can fly to find these martial artists on the earth. What turtle immortals and crane immortals cannot be let go, and there is the most important immortal. The importance of this nemesis is also clear compared to everyone. After continuing to be a salted fish for a few days, the gravity chamber was finally completed, and the current maximum is the level that can reach 20 times the Earth's gravity, which does not seem high, but it is indeed completely enough for Tabor's current combat power of less than 20 points. You know, when 300 times gravity is made, it is already the Dragon Ball world 40 years later. The one used for the Tragedy Tower. When he learned that Tabble wanted to cultivate inside, Dr. Brive was indeed taken aback. Are you serious? You must know that the increase in gravity is very dangerous. And if you are not careful, you will be injured or even flattened. For Dr. Brive's concern, Tabble was moved and said without care, Doctor, don't worry, didn't I tell you, on our Scion planet, its own gravity is 10 times that of the Earth, and our physique is very special, and being injured is actually not a bad thing for me. That's right, Tabble has already explained to Dr. Brive's family the fact that he is an alien, which is actually nothing to hide. After all, he took out an alien spacecraft, and it is logical to admit that he is an alien. The Earthlings of this world are still very inclusive. Look at what the hell are those walking on the streets, humanoid cats and dogs to understand? Kings are dogs, and aliens are not unacceptable. But Boomer was more curious about him after knowing that Tabble was an alien, stretching out his little hand from time to time to touch his body, and sometimes he would catch Tabble's tail, and a sense of powerlessness surged in his heart again and again to make him miserable. Fortunately, this suffering was not in vain. At least the relationship between the two people became a lot closer, and the sensitivity of his tail was much lower. As such an obvious weakness of his own, why didn't Tabble choose to cut off his tail? No way, he is not sure if this world is the timeline of Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball GT, although cutting off the tail can be more convenient, but it will also reduce the chance of becoming stronger a little. Obviously, Super Saiyan Stage 4 transformation is still very attractive. As for the trouble of poking a hole in your pants, what is the trouble? Looking at the necklace that Boomer hung around his neck, the corner of Tabble's mouth drew an arc. Is this considered lowly cultivation? Entering the gravity room, the pure white room, about the size of a basketball court, is very spacious. The walls and floor roof were equipped with shock-absorbing and soundproof materials according to Tabble's requirements, so that he could make a big movement inside without disturbing people outside. There is only a column-shaped console in the middle of the whole room, which is used to adjust the gravity setting of the gravity room. Dr. Brive also made an emergency shutdown switch for him very intimately, and Tabble did not refuse. He is not a person to die, and he is still happy to accept it if he has security means. In addition, a set of top-of-the-line sound devices is installed in the room. I really don't understand this Dr. Brive, how deeply he has a grudge against sound. Well, pretend it, it's a good thing to listen to a little strong music when you are cultivating, just like the gym before. If there is no hotly dressed beauty exercising around, then it can only be accompanied by intense movements to have enough motivation. Turning on the switch of double gravity, 1. A sudden feeling of suffocation almost didn't make Tabble directly disgusted to death, although this was only a momentary change, but it also made his movements become dull, and he felt that the speed of thinking transmitted to his body slowed down a little. Well, fortunately, I didn't directly turn on 10 times the gravity, otherwise I would have died directly. After applauding his wit again, Tabra began his formal path of cultivation. As for what to exercise? It's nothing more than running, leapfrogging, sit UPS, push UPS, and so on. Don't underestimate these basic operations. You must know that there is a person who has practiced so much to become a Superman, although he is also bald. Funny, fortunately, the hairstyle of purebred scions will not change, and I don't worry about the hair loss crisis at all. End of this chapter. Notes. 1. As a scumbag, I don't know anything about physics, so I just write this gravity part according to the needs of the plot. Forgive. Chapter 007. Chapter 7, The Legend of Sendu and Garantat. On the 365th day of coming to the Dragon Ball world Earth, Tabble finally mastered the ability to fly, which may be called the dancing air art on this planet, which also marks that his combat power at this moment has exceeded 100. This is the high combat effectiveness of the Piccolo Great Demon King before the appearance of the original work, which is close to the combat power of 139 under the normal state of the Turtle Immortals. Speaking of this, it has to be mentioned that the Turtle Immortal is obviously a very magical existence. In Dragon Ball Z, Boomer used the Scion detector to detect that the combat power of the Turtle Immortal is 139, but in the theatrical version of Dragon Ball's Resurrected Frieza and Dragon Ball Super, his combat power is obviously far more than this number. He was an existence that had been bombarded and killed by a generation of Piccolo Great Devils. Could it be that his appendicitis attack and combat effectiveness could not be exerted that day? Or maybe reading books and periodicals that are obscene and inappropriate for children can increase combat effectiveness. I still have to visit the Turtle Immortals when I have the opportunity in the future. As a driving role in Dragon Ball, the Turtle Immortal can be said to be a very important existence. Anyway, as long as Boomer wants to find Dragon Ball in the future, he will naturally meet, and he is not in a hurry to find him now. Over the past year, Tabble has been able to easily move his body under 10 times the gravity, which can be regarded as just reaching a passing line. Over the past year, Tabble has been practicing carefully, not daring to be greedy and rash, but he doesn't want to be wrapped into a mummy after being accidentally injured. This also gave birth to an idea in Tabor's heart, that is, to go to Karanta to find the cat and get some fairy beans from him. Sendu is a magical food in Dragon Ball, cultivated by the legendary cat immortals who inhabit the Karin Tower, and was originally used as a food. In the earliest setting, fairy beans eat 1 grain for 10 days without hunger. Later, in the battle between Sun Wukong and the second generation of demons, it became a healing elixir, which can restore physical strength in extreme fatigue and readjust the injured body to the best state, broken hands and feet. It's a pity that Sen beans have 2 disadvantages, 1 low yield, low annual output value, and the rice bucket of Yajiro Baiwei is constantly consumed. When Sen beans first appeared, they were calculated according to jars, full of several jars, and finally even had to be calculated by grain. Therefore, the reason why the Dragon Ball warriors can become successful is the cat immortal. 2 ineffective against disease. In the Artificial Man chapter, Sun Wukong's heart attack was due to the invasion of external viruses, but Sendu failed to cure Goku, so he could not drive the virus out of the body, so he could not cure Goku's heart disease. If it weren't for the future Trunks bringing the special medicine, he would have burped. In the Dragon Ball world, the Scion is set to receive treatment from the edge of death and greatly improve their combat effectiveness after healing, and Sendu is the best and fastest tool to restore physical strength. Therefore, this kind of thing must be obtained by Tabble early. And it must not be almost broken from the memories of his previous life, all eaten by Yajirobe. After possessing flying skills, Tabble asked Boomer to get him a navigation device. He can't feel the breath now, so he doesn't know where Karantha and the cat fairy are. Of course, even if he will have to look for half a day. After all, he doesn't know anyone. With navigation it is much more convenient. Fly directly according to the above lines. This thing is very common. In this world the personal aircraft occupancy rate is still quite high. At the same time, he also asked Boomer for a freezer capsule, which is obvious. Countless crossing novels have used this bridge, although a little corny, but Tabble really can't think of other good things. The other party is not a human. If someone like the Turtle Fairy is easy to do, just send him some little yellow books or something in minutes. Originally, Boomer wanted to go with Tabble, but now 7-year-old little Boomer was just getting ready to go to school, and she had no choice but to give up the idea of following. A year of getting along is not a white meal. If everyone is still young, Tabble would have already attacked her. Of course, Boomer is also full of good feelings for Tabble. Tabble's inner world, I don't want it. Why am I only 4 years old, my sisters? After saying goodbye to the Boomer family, Tabble set off, with his current combat power of more than 100 obviously can't fly very quickly, flying for nearly a day, and finally seeing the towering Garen Tower from a distance. In the legend of this earth, anyone who climbs from the bottom of the tower to the top of the tower with his own power will meet an immortal at the top of the tower. If he drank the immortal water given by that immortal, his strength would increase several times. Countless people challenged the tower, but all of them failed. Some climbed for days, there was no food supply on the way, lost the strength to fall from it, and some people took a plane and wanted to fly up, but they did not succeed. If they did not want to climb up by their own strength, they would never see the top of the tower. For this legend, Tabble just smiled. The legend is a legend after all. Although Garen Tower really has divine water, there are two kinds, but one is ordinary clear water, the purpose of which is to let those who climb up improve their strength through competition with the cat immortals. The other is complete poison, which is claimed to be something that no one can drink and survive. What is not poison? Although Sun Wukong's combat power increased sharply after drinking it and defeated a generation of Piccolo Great Devils, Tabble has always felt that it is because of the physical problems of science. As long as he does not die and recovers, he can improve his combat effectiveness, so it is better to drink poison than to self-harm like his old brother Tragic Tower. When Tarbur came to the vicinity of Garen Tower, he landed, not because he didn't want to fly up, but because he didn't want to make a bad impression on the bigwigs on the tower. Will it tell you that it is because you are afraid that your combat effectiveness is not enough and you will lose face after being blocked by the immortals after flying up? There is a grass hut under the Garen Tower, a bit of Indian tribal style. At this time there is a teenage young man chopping firewood on the side, seeing a stranger coming. The young man immediately became vigilant, but at first glance just a child, but also relaxed a lot. "Little friend, why did you come here alone and get lost?" The young man was very kind and asked with a smile. Tabble knew that he was the guardian here, and the so-called stretched hand did not hit the smiling person, but did not go to find trouble. "I came to find the Garen Immortal. Did I climb up from here?" "You're going to climb Garen Tower?" The young man looked at Tabble in disbelief, shook his head and said, "Although it is right to climb from here, no one has climbed up for 300 years, you little child, too." But before he could finish speaking, Tabble jumped up, firmly grasped the tower, and climbed towards the top of the tower with his hands and feet at the same time. He is not the Monkey King, there is nothing to get along with anyone, and being able to say hello to strangers is already his limit. As for the explanation, inexistent. So in Bra, the future Yupa's father, in his astonished gaze, Tabble instantly turned into a small black dot and disappeared in front of him. End of this chapter. Notes. 1. The father of the future Upa is more than 10 years away from the beginning of the plot, and he is still a teenager at this time. 2. In the past 300 years, only the turtle immortals have climbed up, and as for the Meow immortals, they are already 800 years old, and they are randomly called turtle immortals as brats in the original work. Chapter 008. Chapter 8, The Days of His Fellowship in Garen Tat. Climbing the Garen Tower is really not a difficult thing for Tabble at the moment, but there is nothing along the way that makes him feel a little bored. Generally speaking, as long as it is more than 100 kilometers from the ground, even if it is a space environment, it can be said that Tabor's current crawling speed should have climbed out of this distance a long time ago, but everything around is still windy and sunny, and even the clouds in the sky still do not seem to have moved for more than half a minute. Is this the means to stop mortals from coming to the divine realm? It's amazing. Sighing at this mysterious power, Tabble continued to climb up, and after calculating that he should climb out of the atmosphere, he finally saw a building appear not far above his head. Seeing that he was about to reach the end, Tabble immediately accelerated his crawl. He was fed up with this boring journey, and he knew that he would bring a music player or something. What a mistake! One rolled over the railing, moving his arm, which had been a little sore from crawling for a long time, and looked around. It was a very simple building, empty all around, except for a few bottles and cans. only an upright cat with a cane standing in front of Tabul. Just as Tabul was observing the cat, oh no, it should be the cat fairy. The cat fairy was also observing Tabul at this time. He was also very curious about the child in front of him who could climb to the top of the tower by his own strength, because the cat fairy would feel anger, and when Tabul began to climb, he already felt a relatively powerful force coming towards him. These immortals all have some strange abilities, as if they can tell whether a person is good or bad. Obviously Tabor-san is not a kind person, but at least not a villain. His goal from beginning to end is only to become a peak powerhouse. Even killing people will only kill those who stand in his way or hurt the people he values from time to time. Therefore, when he did not feel that there were evil thoughts in Tabor, the cat fairy was still very satisfied with the visitor this time. "Boy, are you here to find super holy water?" Obviously, the cat immortal regarded Tabul as the same people as before. All came to find super holy water. If you guessed correctly, the legend that super holy water can improve strength was also passed down by himself, otherwise there would be someone who crawled here when they were full. Although Tabur's purpose was not just the super holy water of ordinary water, he did not say it directly, but nodded and said, "Hello cat immortal, I came to find super holy water this time." This is not without purpose, although the training in the past year has allowed Tabor's strength to grow, but this is just the growth of physical fitness. He does not know anything about actual combat experience. At most he will also point to the experience of using wild ball boxing when he was a child in his previous life. Anyway, the super holy water is going to be robbed with the cat immortals, so let's find a free sparring partner. Seeing Tabul admit, the cat fairy nodded and picked up a kettle on the table with the crutch in his hand. "This is super holy water, but you have to rely on yourself to grab it, otherwise I won't give it to you." "That's a lot of offense." I saw that Tabul took a step and rushed towards the cat fairy. And after the training of the gravity chamber, once the Earth's gravity was restored, the change in speed was obvious. Just between breaths, Tabul came behind the cat fairy. The speed almost left an afterimage. He quickly stretched out his hand to grab the kettle, but when there were only a few centimeters left from the kettle, the cat fairy turned slightly sideways and easily dodged his palm. "Not bad, fast. It's a pity that there are too many unnecessary movements, and they are seen through at a glance." As an old monster who has lived for 800 years, the cat fairy saw through Tabur's movement flaws at a glance and pointed at him. Tabul was not discouraged. This was the result he had already guessed, so he continued to rush forward. This time, he chose to use force to attack and directly greeted with his fists. He knew that the strength of the cat fairy was very strong, so he did not spare his hand, and directly attacked with all his strength. In fact, he would only use brute force, but the cat fairy could simply use some ingenuity to defuse his attack. He did not attack Tabul, just blindly defended. Perhaps because of the little benefit brought by rebirth, Tabul's understanding seems to have been improved in this life, and by observing his own attacks and the defense methods of the cat fairy, he also began to simulate it in his mind and put it into action. The landing point of the fist and the level of use of power are like flying in a straight line, and some indifferent superfluous movements are slowly abandoned by him, and the movements gradually become clean and neat. The cat fairy looked at the slowly improving Tabuli, and his heart was also full of amazement. This little guy is simply a genius. He can learn the skills of fighting from his hands so quickly. With a heart of love, he was no longer just a passive defense, but also began to actively attack Tabur. This change made Tabul feel more stressed, and he was immediately beaten all over his face, but instead of making him retreat, it stimulated the scion belligerent genes in his heart. One man and one cat fought in this small space, and it was not until it was getting late that Tabul stopped his movements. He was unable to move, his body was bruised all over the place, and his head became like a pig's head. Of course, this is not a critical matter. The key is that he is hungry, and not eating for a day is still very tormenting for the Big Stomach King Scion family, and in the comics, Sun Wukong was not killed by the enemy several times because of hunger. Hearing Tabur's stomach grumbling, the cat fairy also smiled. and pointed to a few large jars in the corner. "Okay, let's go here today. These jars are fairy beans. Eating one can make people not hungry for 10 days, and can also restore the body on the hand. You eat one." Well, the cat fairy is taber as a normal person. Tabble didn't say anything, walked to the edge of the altar, opened it. "Good guy." Slowly a large tank, look at how many, such a large vat, and suddenly strengthened the determination to absolutely not let Yajiro guard the scourge. "This is 800 years of inventory, actually eaten by that foodie almost extinct." I took one and put it in my mouth, chewed it, but it was crunchy, but unfortunately there was no chicken taste. After swallowing, although I didn't feel full, the physical injuries were indeed quickly repaired, which felt like the regeneration of Wolverine. At the same time, the energy in the body is restored, and even becomes stronger. Carefully feel it, at least 3 layers of growth, that is to say, there may be a 30-point increase in combat power. Sure enough, fighting is the fastest way for scions to grow their strength, thinking secretly in his heart, but his hand did not stop, and then he took a few fairy beans and put them in his mouth, and after eating 10 in a row, he was satisfied with a full gap, and the secret way in his heart was wasteful, and the cat immortal on the side was stunned. The day's snatching of the super holy water was over, and Tabble also found a corner to sleep after eating, and he didn't say anything all night. The next day, after waking up in the morning, one person and one cat began a fierce battle again. Due to the growth of combat power the day before, today's Tabble speed has increased greatly in all aspects. This trade-off, the pressure of the cat star people on the other side has become much greater. After eating fairy beans again at noon to restore combat effectiveness, finally, before the night came, Tabble grabbed the kettle. This is not like the comic in which Sun Wukong used a technique like tickling to win the super holy water, but he really used his own strength, even if the cat immortal never used his real strength. Tasted a sip of super holy water. The taste was not bad, at least it was much better than Evian in the previous life, and he clenched his fists, and indeed did not increase his strength. Sure enough, it's just ordinary water. The cat immortal looked at Tabble's actions and also smiled. In fact, this is just ordinary water. Super holy water cannot increase people's strength, but in the process of snatching super holy water. At the same time, he also secretly sighed that the little guy in front of him was super talented, and it actually took only 2 days to succeed. Sun Wukong took 3 days. Although it has been known for a long time, it cannot be expressed, so it is, but I do feel the increase in strength. By the way, the cat fairy, this bean of yours is great, can I exchange some with you? Saying that, he took out a box from his arms, took out a universal capsule from the box, pressed the button and threw it on the ground. With a bang, a freezer more than 1 person tall appeared in front of it, all with their own power supply. Tabble opened the refrigerator and saw that there were all kinds of food inside. All kinds of food, of course, fish. Naturally, it is impossible for Tabble to come with a large bag of fish the first time, so isn't it to directly tell people that I came for your beans? Maybe you can do this in the future. The cat immortal looked at the big freezer in front of him. The pair of perennial squinting eyes seemed to have opened a gap, but he has been an immortal here for 800 years, that is to say, he has also eaten beans for 800 years. Although he is idle but his duty cannot leave here. The mouth has long faded out of the bird, looking at so many things in front of him, even with his city government will inevitably leak a look of longing. Seeing him like this, Tabble had a play in his heart, and sure enough, the cat fairy pointed to one of the many altars and said, "Okay, since you like it, I will exchange it with you, and you can go and get a jar yourself." Tabble is also happy in his heart, to know that there are at least thousands of fairy beans in an altar. Even if he eats one a day, he won't have to worry about it for a few years. Immediately, he happily filled a jar into his storage capsule. Since he had harvested the purpose of his trip, Tabble should also go back. This time is really thanks to the teaching of the cat fairy. I have also been out for a long time, then I will go back first. The cat fairy did not hold back, and nodded silently in agreement. When saying goodbye at the end, the cat immortal also said very implicitly that as long as he still wanted fairy beans, he would bring some mistakes to exchange, especially with more fish meat. In this regard, it is in the arms of Tabble. It's much simpler to go back, just fly away directly, it's much more convenient to arrive. It's just that without Tabble knowing, a pair of eyes were silently watching him. It's really an amazing talent, but it's a pity that the earth is very peaceful now, otherwise you can invite him to come up and cultivate. After the old voice let out a sigh, the surroundings returned to calm. End of this chapter. 1. Chapter 009. Chapter 9, Daily Practice and Excess. After returning from Karantat, Tabur's practice gradually got on the right track. Partly because of the supply of immortal beans, and on the other hand, he mastered some power skills from the cat immortal, which were instilled in his brain memory and did not possess. You know, the scions are powerful though. But their techniques are generally crude. And it won't be angry. Even if he is as strong as his cheap big brother Vegeta, he has 1,000 points of combat power when he is born. It's a pity that when the plot of Dragon Ball develops to the Scion chapter, it only has more than 10,000 combat power. What courage to say just this word. Such a growth rate cannot be described as slow. After all, after the Frisia chapter, the combat effectiveness of all scions basically began to show explosive growth. It only took a few months to complete the road of the first 2 or 3 decades. And the use of breath is relatively not too difficult to master. Scions are simply ignorant of this aspect. They just use gas. But I don't understand the principles of gas control. So I usually don't hide my breath. How much strength can be detected with combat power detectors? I think that when Raditz came to Earth, facing the surprise that Sun Wukong and the others could change their combat effectiveness at any time. Therefore, this kind of control breath is still relatively rare in the universe. You can't see so many people in Frisia's legion. Only Frisia and Captain Kainu learned that in this world, there are races that can control their combat power at will. And Vegeta who came to Earth in order to get the Dragon Balls. And it was just after a big battle with the Z fighter. After returning to Frisia's Legion planet, learned to use this technique to control breath changes. Although there is a certain ingredient because he is more genius, I think it is more because they just lack an opportunity to know the breath. Tabble is also missing an opportunity now, and the cat fairy is the starting point of this opportunity. Since fighting the cat immortal, Tabble's control of power, it has risen to a new level. I used to use my brute force all the time, and every punch was exhausted. This leads to weakness in succession. It's good if you can crush your opponent in terms of strength. If you run into an opponent of equal strength, if a punch does not hit, then the next thing is to die and live to be abused. The biggest takeaway from the cat immortal is not just the combat skills. After all, there is still a long way to go before truly controlling the change in breath. Just scratch the surface though. But also enough for the current Tabble. As for the use of Qi, Tabble is not in a hurry to master it now. Anyway, after watching the original animation, he still knows how Sun Wukong trained, and it is not a big problem to cultivate according to his routines in the future. This trip, the biggest gain. It's about fairy beans, this magical thing. Scions are one of the more buggy races in the Dragon Ball world. Their biggest feature is to improve their strength through battles again and again. Every serious injury, after recovery, their combat effectiveness will also increase. Among them are several special representatives. One is Sun Wukong's father. Bardock in the middle of a battle with Pizza. Travel back 1,000 years. After being treated, he was able to become a Super Saiyan because of anger. Obviously, he from 10,000 points of combat effectiveness. Growth to incredible heights. And the other one? It is Tabur's cheap big brother Vegeta. In the battle between Namex and Foley, he successfully recovered from serious injuries again and again, making his combat power reach millions, including means such as self-harm. although he died in the end. If he hadn't gotten the fairy beans before, Tabble would have been careful in the process of training. You must know that at this moment, the level of medical care on Earth is far from comparable to the Frisia Legion. In the original work, Vegeta was severely injured by Goku and his group after the failure to capture the Dragon Ball on Earth, but he survived from the dying state by relying on the life support system, until he returned to Frisia's planet, and relied on healing equipment to successfully restore life, and his combat effectiveness has also increased, completely surpassing his opponent Kaiouyi. So if it hurts, but it's really miserable. Even if it is because his physical fitness is strong enough to recover. But enduring pain for a long time, turning into a mummy for a long time, is an indispensable thing. But now, from the cat immortal, Tabble has obtained a full tank of fairy beans. Even if he eats one a day. All enough for him. Years of time have been consumed. So after coming back, Tabbour's training, it became crazy, 20 times the gravity, and it only took a few days to fully grasp it. Because Dr. Brive's research on spherical spacecraft during this time has basically eaten through the technology of this spacecraft. Therefore, there has also been a great breakthrough in the study of gravity chambers. Originally, with the current level of science and technology on the Earth, it would reach 20 times the gravity at most. Tabble approached Dr. Brive and said, "Dr. Brive, can you upgrade my gravity chamber? I think the current multiplier is no longer enough for me." Although Dr. Brive was surprised by Tabble's request, he did not refuse. After all, he is a mad scientist. For this kind of thing, he originally liked it. Another point, that is, he also liked Tabble. Why use a word? I think you understand. No matter how to say that Tabble is also a two-life person, this way of communicating with people, he is still very familiar, and it is natural to be likable. After Dr. Brive's tuning, Tabble's gravity chamber has now grown to 100 times the gravity. Although at the moment, speaking with the strength of Tabble, it is impossible. All at once, it opens to the highest gravity multiplier, but at least this gravity chamber can. Enough for him for a long time. With the support of Sendu, the external force type assists. Tabbour's training can be described as 1,000 miles in a day. The multiplier of the gravity type is higher and higher, and his own combat power is getting stronger and stronger, and he even has an idea in his heart. Will it wait until Raditz comes before and after? Frisia's combat effectiveness has become inadequate. Time is often inadvertently lost from us. Before you know it, 10 years have passed since Tabble came to Earth. The changes in this decade can be said to be very big. Thereinto, the most obvious change is his own combat effectiveness. 100 times the gravity, it is already completely able to withstand it, and the combat power can at least feel that it can reach the terrifying level of 3 million. But it was also stuck at this stage. And it was never able to go further. He knew that if he wanted to improve his strength, he had to break the shackles of potential and at least transform into a Super Saiyan. In this way, you can break your potential and go further. Of course, there is another way, that is, let the old world king god help himself, develop his potential, and reach the level of mysterious enlightenment in the original work. But he is self-aware. To his current extent, there is no contact with the level of the realm king god at all. So you can only honestly find a way to transform. End of this chapter. Exegesis. This chapter is considered a transitional chapter. Tabbour's cultivation has already been stated. The next words are to truly open the world of Dragon Ball. Although this chapter seems a bit boring, it is very necessary, so it is also here. Ask for a wave. Fresh flowers. And collect it. Thank you all. Chapter 010. Chapter 10. Welcome to the world of Dragon Ball. At the beginning, thank you for being able to insist on seeing this. As a writer of Reader's Uprising, creating a Dragon Ball fanfiction that you are looking forward to in your heart is just a dream, although it is really difficult to write, but try to finish the book, better look forward to meeting friends who share the same hobby, thank you. Body start. Super Saiyan transformation can be said to be the most buggy setting of the Saiyan. If it is said that the transformation of the giant ape combat power is 10 times increased is still acceptable. Goldfinger, after all, the weak tail is obvious, cut off can lose the effect of transformation. But the transformation of the Super Saiyan is different, and it is directly a 50-fold increase in combat power. The higher the basic strength, the higher the bonus of the transformation, and what is more buggy is that such a transformation can continue for several stages, which is also very against the sky. Except for the acceleration of gas consumption, there seems to be no side effects. As for how to transform into a Super Saiyan, Dragon Ball fans like Tabble naturally know, which is nothing more than to transform himself through extreme physical exercise and extreme anger. Of course, not any Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan through cultivation and anger. The premise of transformation is that you need to reach a certain number of S cells in the body and then grow S cells through anger and other outbreaks to transform. All Saiyans have a little S cells but not many of them. The reason why Son Goten and Trunks can simply transform into Super Saiyans at a young age is because they inherit a large number of S cells congenitally, and the most important thing to increase S cells is a stable heart. At that time, the earth has returned to peace, and everyone's life is carefree, which is why the road to Son Gohan's transformation is so difficult. It is difficult for Saiyans in this universe to have a peaceful heart, and the Saiyans who are known as the fighting race fight and kill all day, and they want to be calm and don't tease it. In comparison, the living environment of the earth is more suitable for increasing S cells than Vegeta. But Tabble is not a pure Saiyan, his soul essence is still an earthling who grew up in the River Crab Great Celestial Empire, and he is a little excited to come to this Dragon Ball world, and his heart is unusually calm. After more than 10 years of calm passing, the S cells in my body should be enough to transform, right? Touching his tail, which he had trained enough to be used as a whip, Tabble felt very happy. It's a pity that he doesn't have a Super Saiyan Lao Tzu, otherwise he would have been able to transform long ago. The biggest problem that troubles him now is actually anger. Yes, it's such a simple emotion. You must know that after coming to this world, his life is only cultivating the relationship between him and Boomer. These two things do not see which one will make him angry. So, is it really wrong to build a car behind closed doors? It turned out that his hard work on cultivation had become a stumbling block to his own progress. Shaking his head helplessly, Tabble decided, it seems that he is going to enter the world to cultivate his mind. Just as he was thinking about his next plan, the door to the gravity chamber was opened. And Tabble felt that the gravity around him suddenly returned to its original state, and turned to see that it was Boomer who came in. This is also an emergency device to do. As long as someone opens the door and comes in, then the gravity room will automatically shut down, otherwise with the current 100 times the gravity, ordinary people will directly press into minced meat. Boomer is coming. For Boomer, Tabble is a heartfelt love. Now 16-year-old Boomer has grown from the original little Raleigh to a young beautiful girl, not to mention the beauty of the person, the body is also a lot fuller, curvy, the whole body shows the youthful vitality. Yes, isn't it a surprise that Miss Ben came to see you, smelly man covered in sweat? Saying this, he came to Tabur's side with a smile on his face, and although he said that he was a stinky man, his arm still honestly held his strong arm. That's right, it's robust. After years of training and the supply of fairy beans, Tabble is no longer the thin image in the original book, but has grown into a macho man with a height of 1 meter 8 and interlaced muscles. Coupled with his very good looks, whenever he sees his handsome skin bag dressed thin and undressed with flesh, he will always think stinkily, if I had this body in my previous life, I basically had the right to unlimited mating/mating. For Boomer's actions at this time, Tabble has long been accustomed to it. After all, this is Luo/Lee cultivation/achievement, not being so close is his failure over the years, right? It is naturally my honor for Her Royal Highness to come and see me, so, what happened? Touching Boomer's silky light blue hair, Tabble asked, although the two of them basically missed a layer of window paper without opening it, but under normal circumstances, he knew that Boomer would not come to disturb his cultivation. Sure enough, I still can't hide it from you, let me tell you, the other day I found a strange ball in the apartment of the apartment school, although it looks like glass, but after I checked it, I found that it was an unknown substance. As she spoke, her expression also became excited, so I'm curious, what is this thing? So I looked up information according to the characteristics of a 5-pointed star inside it. What did you find? Hearing Boomer's words, Tabor's heart that had been calm for many years suddenly trembled, finally arrived. Isn't 10 years of anticipation just for this moment? He naturally knew that this was Dragon Ball, but he couldn't tell Boomer directly, right? Since she came to share with herself, it certainly does not refute her face. On the other hand, it is difficult to explain, is it not a prophet? Therefore, he shook his head decisively, I don't know, is there anything magical about this ball? Seeing that Tabble couldn't guess, the smile on Boomer's face deepened, I'll tell you, this thing is actually the legendary Dragon Ball. Legend has it that there are 7 Dragon Balls scattered all over the world. As long as you find 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon a dragon and fulfill a wish. Sure enough, Boomer found the first Dragon Ball, and the plot of the Dragon Ball world will really begin. Is it so amazing? So where are the other Dragon Balls? Tabble asked curiously and continued to ask. The other Dragon Balls are all over the world, but I have created a radar that can detect this substance by detecting this one in my hand. And as long as I follow the location indicated by this radar, I will soon be able to find all the Dragon Balls. Boomer said and took out a small round radar and shook it. In the previous life, Tabble also bought a figure of this shape, which cost him 700 oceans. But Boomer said and gradually leaked a shy expression, that you know I'm a girl, it's not safe to go out alone, I miss you. Hearing Boomer's last voice was already small like a mosquito, how could Tabble not know what she was thinking? He decisively stretched out his hands and grabbed Boomer's shoulders. How can you go alone? No, I have to accompany you. Saying that, he also looked at Boomer with burning eyes, and blushed with shame on her face. Tabble, you are so nice. Answering gently, Boomer agreed with joy in his heart. Looking at Boomer who had been buried in his arms, Tabble quietly compared a V gesture in his heart. At this moment, an incredible adventure officially began. Mayday Reading Book Day Heavenly Music, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 30th to May 4th. Chapter 011. Chapter 11, An Encounter with the Monkey King. There has been a legend that has been circulating for a long time that 7 round beads called Dragon Balls are scattered all over the world. These 7 Dragon Balls scattered around the world gather together, and if you recite the spell, you can summon the divine dragon, that is, with a dragon-shaped god, the person who gathers the 7 Dragon Balls can make a wish to the divine dragon, and any wish can be fulfilled. The Earth of the Dragon Ball world, although there is a very famous Dog King, does not mean that this planet, only one country exists. On this planet, large and small countries or 0 in total, there are a lot of countries, including a country called the Grumis Empire. The Glom's Empire was originally a quiet and peaceful agricultural country full of birds and flowers, but since the new king took office, everything has changed in the country. After the new king of the Grumis Empire took office, the country had a very large ruby reserve due to the discovery of the king's army. Therefore, they began to plunder wantonly, as if they were forcibly demolished, and anyone who dared to resist them would be subjected to very horrific torture. And the king, faced with such wanton behavior of his men, instead of restraining them, he allowed them to destroy them in this way, for the simple reason that their king was a foodie, and as long as his men satisfied his appetite, nothing else mattered. Therefore, the interior of this country is equivalent to being controlled by warlords, and the king is not expensive, just a puppet. In the king's world, all he needs is to eat a meal that satisfies him, and he doesn't care about anything else, so when he hears the legend about Dragon Ball, he sends 2 of his most popular men. The people here are therefore living in dire straits, and people desperately hope that someone will be able to overthrow the king. There are 2 sides to the story. What Boomer found in her school apartment was a 2-star Dragon Ball. When Tabble agreed to leave with him, Boomer was very happy, and after packing up his things, Boomer and Tabble set off. Because there are universal capsules in this world, so the luggage will become very convenient. There is no need to carry large bags on the back or drag out the door like in the previous life, just a small box of capsules, even airplanes. The house has been installed on the body. According to the instructions of the Dragon Ball radar, their first stop is a place called Bun Mountain. Maybe Boomer does not know what this place means, but Tabble understands that this is the home of the first protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku. Although he can fly, Tabble did not choose to fly, because this trip, in addition to finding Dragon Balls, was more for cultivating his state of mind. Let your heart no longer fluctuate and have ups and downs, so that you can transform into a Super Saiyan. So there is no need to pursue speed. Moreover, the driver is dissatisfied. Such enjoyment, where to find? Soon, the plane piloted by Boomer had already arrived near Bunza Mountain. Because this is a mountainous area, so for convenience, he found an open place to stop the plane and took a motorcycle. Of course, at this time, it is impossible to let Boomer drive. Watching Boomer release the motorcycle from the capsule, Tabble quickly stopped him. Boomer, otherwise, leave the motorcycle to me to drive. Okay. As soon as he heard Tabble's request, of course, Boomer had no reason to object, but secretly rejoiced in his heart. If Tabble rides a motorcycle, I can get closer to him. It's not surprising that she thinks like this. After all, in the original book, Boomer is a very enthusiastic girl. Of course, Tabble does not know what Boomer is thinking at this time. All he thinks at the moment is, let a woman ride a motorcycle to take herself? That's a shame. In his previous life, he also learned to drive motorcycles and cars, although the technology in this world is much more developed, but the basic operation is still similar, so the burden of driving a motorcycle is placed on Tabble. The motorcycle is speeding on the mountain road, with the driving skills of the past life, and the super physical fitness of the present life. Controlling a motorcycle, simply don't want, too easy. So the speed at which the whole motorcycle is galloping on a rough mountain road. It seems to be more than he is on the highway. Seeing this scene, Boomer was also frightened and screamed. The hands placed on Taboo's waist were also held tighter. Watching the reaction of the Dragon Ball getting closer and closer to him, Tabble suddenly stopped the motorcycle and looked up at the sky. At this time, there was actually a plane flying low above their heads. Boomer also calmed down from the gallop just now. He also followed Tabble's gaze. Seeing the plane in the sky, I was curious to say. In such a remote place, why would anyone come in such a plane? Originally, he thought that his plane might not be able to land in the mountains, so he changed his motorcycle, but he didn't expect that someone would come in with a plane here, so he was still surprised. But on the side, Tabble was surprised by the bat-shaped mark on the plane. As a Dragon Ball fan, even after 10 years, his memory has begun to gradually blur, but he is still impressed by some of the opening scenes of Dragon Ball. Some of them are memories of a theatrical version. To know the theatrical version of Dragon Ball and his manga as well as animated versions, many places are conflicting, such as one of the theatrical versions called The Legend of the Dragon. He told the process of Son Goku and Boomer looking for Dragon Ball for the first time, which was completely different from the original manga. The first scene told at the beginning is that the Foodie King's men come down to Bun Mountain and buy Sun Wukong's 4 planets for a gold coin. Vaguely remembered in Tabboo's memory. The King's men seem to have used bats as the legion's marking. Is this a theatrical version of the world? Tabble muttered inwardly. But it was just a little surprised. After all, these guys are just ants in his eyes. So turn the throttle again. Heading in the same direction as them. Only soon he stopped again. Because a little boy appeared in the middle of his road, I saw him dragging a fish larger than his body, walking effortlessly on the road. I saw that the child was not tall, but he was very thick, and there was a tail dangling around his waist, which was very funny. Just when Tabble sighed in his heart that he had finally met the first protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, a touch from his back made him suddenly feel ape. Because it was a sudden break, Boomer's body, which had been kept at a certain distance from Tabor, lost its balance. Hit him directly on the back. 2 regiments were full at the same time as they touched Kabul. The two suddenly had a feeling of electric shock. Tabble looked back just in time to see eyes that were also looking at her. Under the 4 eyes, a different kind of emotion was born from the two. Chapter 012. Chapter 12, 4 Planets. But just as Tabble was about to say something, an untimely voice interrupted them. Where are you, Yukai? Are you trying to grab my fish? The owner of the voice is naturally the protagonist of the original book, Sun Wukong. After all, he had not seen motorcycles or other humans, so he faced the group of Tabble who suddenly appeared. Immediately became alert. His grandfather once told him a story about a monster, and it was the monster who trampled his grandfather to death, so in the face of this unknown thing, the first thing he thought of was the word Yukai. After being interrupted by Sun Wukong's voice, Boomer immediately turned his head with a blush, not daring to look at him again. Tabble's heart was 10,000 drafts rushing past, and the great opportunity to go further with Boomer was interrupted by such a guy. Don't think that you are my former idol, I won't hit you. Author's narrator, will this anger make you directly a Super Saiyan? Tabble, get out. Although he was very indignant in his heart, Tabble still said to Sun Wukong. Little friend, I think you misunderstood, I'm not a monster, I'm human. When saying the 3 words of children, Tabble gritted his teeth, although he was about the same age as Sun Wukong, but who let Tabble develop well after speaking, he walked out of the motorcycle with Boomer and the two. Looking at the 2 people who came out, Sun Wukong suddenly shouted again, there are monsters coming out of the monster again. Saying that, he raised his golden hoop rod and jumped towards the 2. It seems that there is really a momentum to split Huashan. Looking at this clan member who had been brain broken since childhood, Tabble was also very speechless in his heart. With his eyesight, he can naturally see that Sun Wukong at this time is just a scumbag. After all, they are all teenagers, and their bodies still look like a child who has just entered kindergarten. Even if the innate quality is very poor, the growth of the day after tomorrow is also a mess, maybe only after reaching the temple to cultivate, nutrition can keep up, but that is, he relied on such a body and almost became the first existence in the universe. It's really a fool's blessing. In the face of the sudden attack of the Monkey King, Tabble did not take his attack into his eyes, but just gently reached out and grabbed his golden hoop stick. I said, didn't you hear clearly? The 2 of us are people, not monsters. After saying that, Goku flew back faster than he rushed, but fortunately, Tabble didn't use his strength, and he was able to land safely on the ground. Goku, who could not attack, only then did he begin to carefully observe Tabble and Boomer. Although it is not the same as himself and grandfather, it is still similar to are they really human? At this time, Boomer was intently looking at the tail behind Sun Wukong. He knew that Tabble was from an alien source. And the tail is the mark of the Tabble people. You know, although there are many chaotic races on the earth, none of them are humans with monkey tails. So now that he saw another such existence, how could he not be surprised? So she said to Tabor. He's not, look, he has the same tail as you, do you say he's also a scion? Tabor also pretended to observe the Monkey King. After a moment of silence, he said. I think he should be my people, after all. There were still many young scion children sent to all over the universe, he may be one of them, but I think he is a little silly, maybe he was hurt when he first came to Earth. Boomer also agreed with Tabble's idea. If it weren't for brain problems, how could you not recognize humans and monsters? As for the Monkey King on the other side, he can only say that he knows 10 tips and 9 tips for the two people. After all, he lives in Bunza Mountain all year round. He has almost no understanding of the outside world. So what scions and what clansmen and so on, he didn't know anything. All he knew was that the other party was not a yokai. As a simple person, Sun Wukong quickly apologized to the two. I'm sorry, I didn't know that you two are also humans. I thought you two were yokai. You must know that this place has monsters, and trampled my grandfather to death. Tabble naturally knew that he was the culprit who trampled his grandfather to death, but he would not hurt him by saying it so bluntly. And since he knew that his head had been traumatized, he did not pursue it further. He said to Sun Wukong with a smile. The two of us are here to find something called Dragon Ball. Do you know where there is such a thing around here? Said. Boomer also cooperated and took out his 2-star Dragon Ball from his pocket. After shaking it, he said. That's it. The moment Sun Wukong saw the Dragon Ball, his heart suddenly became anxious. Because he didn't know that there were 7 Dragon Balls, he thought Boomer took the one his grandfather gave him. Suddenly, a flash of his feet snatched the Dragon Ball in Boomer's hand. At the same time, he said angrily in his mouth. Why did you steal my grandfather? I don't know why, I have a feeling of a gourd baby when I write this. After all, Boomer is just a girl who can't even fight 5 scum. So it wasn't until Sun Wukong opened her mouth to speak that she reacted that the Dragon Balls in her hand had been snatched away. Quickly explained to Goku. See clearly for yourself, my one is 2 stars, and it should be different from yours. With Boomer's IQ, it is completely possible to see from Sun Wukong's reaction that Sun Wukong has definitely seen Dragon Ball. Hearing Boomer's explanation, Sun Wukong looked down at the snatched Dragon Ball in his hand. Sure enough, there are only 2 stars in this Dragon Ball, and the one of your own has 4. So he quickly returned the Dragon Ball in his hand to Boomer embarrassedly. I thought you snatched my grandfather, and my grandfather left me a similar bead, but there were 2 more stars in it than yours. Hearing Goku say this. Where does Boomer not know that he really has a Dragon Ball in his hand, which means that the one displayed on the Dragon Ball radar is his? So he hurriedly asked. So where is that Dragon Ball of yours? Can you show me around? Sun Wukong, such a simple child, of course, would not think too much, so he led the two back to his house. However, he was surprised to find that the bead that his grandfather had left him had turned into a shining golden coin. Hey, how did Grandpa become like this? Boomer looked at the coin in Goku's hand and thought to himself, someone actually wanted to buy the Dragon Ball with a gold coin. What kind of people are they? It was also at this very moment. The sound of planes taking off suddenly sounded outside the house. The 3 men walked out of the house and looked at a bat emblazoned one. The plane is slowly taking to the air. Looking at the situation in front of him, Boomer's heart suddenly became angry. So he took out his universal capsule box and took out a capsule labeled 5. Dropped on the ground, bang, a plane appeared in front of the 3 people, and suddenly scared Sun Wukong, a soil leopard. Tabble, who has seen the theatrical version, naturally knows that in the original book, because of going to grab this Dragon Ball, Boomer's plane was not only shot down, but even she was scared to pee later. Unwilling to see this embarrassing scenario happen again, Tabble immediately stopped Boomer, who was about to get on the plane. You don't go, they use military fighters, you are a civilian version, it's too much of a loss, let me go for this kind of rough work. Without waiting for Boomer to answer, he immediately flew into the sky. Compared with Tabble's current combat effectiveness, the speed of this aircraft is simply turtle speed in front of him. So in less than a breath, he came to the window of the fighter. He knocked on the windshield of the fighter, and after the 2 people in the plane were attracted by him, they didn't care about the shocked looks of the 2 people in the plane, and he tapped his finger on the nose of the plane with his own care. Suddenly, the fighters, which could have withstood the missile bombardment, actually began to disintegrate inch by inch. Of course, this does not include 2 soldiers. They also began to fall out of the air in free fall with the wreckage of the plane. Tabble didn't care about the 2 of them, even if one of them looked good. Narrator, if you want to pick up a girl, you can't be in front of Boomer. Take care of yourself to find the Dragon Balls in this pile of debris that is still falling. He didn't use his full strength, otherwise, the hardness of the Dragon Ball would not have been able to withstand his attack. Using super fast flight speed, after searching among the fragments, he found the 4-star Dragon Ball in a box. Satisfied, holding the Dragon Ball in his hand, he quickly returned to Boomer's side. Handed the Dragon Ball in his hand to Boomer. Here you go, the little trouble has been solved. End of this chapter. Chapter 015. Chapter 15 set off in search of the 3rd Dragon Ball. After receiving the 4-star Dragon Ball from Tabul's hand, Boomer thought for a while and turned to Sun Wukong and said, I wonder if you can lend me this Dragon Ball. With Sun Wukong's current mental level, he naturally did not understand the value of this thing, and he asked blankly, what is the Dragon Ball you have been talking about? Isn't this ball Grandpa? After all, Dragon Ball still belongs to the legendary existence in this world, and the people of the 9 layers and 9 layers on the earth must not know its existence, let alone the soil bun of Sun Wukong. So Boomer patiently explained, this thing is called Dragon Ball, and I once found one, in my warehouse, a total of 7 beads that emit shimmering light, and it is characterized by 1 to 7 stars in each of them. Yes, there are 4 stars in Grandpa's ball. Listening to Boomer's words, Sun Wukong put his grandfather in front of his eyes, looked carefully, and sure enough, there were 4 5-pointed stars in it. These are 4 planets, the first one I found is 2 planets. If you collect 7 Dragon Balls, something big will happen. Boomer said mysteriously. What's the big deal? What are you going to do with Dragon Balls? Do you make Buddha beads and wear them around your neck? Sure enough, the brain circuitry of this brain-dead child is not the same as that of ordinary people. Of course not. Legend has it that if you collect 7 Dragon Balls and recite a spell, the dragon will appear, which can help people fulfill any wish, but only one wish can be fulfilled at a time, and it seems that someone has become a king because of collecting Dragon Balls in the past, but after a long period of time, Dragon Balls are scattered all over the place. So I'm going to bring them back together, and I even have a wish in mind, Boomer said, but the corner of his eye quietly looked at Tabor. Seeing that he was looking around at this broken house, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Looking at the amazed Monkey King Boomer, he continued, this is how things are, so you lend me the 4 planets. No, absolutely not, this is my grandfather's relic. What a petty hum. What's wrong with lending it to me? He is of little use to you. At this time, Boomer's eldest lady's spleen also burst out, looking at Sun Wukong with an unhappy face. However, Sun Wukong would eat her set, and directly and forcefully rebuffed him, no. In the comics of the previous life, Boomer would use seduction at this moment. I want to exchange this Dragon Ball by letting Sun Wukong touch her ass. After all, in her eyes, Sun Wukong is a little brat, and being touched by him is not considered to be taken advantage of. But at this moment, Tabble was around, and she naturally couldn't use such a way again. So he could only look at Sun Wukong with dry eyes, helpless. See Boomer and Sun Wukong, who are in embarrassment. Tabble knew that this was the event he should play, and he was still unaccustomed to being missing for half a chapter. Although he had been looking around at Sun Wukong's old house just now, his attention was still on the 2. So he walked to the 2 and said to Sun Wukong, actually, we just want to make a wish with this Dragon Ball. We'll not think about possessing it. As long as we fulfill our wish, we will return the Dragon Ball to you. And if you're not at ease, you can also follow us so you can watch your Dragon Ball. What do you think? You know, there's a lot of good food out there. Follow us. You can not only gain insight, but also eat delicious," Tabal said to Sun Wukong in a seductive tone. At this moment, Sun Wukong is not the battle maniac of the future. Just tell him where there is a chance to fight, and he will definitely follow. But now he seems to be tempted only by food. Hearing Tabal's words, Sun Wukong was obviously moved. In this big mountain, what we eat every day is some of the nearby wildlife. At first, it was fine, but over time, there were fewer and fewer animals nearby. In addition, his food intake is also increasing. Many times it is a state of not having enough to eat. So as soon as he heard that there was something delicious, he didn't think much about it, so he agreed. As a result, the protagonist of the original Dragon Ball world embarked on his original path because of the food. This is the torrent of history, and it can't be stopped. Although Sun Wukong agreed to set off together, before leaving, several people decided to eat a meal first. The main ingredient is naturally the huge fish that Sun Wukong caught before. For people like Sun Wukong, who basically can't take care of themselves, cooking is only barbecue at most. There are several scenes of him cooking in the original book, all of which are barbecues. What grilled fish, roasted wolves, roasted demon races and so on. And there is no ingredient, the taste is definitely not very good, just that you can eat enough. But in this life, there are crossers like Tabal. Naturally, it was impossible to let him go for a barbecue again. As a citizen of the great celestial empire, cooking was obviously a necessary skill. So Tabal took the initiative to make this lunch. He came to Sun Wukong's kitchen and looked at the thick dust, thinking that he might forget it. So he asked Boomer to take the house out. Using the man's kitchen in the house, he made a delicious lunch for several people. Of course, one fish is certainly not enough. Fortunately, Boomer also understands the right amount of tabor, so he also puts a lot of food in the capsule. Sometimes I also think that if it weren't for Boomer, the white rich beauty, it would be a problem for Tabal to mix food and clothing in the Dragon Ball world, who made him a big stomach king. This meal was very enjoyable for everyone. Especially Sun Wukong, who has not eaten for a long time. After eating this meal, he became even more determined to follow Tabal and his group. After eating and drinking, the three of them immediately set off. Because motorcycles can only carry 2 people. So now the 3 of them can only set off in a jeep. It was also Tabal who drove Boomer to sit beside him. Sun Wukong, this is the way the ballet into the city, lying on the glass, looking everywhere. This time they were aiming for a Dragon Ball reaction that was shown in the south. I think it's the Dragon Ball of the Turtle Immortal, I hope he won't die. This time, Tabal's speed learned the lesson that frightened Boomer before, and he didn't drive fast. It's more like a sightseeing mood. However, after driving for a while, everyone's attention was suddenly attracted by a cry for help from the side of the road. I saw that not far from the road, a red giant with a unicorn on his head was chasing a little girl dressed in red and a white apron. I saw that the little girl's figure was simply a female version of the Monkey King. Tabal silently complained inwardly. If it was a beautiful woman, maybe she would go to the rescue, but unfortunately this negative score exists in Tabal and is not interested at all. I don't know if there is a problem with the aesthetics of this oolong. How can you see such a existence? Could it be because he is about the same size as him? The giant in front of him who was chasing the little girl was transformed from the oolong. Speaking of which, in the world of Dragon Ball, this transformation skill is still very magical. It is still very convenient to use in the early stage of Dragon Ball, which is a good auxiliary skill. Of course, if you meet someone who can recognize the breath, it seems to be wasted. In the face of this kind of bullying of the weak, the existence of empty space with a sense of justice will obviously not sit idly by. So he immediately rushed up with his golden hoop rod and blocked the little girl. End of this chapter. Notes. 1. I was mistaken, Boomer found the Dragon Balls in the warehouse. Chapter 0-16. Chapter 16 Oolong. Boomer was surprised by what happened to the unicorn in front of him, and shouted Yukai. Frightened, he threw himself into Tabur's arms. There is no way around this, after all, she is only a teenage girl. There are many weirdos in this world, but there are very few that look as strange as this unicorn transformed into a Oolong. Besides, there are also traces of her deliberately eating tofu. For the sudden appearance of Tabor and his group, Oolong showed great disdain. These few in front of him were just a few young people, they didn't look like they had any force, and it was not the first time he had done this kind of robbery of people's women. In the past, even if someone dared to do something uneven, they would be scared away by his other transformations. So he ignored the Monkey King who was blocking in front of him, and then said to the little girl in front of him, "Don't be afraid, I just want to marry you." Obviously, Monkey King has no concept of the word marriage at all, even when Kiki comes to him. Or don't understand the concept of marriage. Even in future plots, when others asked him why he married Kiki, his answer was, "I thought it was a delicious thing." What an unreliable person! Oolong was very unhappy with the little man in front of him who had repeatedly ruined his good deeds. Angrily yelled at him, "What are you?" That momentum does seem to be full of bluffs, but it is a pity that his opponent is the nervous Monkey King, and this kind of momentum has no effect on him at all. Even if it is by Quan Wang in front of him, in the eyes of Sun Wukong, there is no difference from ordinary people. Sun Wukong also said to Oolong in an unkind tone, "My name is Sun Wukong, and my dead grandfather told me that bullying the weak is not the right behavior." "Ha ha ha ha, don't laugh at the dead, you dwarf winter melon, you actually dare to go against this king, be careful to get a pane of flesh and skin. My strength is very strong." Saying that, Oolong was still banging his chest with his hands like an orangutan. While knocking, he demonstrated to Gaku and said, "Now give you one last chance, if you want to leave, leave quickly." How can his bluffing way be able to get down to the nervous Monkey King? At most it will scare ordinary people. So Sun Wukong unceremoniously stunned back, "Why should I escape? If there is any trick, you can just let the horse come." Oolong heard Sun Wukong's answer, and immediately felt that this little man in front of him was very difficult to handle, and in his heart he still wondered if it was because the little giant he transformed into was not terrifying enough. So with a bang, a puff of white smoke dispersed, and the Oolong turned into a steel giant. To be honest, when he saw this transformation, Tabble thought that this product was transformed into an enlarged version of Cayman Superman? And what does that bowl of soup in your hand mean? Is it to eat and fight at the same time? After Oolong transformed into a steel giant, he arrogantly said to the Monkey King in front of him, "Do you dare to come over again? If you don't leave, I'll put you in a bowl and stew it into soup and drink it." Saying that, he also knocked on his own bowl, but without noticing, he actually put his fingers into the soup bowl, burning himself and screaming. This is amazing, the transformed food is actually real, not fantasy. If he uses this ability on the right path, such as opening a restaurant, will he also be able to make money? The occurrence of this scene also stunned Sun Wukong in front of Oolong. He said without the slightest mercy, "No, in fact, you are very weak." Seeing that he seemed to have been pierced by the General Oolong, he suddenly jumped to his feet in anger. "I'm very good, and there are almost no people in the world who are better than me. You actually dare to say that I am weak, then how powerful can you be?" After that, he walked to a big tree next to him and patted the trunk with his transformed big hand and said, "If you think you're strong, can you break this tree?" With Oolong's vision, there is a limit to how powerful this little ghost head in front of him is. How can he break this big tree surrounded by two people? He did this just to make Sun Wukong retreat, but how did he know that this existence in front of him was not an existence that he could understand at all? Just such a tree, which is a Monkey King who already has more than 10 points of combat effectiveness, is simply pediatric. After all, he lived alone in the mountains. If you cut down a tree, just break the tree directly. Where do you need something like an axe, a machete? So in the surprised eyes of everyone except Tabor, Sun Wukong jumped up in the air, and the fist of flesh directly bombarded the tree trunk. It all happened in an instant, after Sun Wukong jumped back to the same place. At first, the tree did not appear to be damaged at all, but after only a few seconds, the entire trunk broke directly from the roots. It fell to the ground with a bang, causing a shake on the ground. At this time, Oolong was still holding the tree and grinning before. But how to look at this action and how to feel embarrassing? After a few seconds, Oolong finally regained his senses, and he was completely subverted by the scene in front of him. How can a child now be so powerful that he can break such a thick tree with one punch? If he continues to stay here and his fist hits his head, won't he have to burst his brain directly? So when his mind turned sharply, he slammed and turned into a pig-faced bat. This shows that his transformation means are really very clumsy, and it is normal to transform into other things, but if the situation is urgent, he will show his own characteristics. Of course, this may be because he was expelled when he was in kindergarten, which led to poor learning. Sun Wukong saw the Oolong bang, and thought that he was going to change something powerful, but who knew that she actually transformed into a flying bat and fled directly. So he immediately chased after him, shouting from the mouth, "Don't run!" Boomer saw Sun Wukong running into the forest alone, and his heart was also quite anxious. After all, people are brought out by him. If they are lost, how bad it is. A hillbilly like Sun Wukong, if he is allowed to get lost alone, God knows where to find him. But after thinking about it, the 4-star Dragon Ball is still in custody on Sun Wukong himself. Even if he loses it, he can use the Dragon Ball radar to find him. But apparently the speed of the Monkey King is concerned. He must not have heard Boomer's cries. Tabble walked over to Boomer's side. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, he can live in the mountains for so long by himself, naturally he has his own way. You don't have to worry about him, but there is someone who can care about him right now." After that, he also pointed to the little girl hiding behind the tree. Of course, Tabble knew that Sun Wukong could not have any accidents, at most it was only a battle with Yamcha, who appeared for the first time, but this time Sun Wukong was in a state of fullness. That Yamcha doesn't know if he can beat Sun Wukong like in his previous life? For this potential love rival, Tabble is very disdainful. Not to mention its own low combat effectiveness. Still a playboy. Even a perfect woman like Boomer, he can miss it. It's a shame among men. Of course, in this life, Boomer has nothing to do with him. If he doesn't come closer, it's nothing, after all, they are all future Z fighters. But if he still wants to be close to Boomer, then Tabble must let him see why the flowers are so red. End of this chapter. Thank you for the monthly pass, thank you. Chapter 017. Chapter 17. When Boomer drove the little girl with the little girl to find the Monkey King. The scene in front of him made Tabble stunned for a moment. I saw that at this time, there was a humanoid object lying at Sun Wukong's feet. I can't see his original appearance, I can only vaguely see that it is a human being. I saw that he had a blue nose, a swollen face, messy hair, and a few missing teeth at the moment. Venus was lying on the ground, as if he had passed out. Isn't this Yamuti, who doesn't even have the qualifications to watch from the sidelines? After seeing this scene, Tabble silently gave Sun Wukong a thumbs up in his heart, which is simply a god teammate. Not only beat Yamcha, but even broke his face, so that the first encounter between Yamcha and Boomer's original fate was perfectly destroyed. Seeing that this had been resolved, Tabble beckoned Sun Wukong to get into the car. And Sun Wukong didn't want Oolong to go out and bully others again, so he also brought him to the car. As for Yamcha who passed out, sorry, no one will pay attention to him at all. In this way, the team to find the Dragon Ball has grown by another point, and the jeep of 4 people is no longer enough to sit, and it just so happens that it is also night. So Boomer found another RV from the capsule. I have to say, you can really do whatever you want with money, what kind of car you want, or the kind that carries a big box. After all, although it is a capsule, its essence is still a car. Few people can be so luxurious, otherwise it is impossible to have a box of equipment like Boomer. In the car, everyone chatted while drinking drinks. I didn't expect you to be such a cute little pig, why should you be a satyr? Oolong's appearance is still very pleasing, so it is inevitable that Boomer will ask such a question. It's this little piglet with a cuckold. He replied disapprovingly. Piggy is, what's wrong? There was no repentance in seeing him. Boomer didn't bother to continue talking to him. He turned to look at the girl in the white apron next to him and asked. Little sister, it's so late, what are you doing outside alone? For the people in front of her who helped her solve a crisis. The little girl said very shyly. I'm sorry, actually. I wanted to go to the southern island to find Wuxian, the god of martial arts, but I met him on the way, but fortunately you saved me and you. Boomer and Gaku obviously hadn't heard of Wuxian sensei's name. But unexpectedly, Oolong, the little piglet, had actually heard of it. I've heard his name, I've heard that he's a martial artist, claiming to be the strongest man in the world, and some people call him. Well, it seems to be called a turtle immortal, right? As soon as he said that teacher Wuxian was the strongest in the world, Sun Wukong, who was holding a big ham next to him and nibbling, maybe a scion in his body, and he immediately became interested. While eating the meat, he said vaguely, is it? Then I'd rather go see him. Boomer listened to the little girl. The mouth is embarrassed, although we are also going south, the direction is the same, but she did not say her purpose. After all, the less things like finding Dragon Balls, the safer people know. But the little girl was very excited, she jumped out of the chair and put her arm around Boomer. Pleaded. Big sister, please, let me go with you, okay? The encounter with Oolong just now really scared her. This happened not long after I set off, what if something like this happens next? Looking at Boomer's still very hesitant expression, she quickly continued. I really need to ask Teacher Wuxian to save our country. There is a group of people who bullied everyone miserably in order to get the rubies of our country. Ruby? What is that? Can I eat it? You don't need to think about it. You also know that the guy who asked such a mentally retarded question must be Sun Wukong, and this guy's common sense of life is basically equal to zero. In desperation, dissatisfied and explained to Sun Wukong what a ruby is. Unlike in previous lives, in this world, rubies are the most precious gemstones. However, after being asked a few mentally retarded questions by Sun Wukong in a row, Boomer did not have the patience to explain it to him again. And Tabble then asked like a little girl. What about after finding the turtle immortal? I'm going to ask the turtle immortals to fix the bad guys who bullied us. Since the discovery of rubies, our King Grumus has become a monster who eats only the best. And in order to get something more delicious, he desperately asked everyone to dig rubies. When she said this, the little girl's face was full of hatred, and it was hard to imagine that a little girl would show such an expression. But thinking that it was her hometown and relatives, who could not hate him. I heard that the king also sent people out to find the 7 Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. After she said this sentence, she immediately surprised Boomer. It turned out that the one who snatched the Dragon Ball with them before was King Grumus's subordinates. I just said why the reactions of the Dragon Balls are all gathered together. It turns out that someone has already begun to collect them. Boomer suddenly showed an expression of realization. Now that the reasons for everything are already clear, then Boomer has no reason to refuse the little girl to accompany. After all, they are indeed going to the south, and the last Dragon Balls are also in the little girl's country, and it doesn't matter if they go together. After all, there was only one dragon reaction on the southern side. In other words, this is the only Dragon Ball that exists independently. At this time, the corner of Tabble's mouth suddenly pulled out a bad smile. Because in his perception, outside the window of the car, two figures were eavesdropping. This decade of cultivation, he has already mastered the skills of using chi. Not only can you control your own combat power to burst or hide, you can also feel the presence around you through your breath. After comparing the chi with the breath felt, it was found that the owner of the breath outside the window was Yamcha, who had been beaten into a pig's head by Sun Wukong before. Unexpectedly, he actually dared to appear here, and dared to eavesdrop. Although he was just an ant, Table didn't think too much. But small punishments are still indispensable. So he picked up the cup that had already been drunk. He poured himself a full glass of boiling water in the water dispenser. Quietly walked to the window. Silently, he stretched his cup out the window. And the Yamcha outside the window is listening attentively at this time. Where can you still notice this sticking out water cup? So just 3 seconds later, a mournful cry of pain came from outside the window. Boomer curiously walked to the window and looked at Table and asked, "What just happened? Why is there such a miserable scream outside? Is there anyone nearby?" Table shook the empty cup in front of her eyes, which had not had a drop of water in his hand, and smiled. "No, I accidentally spilled water from the cup just now. Maybe you ran into a wild wolf passing by." Relational. Boomer looked at Table suspiciously. Was that the cry of a wolf just now? Although it feels strange, she really trusts Table from the bottom of her heart. So I didn't say anything more. After making a decision, everyone went back to their rooms, ready to rest for the night, and officially set out tomorrow to find the turtle immortal. End of chapter. Because I received a monthly pass, thank you for adding a chapter, thank you. Chapter 018. Chapter 18, The Strength of the Turtle Immortals dies. In fact, in Table's eyes, he didn't hate Yamacha. It's just a little angry. After all, a supporting role appears at the beginning of Dragon Ball. There was even a guy who once had the first heroine, and in the late stage of Dragon Ball, he didn't even have the qualifications to play soy sauce. This can only be said to be a sadness. If he cultivated well, although he might not be able to catch up with Klin, who had been developed by the Great Elder in battle. But the three-eyed Tianjin meal, he will not necessarily lose. So it can only be said that this is fate. The original winner in life said that the fall is depravity. Exciting. I don't know. This life changed his and Boomer's fate. Will he work hard? Without thinking about Yamcha again, Table gradually fell asleep. Early the next morning, everyone first drove to the beach. Then it was changed to a speedboat to travel in the vast sea. Following the little girl's guidance, they were heading towards teacher Wu Tian's house. But coincidentally, the place where the little girl is pointing is surprisingly consistent with the direction where the Dragon Ball is located. This surprised Boomer. It didn't take long to look at a small island that was getting closer and closer in the distance. The little girl shouted happily. "It's here!" Of course, she didn't need to say it. Everyone also knew that this was the house of the Turtle Immortals, because they saw that the Turtle Immortals were very angry and wrote their names on the pink roof, and from this pink hut, it can be seen that there must be a little Gongju living in the heart of teacher Wushan. After docking the boat, Boomer heard Sun Wukong behind him sighing that the river in front of him was so wide, and before he could complain that he had not seen the world, an old man with a turtle shell on his back was walking out of the house. He walked towards Sun Wukong on crutches. Pointing one end of his crutch at Goku's nose, questioned. "I heard that there was a kid who wanted to kill me and become famous. Little ghost, is not you?" Without waiting for Goku to argue, he continued to speak to himself. "I won't be killed by you so easily. I advise you to dismiss that idea now." The little girl saw that the two seemed to be about to clash, so she hurriedly explained from it. "You misunderstood, that man is my life-saver. How could he possibly want to kill teacher Wushan? Impossible. The turtle immortal has never had much resistance to the girl's words, so he turned his head in surprise and said in the direction behind the house, "Hey, you come out, didn't you say that someone would come to challenge me and kill me?" Startled by the words of the turtle immortal, Yamacha, who was hiding in the corner of the wall, shivered. How can he say that he is also a person in the martial arts world? He must know the power of the turtle immortals, and now his lies seem to be about to be exposed. What he will face next is definitely not a good thing. So he gave himself a beating. The last struggle, which was done in vain, rushed out. "Don't listen to them, Teacher Wuxian, don't be deceived." He ran to Sun Wukong's side and said to the turtle immortal, "This gang is here for the big bad." But before he could continue to make it up, Sun Wukong suddenly remembered something. Pointing at him. "Ah, what kind of wolf were you yesterday?" No wonder Gaku didn't react. Because the Yamacha shape at this time was not the same as before. One of the biggest changes is that shiny head. After all, last night Tabble poured a glass of boiling water on top of his head, although with his physique could not hurt him. But his hair wasn't so lucky. I don't know if you have ever seen the scene of killing pigs? Generally, after killing the pig, it will be poured on the pig with boiling water, so that the pig hair is easy to come off. Last night, Yamacha experienced such an unforgettable hair removal experience. "Tabble, you look at that person's appearance is funny." Boomer looked at the bald head in front of him and said to Tabble with a grin. Tabble certainly welcomed it. In the original work, Boomer is a member of the Appearance Association, and when he sees Yamacha's handsome face, he leans in. At this moment, Yamacha's appearance is not at all handsome, and another more important thing is next to Boomer stands a more handsome Tabble. At this point, we can officially declare that Yamacha is completely cool. As a human spirit who has lived for hundreds of years, the turtle immortal also found abnormal performance in Yamacha's expression. So he said to everyone, "It doesn't matter, which of you is a good person and who is a bad guy, you will naturally know after trying it later." With that, he pointed his crutches at the sky and shouted, "Come on, Duyun." It's just that the embarrassing scene happened, and the somersault cloud in his mouth did not appear. Perhaps to ease this embarrassing emotion. Maybe he really remembered something, after holding this posture that summoned the action of the somersault cloud for a few seconds. He shouted again in the other direction. This time did not disappoint everyone, and a golden cloud really flew and stayed in front of everyone. "What is this?" Faced with the inquiry of Sun Wukong, who was very curious about everything at this time, the turtle immortal explained very patiently. "This thing is called a somersault cloud. As long as you sit on it, you can fly in the sky as much as you want. However, only those with a pure heart can sit on this somersault cloud. All in all, that is, only good children can sit on it." Heard the explanation of the turtle immortal. The corners of Tabur's mouth twitched suddenly. What kind of kind-hearted people? In the world of Dragon Ball, it seems that only the Monkey King family can ride the Doudou cloud. But how can a kind-hearted person be the only family? It can only be said that their family is very simple, can also be said to be silly, and ordinary people, even if he is kind, will always have some messy thoughts in his heart. Therefore, it is impossible to meet the riding requirements of this somersault cloud. After explaining the role of Duyun with Gaku, the turtle immortals decided to experiment with everyone first. Maybe he hadn't experienced it for hundreds of years and forgot. Or did he not recognize what kind of virtue he really was? This is the existence of the record of collecting adult magazines in the Dragon Ball world. Sure enough, he just jumped onto the somersault cloud with an arrow. It's like passing through an ordinary cloud. With a bang, it hit the ground without accident. And a deep pit was smashed in the ground. Of course, it can also be seen from this that the turtle shell of the turtle immortal is heavy. This is also a gravity practice, which is why he can become a strong among the earthlings, right? Looking at the turtle immortal lying on the ground and covering his waist, shouting loudly in pain. Everyone couldn't hold back their laughter. They all burst out laughing. And the little girl also questioned the strength of the turtle immortal, even if she didn't say it, but her eyes betrayed her. But without waiting for him to say anything, the scene that happened next attracted everyone's attention again. I saw that Wukong lightly jumped onto the somersault cloud that stopped on the ground, and unlike the previous turtle immortal who passed directly through, Sun Wukong stood firmly on the somersault cloud. After carefully probing a few steps on the cloud with his feet, and finding that it was very stable, Sun Wukong began to jump excitedly on the cloud. At the same time, he also controlled the muscles to soar in the blue sky. Flying will always be a very tempting thing for humans. Therefore, I am still very excited to be able to fly the Monkey King by myself, so I fly higher and farther. And the turtle immortal who slowed down from the ground also looked at Sun Wukong with emotion. I thought, well, he's not bad, he's pretty good at driving that cloud. It was obvious who was lying, and when he turned his head to look at the bald Yamcha, he saw him quickly leaving with the motorboat of Puya Road. No way, when he saw the turtle immortal take out a tendon cloud that could tell if he was lying. He was ready to slip away, and when he saw Sun Wukong driving this somersault cloud into the sky, he knew that he had completely failed this time, so he hurriedly took advantage of the time when everyone was focusing on the Monkey King in the sky and did not find him. Quickly boarded his motorboat and quickly walked away from this place of right and wrong. Boomer looked away from the fleeing bald man. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a glowing object next to him. It seems very familiar. Turn around and take a closer look. On the neck of the turtle starman, there was a dragon ball hanging from it. Feel the look in Boomer's eyes. The turtle immortal took out the dragon ball very proudly and put it on his hand to introduce him proudly. This thing is beautiful. I picked it up at the bottom of the sea 100 years ago. But what greeted him was not Boomer's envious and adoring eyes. Instead, it was a scream, which frightened him to lie on the ground again. That's right, it's really Dragon Ball, can you give it to me? Looking at the eyes full of sincerity, the turtle immortal did not directly refuse, but leaked a lewd smile. Actually, you can give it to you. But let me touch your bobo, okay? I heard the turtle immortal say the same request as in the original book. In Tabor's heart, an uncontrolled surge of murderous aura emerged. Although he knew that this was a characteristic of the turtle immortals. But in Tabor's eyes, Boomer was his forbidden man. Anyone who dares to touch will become his enemy. At the moment when his murderous aura leaked out, a strong person on the entire earth who can sense the breath. It was all an instant cold sweat. And this first includes the turtle immortals. In fact, the turtle immortals at this stage still do not have receptors. But who brought him so close to Tabul? And this momentum is also because of him. As a result, he suddenly had the feeling of carrying the entire mountain, and even felt that if he moved a little, even if he blinked his eyes, he might die in the next second. With difficulty, he turned his head to the source of that momentum. I saw that it was a young man who had not spoken from beginning to end. Originally, he didn't pay much attention to him. But now he suddenly realized that the person in front of him might really be a flood beast. As a human spirit, of course, he knew that it was because of what he said that led to such a result. So he quickly trembled and said incoherently, I'm kidding. Since this beautiful girl likes it, then you can take it. Saying that, he continued to remove the dragon balls from his neck with trembling hands. Originally hearing the request of the turtle immortal, Boomer, who was a little angry, saw the plot suddenly flip at this time. The mood suddenly changed from cloudy to clear. She happily took the dragon ball and walked to Tabor. Said as if offering a treasure. You see, we have 3 dragon balls now. Just go to that King Grumus. We'll be able to collect all the dragon balls. It was only after hearing Boomer's words that Tabul reacted. Quickly controlled his breath, and quickly put away the cold face just now. Revealed a bright smile. Is it? That's great. However, since the turtle immortals gave you such valuable Dragon Balls, then we can't ask for other people's things for nothing. I heard that this is a lecherous old man. I'll help him order a vintage adult magazine. It can also be regarded as an exchange for Dragon Ball. Feel Taper's murderous aura disappear. The turtle immortal had a feeling of rejoicing for the rest of his life, and the turtle shell on his back seemed to have been filled with cold sweat. Although he lost the Dragon Ball, at least his life was saved. Why is this guy so scary? Why is there such a terrifying momentum? But he hadn't yet resented Tabble in his heart. Tabble's words suddenly made him feel like he had ascended from hell to heaven again. Although he can't touch a young and beautiful girl like Boomer. But having a vintage adult magazine is also a very beautiful thing. In an instant, the little haze in my heart just now disappeared with the upcoming magazine. End of this chapter. Chapter 020. Chapter 20, Summoning the Divine Dragon. Because the journey to the Grumus Empire is very long. So people naturally choose to take airplanes as a means of transportation. Of course, the plane can only be piloted by dissatisfaction. After all, neither of Tabble nor anyone has ever driven this thing. This is relatively too high-tech, even if it is his previous spacecraft to Earth, it uses automatic driving, and there is no need to manually control it. Otherwise, he might still be eating mushrooms on Planet Mushroom at this moment. Because of the existence of Duyun, this time Sun Wukong did not sit in the plane, but chose to blow the wind outside. It's as if a child gets a new toy. It's not easy to play. Everyone flew from day to night. Fortunately today is not a full moon, otherwise, Sun Wukong would have already transformed into a gorilla and destroyed everywhere. In the manga, the villain they first meet, the Chowder Demon King, is the full moon that night. Finally at the time of the third pole of the moon. In the sight of everyone, a huge deep pit appeared, in the center of the deep pit. There is a huge fortress. Under the guidance of the little girl, everyone knew that it was the castle of King Gromies. This king's obsession with rubies is really deep. Even the land around his castle was not spared, turning into a deep pit like a meteorite impact. This can be said to be a representative figure in the foodie world. In order to eat delicious things, it can be said that everything is used. In the Grumus Empire, there is also apparently the presence of Dragon Ball radar. So when seeing the immediate Dragon Ball reaction gradually approaching the castle, they naturally knew that someone wanted to come and snatch their Dragon Balls. After all, 2 groups of people had been sent out to look for it before, and the result was that they were all destroyed. This ending also let them know that the other party is not easy to mess with, so all the staff took action. All the soldiers were ready for battle. The commander also gave the order, it doesn't matter if it is shot down, Dragon Ball can slowly look for it next. In an instant, dozens of individual combat aircraft gradually rose from the castle towards Tabble and the group surrounded. But fortunately, there is a Monkey King who flies alone, and he has become a target to attract firepower. Attracted all the planes. It is also thanks to the fact that his physical fitness is also very strong, even if he is hit by a stray bullet, it will not cause much impact, at most, it is just a broken skin. I saw him in the air, flying up and down. Where is he flexible in those planes? One by one, they were blasted in the air by him with golden hoop rods. However, after all, he is not as experienced in combat as in the future, and he is hit by a missile without paying attention. Smashed into the castle. Although most of the planes went to chase the Monkey King, there were still a few planes. Tail the plane piloted by Boomer. Plus anti-aircraft fire in the castle. Seeing Boomer was already overwhelmed. It can be destroyed by various attacks at any time. So Tabble hurriedly said, Boomer, quickly put me down to solve them, otherwise, you will be in danger. Boomer also knows that he is not a professional fighter after all, if he can do it. Probably really going to be hit. So I quickly opened the door of the plane. Suddenly, due to the air pressure in the aircraft, the balance was lost. Huge suction power, rushing towards everyone from the hatch. Fortunately, everyone was wearing seat belts, except for some debris that was sucked out. It's basically safe. Tabble unfastened his belt around his waist. Using its energy flew out. With his current strength, he is simply a full level big on the earth, and he has entered a novice village. With a wave of his hand, one fighter after another, beaten into powder by him. As for attacking him, I'm sorry. In terms of his reaction ability, the current scientific and technological weapons on the earth cannot even touch the corners of his clothes. Soon, all the resistance fire outside was eliminated by Tabor one by one. The whole castle, the original noisy sound of gunfire. It also stopped abruptly and became unusually quiet. At this time, Boomer also landed the plane and put it away. Looking at the Tabor who landed in front of him, she asked with concern, "Are you all right?" He reached out and rubbed her pale blue hair and said, "Are you still unclear about my strength? Just how can these salted fish hurt me, but yourself? Didn't you get hit just now, right? I'm a genius, beautiful girl, how can my technique hit them?" Saying that, he also stopped his chest arrogantly. Tabble also smiled and led everyone towards the castle. At this moment, only the gigantic king was left in the castle. All the way unimpeded. Everyone came to a huge door. It was also at this very moment. With a boom, I saw a wall next to everyone was broken, and a short figure jumped out of it, which startled everyone, but look closely, it turned out to be Sun Wukong. Since it was beaten into the castle and lost, Sun Wukong had to become a glorious demolition worker, and everything he encountered along the way would be blasted away by his punch. So there was the scene just now. Looking at Tabble and his group, Sun Wukong immediately came together happily. Several people looked at each other, and then Tabble effortlessly pushed open, and the huge door in front of them led everyone to a hall. In front of everyone's eyes is a huge dining table. At the other end of the sitting table, there is a huge figure. Because there are no lights in the hall, can't see each other's appearance clearly. When the little girl saw this figure, she immediately knew that this was their king, so she shouted loudly, "King Grumus!" But what responded to him was a buzzing low groan of pain. "I'm in so much pain, I can't bear it anymore." I saw a purple figure coming out of the shadows, he covered his chest, and his mouth came out, meaningless, whine, ugly face, emitting a very painful look. I didn't take 2 steps, and suddenly there was a tear, and this king of Gromies in front of him actually burst his clothes. The mouth was still exposed, and disgusting green mucus was spilled everywhere. Originally considered a very tall king of Grumis, it's actually getting bigger. It wasn't until he turned into a big fat man 5 meters tall, purple and yellow, that he stopped. Sun Wukong looked at the fat man in front of him. Immediately stepped forward with a stick. It's a pity that before he could attack, he was punched to the ground by King Grumis. Although he did not receive any serious injuries, the scene was comical and uncontrollable for a while. I feel like I've lost face. Quickly climb out of the pit that was just blasted out. Continuing to rush towards King Gromies, this time, King Gromies also threw a punch. But as the saying goes, Saint Seiya will not be defeated a second time with the same trick. Sun Wukong will also not be smashed into the pit again with the same trick. He blocked the fist, which was larger than its body, with both hands. For a while, the strength of the two was unexpectedly invincible. This is the moment. The scene of the Qigong wave released by Tabor before suddenly appeared in Sun Wukong's mind. So between his hands, there was also a Qi. Devoured the king of Grumis in front of him. Although so far, Sun Wukong has not learned the turtle school Qigong, but he still masters the common use of it, and does not need to shout the name of the move like the turtle sect Qigong, although the power may be smaller. But at least the release speed is much faster. However, for a beginner like Sun Wukong, this Qigong wave can't hurt the monster in front of him at all. Even if it's like in the original. He learned the turtle sect Qigong, but he still couldn't do it. As for the crowd of onlookers, they are not in a hurry. After all, even if Sun Wukong is not an opponent, where is a stronger Tabel next to him? So from their point of view, it's more of a theater watching mentality. At this time, Boomer suddenly discovered a detail. She saw that the stomach of the king in front of her actually exuded a faint shimmer. This light was familiar to her. She hurriedly took out her Dragon Balls from her pocket, and also took out the Dragon Ball radar, and in the radar display, the 7 Dragon Balls were already in the same coordinates. Sure enough, he swallowed the Dragon Ball into his stomach. Boomer had an expression of realization. She hurriedly said to Tabel next to her. Tabel, this Emperor Grimace ate the Dragon Ball into his stomach, do you have a way to take it out? Tabor smiled at this. Go on. You don't need to take it out at all, you give me the Dragon Balls. Without hesitation, Boomer handed the 3 Dragon Balls in his hand to Kabul. I saw that after Tabel took the Dragon Ball, a flash came to the king. Because it is flying in the air, otherwise, with Tabel's height, it is estimated that even the king's stomach will not be touched. I saw Tabel raise the Dragon Ball in his hand. Brush brush, 3 yellow phantoms flashed. He threw all 3 Dragon Balls in his hand into the king's mouth. Because of the transformed king, I kept my mouth open and roared. It saved Tabel from breaking open his disgusting mouth. When the 3 Dragon Balls turn into a streamer, after flying into the king's mouth, Tabel shouted loudly. Come out, Shen Long. The voice just fell. Suddenly, in the sky, lightning began to roar and dark clouds came. And the king's body also began to burst out golden rays, as if something was about to happen. It was like breaking out of his body. End of this chapter. Chapter 021. Chapter 21. Collect Boma to get. The momentum of the appearance of the divine dragon was very huge, and everyone was wrapped in golden light. However, although this light could penetrate the roof and penetrate the walls, it did not cause any harm to everyone present. After all, this is something God made. With his kind character, he naturally does not think about harming ordinary humans. When the golden light dissipated, a 4-clawed green dragon in the story of Chinese legends appeared in front of everyone's eyes, but there is no country in this world. Naturally, no one recognized his essence. Whether it was in the castle or outside the castle, there was no one who was not stunned when they saw this cyan dragon. Just when everyone was shocked, the dragon spoke. Say it, say what you want. No matter what the wish. I can help you achieve it, but only one. Looking at the divine dragon that appeared in front of him, in addition to being reminded of the nostalgia for Huaxia in his previous life, I didn't have a particular idea. The Earth's divine dragon is too weak. Although it is possible to fulfill wishes, the strength of wishes is very limited. After all, this depends on the strength of the maker of the dragon. Moreover, it can only fulfill one wish, too little. He came out this time to cultivate his state of mind, and on the other hand, to accompany Boomer, but at this moment, he remembered another thing. That's when I first arrived, and I saw a room full of rubies on the road. It appears to be the storage room for rubies mined by the Grimace Empire. Although after coming to this world, Tabel is not short of money, after all, he has nothing to spend except for eating, and this is still a free Boomer family. But as a man's self-esteem, how can he always be willing to eat soft rice? So he took advantage of the gap when everyone was looking at the dragon. Tabel quickly dodged away. Arrived at the place where the rubies were previously stored. Pull out a capsule from your arms. Dropped on the ground. After the bang, a large box more than 1 person tall appeared on the ground. This is commonly used by Tabor Pin to store debris. What food, clothes? He stuffed it all inside. After all, as a person who has read countless fantasy novels in a previous life. Storage equipment is a must-have for murder, how could he not prepare one? Although this is not a fantasy world, the universal capsule developed by Dr. Briff has achieved similar results. Tabble very lightly poured out all the contents of the box, after destroying it with Qigong waves. So he put all the surrounding rubies into the box. Although not all of them are loaded, but it was enough to satisfy him. That's a lot of treasure. Even after someone this batch of funds. One of Tabble's thoughts was finally ready to be put into action. There are two sides to the story. Beside the dragon, Boomer, who had originally planned to make a wish, looked at the devastated Grumus Empire at this time. I thought to myself, if I made that wish, then this country, it will only fall into pain. So he made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists. Shouted at the divine dragon in mid-air. Shenlong, please grant my wish to restore this country to its original state. Her wish was for Tabur, who had just returned after harvesting the rubies. Somewhat unexpected. The Boomer in the original book just wants to find a Prince Charming and thus start the journey to find the Dragon Ball. But now, although it is not known what exactly her wish is, but it must be something she wants so much, like strawberries that can never be eaten. But now I can give up my wishes for the sake of others. I have to say that Boomer has really grown a lot at this moment. As the only female protagonist in the Dragon Ball world who does not have combat power. Everything she gave for all her fighters. No less than their big old men. Even without him. The plot of the Dragon Ball world is estimated to have ended by the time of the Namex chapter. Think about that time. A woman without the power of a chicken is actually for this world. Traveled to the dangerous and unusual Nemesis. If it weren't for luck, he might have died. Tabble watched Boomer grow at this time. The love in my heart for him. It becomes thicker and thicker. This is a very strong human brilliance that deeply attracts him. Here to distinguish the Virgin Ha. And after Boomer's wish was spoken, Shenlong's eyes began to glow red. The wish is simple. With its booming sound fell. Thunder descended from the sky and bombarded the land. Something magical happened. The lightning did not cause any damage on the ground. On the contrary, it is like charging the earth. The ground, which was originally full of holes, has really returned to its original greenery. The whole country is back to life. When Tabble saw such a magical sight, he couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart, saying that this was simply a miracle. After all this was done, Shenlong spoke again. Your wish has come true? Then goodbye. Saying that, the huge body returned to a golden light. In the light are 7 orange-yellow spheres suspended. That was his original Dragon Ball form. Tabble glanced at the 7 Dragon Balls. His eyes were locked on one of the 4 planets. He had promised Sun Wukong that he would borrow his Dragon Balls as a good young man of the great celestial empire. There is borrowing and returning, this is the basic requirement. So he put his feet a little before the Dragon Balls flew away. Grabbed that 4-star Dragon Ball. Although he can capture all the Dragon Balls back. But wouldn't that lose the fun of finding Dragon Balls? There was no such advertising slogan in a previous life. It's not the destination that cares, but the scenery along the way. After watching the other Dragon Balls fly away in all directions, the originally dark sky has also returned to light. He handed the 4 planets that turned into stone in his hand to Sun Wukong. I promised to borrow your grandfather to use it before, and now I will return it to you. But he is now in the form of a stone, and after a year, he will return to his original appearance, don't lose it. Although it is a little unclear why Grandpa turned to stone. But Sun Wukong still put the stone away safely. So Goku, what are you going to do next? It's so fun that this world is so big, and Tabble, you are actually so powerful, can you teach me how to cultivate? Tabble just smiled slightly. How could he teach others to cultivate? So he immediately thought of a way for him. I don't teach people cultivation, but the turtle immortal you saw before, he is also a very good teacher, and he used to be your grandfather's teacher. It's better to return such an honorable mission to the turtle immortals. Hear Tabul's explanation. Sun Wukong's heart was also moved. Unexpectedly, the strange old man was actually a grandfather's teacher. This goods did not ask why. So he quickly summoned the Duyun. It disappeared into the sky with a bang. Looking at the distant Monkey King, Tabul walked up to a somewhat disappointed Boomer. What's wrong with my princess? Isn't it a little disappointed that she didn't fulfill her wish? In the face of Tabul's concern, Boomer said hard. I didn't. Tabul smiled. Pinched her face. Your little face is already written very clearly. Say, what is your wish? See if I can't help you achieve it. After seeing everything debunked, Boomer hesitated. That delicate little face also began to blush shyly. Actually, Tabor, in her original plan, she wanted to make a wish to confess to Tabul through the dragon. Although she is a passionate girl. And that's just for everyone else. But once confronted the person is Tabor. She couldn't say many things at all. But before she could say all the words, she was embraced in a warm embrace. How can these words make you say it first? In fact, I have always liked you, since a long time ago, I have liked you. The person who spoke was Tabor, who was almost 40 years old in both lifetimes. Why can't you see what Boomer means? And wouldn't this kind of great opportunity, if not used to confess, be wasted? With that, he took out a piece from his arms. The ruby that was just given a little processed. It's simply cut into the shape of a ring. He got down on one knee. Hold this ruby ring with your right hand. Handed it to Boomer. Very affectionate said. Beautiful Miss Boomer, can she be my girlfriend? Looking at this scene in front of her, this is the scene she has fantasized about countless nights. I didn't expect this moment to really happen in front of my eyes. Boomer was extremely excited. There were even a few tears in his eyes. At this moment, she really couldn't say anything. She could only nod her head quickly. I'm afraid that if I slow down by a minute, I will lose this opportunity. Well, at this point, everything is silent. End of this chapter. Chapter 022. Chapter 22. The Sleeping Beauty in the Castle. In the gratitude of the people of the Grumis Empire, both Tabul and Boomer flew away from the reborn country. What is completely different from the mood when they came, at this time, the hearts of the two were more sweet. As two lovers who have just confirmed their relationship. Whatever you do together, you feel happy. Soon, the two returned home. Seeing his daughter holding Tabur's arm very closely, there was a happy smile on her face. Drive and Mrs. Briff naturally understood the changes in their relationship, and they did not break it at the moment. After all, this is a matter between children, and they will not go to the mix, not to mention that for the object of Tabul, they are also very satisfied. After returning to the western capital, Tabul did not fall into the gentle township. The first thing he has to do now is to exchange all the rubies in his hand for cash. After all, even if a ruby is precious, it is just a stone, not an ordinary equivalent. If you want to spend money in this world, you have to rely on money. However, because its amount is really large, if it is just a jewelry company, it is completely unbearable. So after running around the major jewelry houses, Tabul finally sold a box full of rubies. Although there were some encounters on the road, when he was a little furry thief of the big fat sheep. But it didn't cause him any trouble, but it made his life a little different. After selling all the rubies, Tabul's net worth immediately became rich. After all, it is a gem excavated by a small country. Although he can't become the richest man in the world, he can also be regarded as the richest man. It seems that you can implement your own plan. Since the improvement of combat effectiveness has slowed down, Tabul is ready to leave Earth and go to outer space to exercise. It is a pity that his own spacecraft has long been unable to fly because of the exhaustion of power. But fortunately, there are also components of this fuel on the Earth, but it is particularly expensive. In the side story of Dragon Ball, Galactic Patrolman Gok once explained the process of the Galaxy Patrolman's spaceship making a forced landing on Earth and looking for new fuel on Earth. Although it is said that with Boomer's family background, it is very easy to get this material. But always making people pay blindly is a bad thing after all. He is not like his cheap big brother, who eats soft rice as a matter of course. It would be better to solve these problems yourself. So I didn't think much about it. He went to buy this material for the spacecraft's flight. Because this is a raw material, it needs to be refined to be able to use it, but after all, it is better to have money. After paying enough price, everything went smoothly. It just takes a certain amount of time. After telling the other party the delivery address, Tabble went to another place. This is to complete another thing. Previously, because he obtained Dragon Balls from the Turtle Immortals. Although there is an element of threat, but it is always promised to others, then you must not break your word. Tabble, who has read countless flood novels, is still quite concerned about cause and effect. The causal fate owed to others will always make you pay it back in other ways. Although there is no cause and effect in the world of Dragon Boats, think about the long-term use of Dragon Balls in Dragon Ball GT. Without the negative energy generated by making a wish, the villain 7-star dragon was born. So, migrant workers' wages cannot be in arrears. No, it's not about the cause and effect of not defaulting on others. After finding a magazine that publishes adult magazines. After paying enough money, Tabble ordered an adult magazine for an entire year, which of course would have to be shipped for free. Idle Tabble casually flipped through the latest issue of their magazine here. Sure enough, in the two-dimensional world, it is either beautiful or ugly. The girls in these magazines are all hot and beautiful. Watching Tabur, who has not known the smell of meat for 10 years, has a feeling of itching in his heart. No wonder the Turtle Immortals have to collect so many magazines. From the perspective of appreciation, these girls are really unpicky. Closing the magazine and rolling the magazine into a roll and holding it in his hand, Tabble thought it would be better to go to the Turtle Fairy house and say hello. So he flew into the sky and flew quickly towards the house of the Immortals. Soon, he came to this small island. The island is as quiet and peaceful as ever. It's just that there will be some very discordant sounds in the house. It seems that the people inside are enjoying some action documentaries with very monotonous scenes, few characters, and very simple dialogue. Tabble coughed at the door, which was also considered a hello. As soon as he heard his voice, the voice of Suo suddenly appeared in the room, which seemed to be accompanied by the sound of lifting his pants. After a while, the door opened. The Turtle Immortal came out from inside, and when he saw that it was Tabble, his heart suddenly tightened. After all, the pressure on him before was too great, and he couldn't help but make him nervous. However, he was also curious, why did the great god in front of him come to him? If he didn't feel that the other party was not murderous, he would feel that he was coming to kill himself? Give it to you, there will be one every month in the future, which will be considered a return to your Dragon Balls. Tabble threw the magazine in his hand towards the Turtle Immortal. The Turtle Immortal took a look and was immediately surprised. Wow, it's actually a limited edition hardcover Intimate Paradise. As if he had met a stunning beauty, the Turtle Immortal was immediately attracted by the magazine in his hand. Even with the blocking of sunglasses, Tabble could feel the hot and lewd gaze. Don't worry about this first, anyway. There is time, I ask you, has Sun Wukong ever come to find you? Tabble looked around, but did not see Sun Wukong, so he asked the Turtle Immortal. The Turtle Immortal replied without raising his head. He came and wanted to learn from me, but I gave him a little test, and he went to the west with another little bald head to find Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty, is it? Could it be that the plot of Sleeping Beauty in the castle begins? Although there is no beautiful woman in that castle, there will be a very important female character in the original work. Lankai. Even if it was to meet this rare beauty of one-body twins. Tabel also had to mix up the plot. So I felt the breath of the Monkey King a little. Once you have determined your target location, you are ready to go. Welcome to the National Day 7-day-long holiday and read books and enjoy reading. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 023. Chapter 23 Lankai appears. At the end of the west, there is a vast forest. Deep in that forest, there is a castle. Inside the castle is one of the most beautiful princesses in the world. For thousands of years, it has been sleeping deeply. This is the legend of Sleeping Beauty that has been circulating in the world of Dragon Ball for a long time. On the same day, after separating from Tabul, Sun Wukong came to the Turtle Immortal house. I want to learn martial arts from the Turtle Immortals. Also on the same day, a small monk wearing a monk's robe also came to the Turtle Immortal house. This is Klin, who will be lucky in the future. Why is he lucky enough? Isn't it lucky enough for such a dwarf to take the number 18? In the past life, countless male compatriots were envious and jealous of Klin. Both of them wanted to worship the Turtle Immortals, and the Turtle Immortals also wanted to test them. I wanted them to find a beautiful woman to come back. And not an ordinary beauty. I need you to find the legendary Sleeping Beauty. He lives in the Demon God City. It was a long, long time ago. A beautiful woman who was forcibly taken away by a lecherous demon and kept in the castle. She is very pitiful. I heard that the princess has not been rescued for thousands of years, and she has been sleeping until now. When he said this, the Turtle Fairy's sanctimonious appearance seemed to be trying to save the legendary Sleeping Beauty according to the rules. Whoever can find Sleeping Beauty and rescue her can become his apprentice, although it seems that this is a very decent request, but in fact, he just wants to satisfy his unhealthy thoughts. The existence of a turtle immortal who has lived for hundreds of years and is still a colored old man is really very rare. So according to the requirements of the newcomer, Sun Wukong and Klin set out together to find Sleeping Beauty. The two competed against each other along the way. Actually, it was pit by Klin all the way, step by step towards Sleeping Beauty's castle. Of course, there may also be elements of the Turtle Immortals training the two of them. The training method of the Turtle Immortals is also quite simple and rude, that is, tempering the flesh. Carrying turtle shells, swimming, moving bricks, and mainly moving bricks. Meanwhile, in another corner of the earth, a woman with blonde hair was flipping through ancient books. The title of the series shows that she is also thinking about Sleeping Beauty. The two groups of people were magically arranged by fate. At the same time, they are heading towards the same place. Of course, this happened a few days ago. The current timeline is that Tabel got the whereabouts of Sun Wukong from the Turtle Immortal and was preparing to rush to Demon God City. He doesn't have to walk over step by step like Sun Wukong, and he doesn't need this amount of training anymore. If he masters flying, he can fly directly over. Not only convenient, but also time-saving. Flying all the way. It wasn't until he saw 5 strangely shaped mountains, looking at this somewhat eerie scene, that Tabel finally knew himself. Arrived at the destination. The topography of this planet is really amazing. Could it be that the mountain is made by old birds modeled after the 5-finger mountain? But it's normal to think about it. Whoever makes the protagonist's name has already called Sun Wukong. Isn't it normal to appear a 5-finger mountain? When Tabor arrived at the city of gods and demons, I saw Goku stepping on the clouds. He is being chased by a group of strange people, monsters. The one in the lead, a weirdo with horns on his head and red skin. He was actually stepping on a prop similar to a Hot Wheel, and he was covered with a pink silk cloth like a very chaotic Aya. This strange shape could not help but remind Tabel of the memories of the characters in the Romance of the Gods in his previous life. If you add 3 heads and 6 arms to this guy, then it really is that person. I wonder if Nezha Great God, after knowing that he was hacked like this, will run to kill the old bird. Although the mind is full of malicious thoughts. But Tabble still took action to destroy all the monsters chasing the Monkey King. After all, it's just ants, waving their hands. No matter how many of these combat effectiveness exist in single digits, they are just cannon fodder. As for the reason? Interested, right? Or is it an eyesore? It's better not to see the classic shape in this way. Goku, are you okay? Why are you being chased so embarrassed? Looking at Goku's panicked look, there was also an injured bald boy hanging on his body. Tabble couldn't help but laugh. I met an acquaintance and helped myself. Sun Wukong also let go of his heart. Tabor, why are you here? I just came from the Turtle Immortal and heard him say what sleeping beauty you are looking for, so I was curious and wanted to come over to make it lively, but I didn't expect to see you so embarrassed. Goku, who is this person? Klin of Tabor had never been seen on the side. Seeing Goku and the man in front of him very familiar, I couldn't help but ask. So Sun Wukong changed to Klin and introduced it. Hello, my name is Tabor, nice to meet you lucky guy. Although he didn't understand why Tabble would call himself the lucky guy, he responded to him out of politeness. Hello, my name is Klin. After getting to know each other, Tabble walked in the direction of the castle without thinking. Although he knew that Sleeping Beauty was just a huge gem. But I still can't help but want to make it lively, and besides, the gem is not simple, and it is quite good to collect. Goku and Klin both saw that Tabble was gone, and they both followed. After all, their mission was not yet completed. Not long after the three of them left, they came to a hall. The hall was densely packed with various monsters, and in the middle was a man in a black suit with an explosive head. Looking at his face and appearance gave Tabble a feeling that this was a vampire. Although he had never seen a real vampire. But the description of vampires in movies and TV is similar to that of the guy in front of him. In the middle of the hall, a high platform is enclosed by a curtain. As if something important was stored. The vampire-looking man saw the appearance of Tabor's group. He immediately became alert. He is not particularly stupid, seeing that someone can walk here unharmed, and he has not been attacked. Then it proves that something serious has happened outside. The gemstones in the high platform mean a lot to him, and there is no room for error. So in the face of such things, he is very vigilant. Not before he could say a few more words like a normal villain. The roar of the motorcycle came from a distance. In an instant, it's near. I saw the wheelbarrow carrying a blonde. She rushed up to the curtain on the high platform and took out a gem the size of a fast fist. This change can surprise the vampire man. He shouted angrily at the blonde woman. What are you? I saw that the blonde woman, who had planned to drive away, suddenly turned around and stopped. I saw a beautiful woman with blonde hair sitting in the car. She actually did not run away, but answered leisurely. Most people call me Hot Lankai, the legendary secret treasure Sleeping Beauty, I will take it unceremoniously. Saying that, he also raised the gem in his hand. The expression is very arrogant. Let Tabble say, if you grab something, you will also grab something. Why don't you leave directly after grabbing something and turn around and come back to answer people's questions? Isn't this the best embodiment of the villain's death from talking too much? However, as soon as Goku and Klin heard that it was Sleeping Beauty, they immediately left with Lankai, who drove away. End of this chapter. If you sit, 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets, the boomer in my eyes is the one I wrote. As for being different from the original, this is a fan fiction, I have to make myself cool. Besides, as I said at the earliest, Tabble was raised in Lori, and I can't change the identity of the crosser at all. If I don't like it, I can only say sorry. Chapter 024. Chapter 24. Goku is caught. Seeing the blonde lanky riding a motorcycle and taking away the jewel of Sleeping Beauty, the strange man named Lucifer, who looked like a vampire, was suddenly very anxious. This is an important item for the future development of their dark race. There must be no problems. So he waved his big hand, and countless strange-looking monsters in the hall took out their weapons and chased Lan Chi away. When everyone left, Tabble, who was left alone, was a little confused. Why is it because everyone ignores him? There was no feeling of wanting to come to him for trouble at all. When did your sense of existence become so low? So Tabble's original idea of taking advantage of the mobile hand because of itchy hands could only be dispelled. No way, there are no people, is he going to tear down the house? In desperation, he could only follow. The next thing that happens is the process of cultivating a relationship between Gaku and his good friend Klin. If he destroys it, the two may not have such a good relationship. For brotherhood, Tabble is still more respectful, so naturally will not intervene to change. Of course, if one of the other party is a beauty, then it is another matter. Blonde Lanky rides her own unicycle. His expression was very arrogant. Her bright blonde hair fluttered in the air with the wind and waves brought by the motorcycle. It makes people look very chic. But the accident happened at this moment. A handful of hair was blown by the wind into Lan Kai's nose. This suddenly made Lan Chi sneeze uncontrollably. If it is placed on ordinary people, it is not unusual to sneeze, but Lan Kai is different. Her physique is very special. There are two personalities present in the body. Just a dozen sneezes. Then the two personalities will switch to each other. Even appearance changes. This is not, after her sneezing. Lan Chi's hair turned sky blue. And the expression on his face also became very gentle and friendly. Blue-haired Lan Kai saw herself operating a motorcycle. After all, the two personalities are independent of each other, and the information will not be exchanged, so in the moment of panic, the motorcycle lost control and fell to the ground. But fortunately, her physical fitness is not ordinary. Although I felt a little embarrassed, I didn't suffer any damage. Just sat on the ground with a confused face. Hey? What the hell happened to me? She doesn't know what's going on around her at all. Tabble, watching from a distant corner, saw it all with my own eyes. I suddenly felt very interesting. You must know that this feeling is like a single twin, or like two completely different people combined and transformed into the same person. In the Dragon Ball world, there are still more combination skills. Thinking of this, a thought suddenly appeared in Tabor's mind. It seemed that he had caught something. But after a moment, he shook his head with a smile. Thought. Where is this? Let's talk about it later. Because of Lan Kai's fall. So the Sleeping Beauty gem in her bag was also thrown out. It happened to be picked up by Gaku, who caught up from behind. He picked up the gem excitedly. Happy said. I finally found Sleeping Beauty, and I can practice with the turtle immortal when I go back. Well, our Monkey King classmate. It's a complete mistake. The Sleeping Beauty in his hand is not the Sleeping Beauty that the turtle fairy wants. This was a sudden shout from not far away. Interrupted his dream. Slow down. The Monkey King went with the prestige. I saw that the vampire who claimed to be Lucifer was pinching Klin's neck with one hand. Immediately made Gaku exclaim. Klin, are you all right? When Klin heard Sun Wukong's words, 10,000 grass and mud horses suddenly rushed past in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he was choked by the throat and couldn't speak, he would definitely ask out loud, where did you see that I'm okay? At this time, Lucifer continued to speak, if you don't want your friend to die, return Sleeping Beauty to us, hurry up. After speaking, Gaku was still a little hesitant. Then he lifted the Klin in his hand, and the hand that pinched Klin's neck tightened. Ah! This action also frightened the blue-haired Lan Kai, who was kneeling on the side, and screamed. But this scream also made Lucifer's eyes shine, originally thinking that he couldn't find the sacrifice, so he sent one over. So lucky, right? Watching Klin pat Lucifer's hand helplessly. Monkey King knew that if he didn't hand over his things, Klin might really die. As your own companion. At least that's what Sun Wukong thinks. It is completely impossible for him to let the other party die, even if he will lose the opportunity to be taught by Wushan teacher because of this. It's also at all costs. So he took the Sleeping Beauty gem in his hand. Lost to Lucifer. Put down Klin, I've done what you said. But he was also too naive. Even the villain's words will be believed. How could Lucifer let the guy who snatched his Sleeping Beauty leave safely? So he made a look at a few subordinates next to him. These doglegs immediately understood, and they all pounced on Sun Wukong. Although in terms of individual combat power, these guys are not Sun Wukong's opponents at all. This is indeed the case. No matter how many people pounced on it, they were all knocked down by Sun Wukong and passed out. But the display is so unpredictable. A very weak monster actually happened to bite on Sun Wukong's most vulnerable tail. He is not like Tabble, who has been consciously and deliberately exercising his tail since he was a child. So, once bitten by that little monster, the strength of the whole body quickly drained and collapsed on the ground. This also allowed the monsters who had just been beaten by him to find an opportunity to vent, and they all surrounded them. They all used all kinds of guise to smash on Sun Wukong's body. Soon, Gaku was beaten unconscious. And Klin, who looked at all this, couldn't bear it. The feelings in his heart were very complicated, because he had been tripping Sun Wukong along the way before, and he didn't want the other party to pass the test of Teacher Wushan. But even if he did a lot of bad things, now this little guy who is about his age actually complains with virtue, sacrificing so much to help him. It made him really ashamed. Closed his eyes. And the villain Lucifer saw that Sun Wukong was knocked unconscious. He also stopped his subordinates. Naturally, this was not the result of the discovery of his conscience. Because the words that come out of his mouth are, "Don't beat it to death, if it dies, the meat will not taste good when we eat it back." It turned out that their group of dark creatures was only in order to be able to eat fresh human flesh, so they released Sun Wukong and just locked him up. After all, if it is not my race, its heart will be different. In the end, Sun Wukong and Klin woke up slowly. I found myself locked up in a room, and my body was firmly embedded in the wall. Maybe this is a magic, or some kind of special skill. Anyway, with their current strength, they can't break free from the shackles of the wall at all, and can only enjoy the night view outside through the window. But neither seemed to notice. The moon in the distant sky is rising higher and higher, and it is getting more and more round. And as for where is Lan Kai? After all, because of the existence of Boomer in the original work, after being favored by Lucifer, he wanted to use Boomer as a sacrifice. And this time Tabble didn't let Boomer come with him. So Lucy captured Lan Kai as a sacrifice. Besides, Lan Chi is also a good girl, right? Only Tianjin Rice is completely resisted by Lu Ziyi. End of this chapter. It's still early on the 18th, the table is anxious. Young man ask for some flowers, thank you. Chapter 025. Chapter 25. What a big orangutan. Anyway, it's still early, and there is still a long time before the full moon, so I'll go shopping first. After Sun Wukong and his party were arrested, Tabble walked around the castle like he visited attractions in his previous life, but unfortunately he didn't bring a camera, otherwise he could still take pictures as a souvenir. With his skills, he naturally won't be discovered by those little minions. Even if it is discovered, it is something that can be solved with a backhand slap. It didn't bother him in any way. Extraordinary speed is not used. Just walking step by step. Finally, when he almost walked the entire castle, the moon has finally reached its tallest and roundest point. In the middle of the hall, Lucifer is preparing a very strange ritual in front of a strange machine. All right, Sleeping Beauty. Bathed in the moonlight of the full moon, please awaken. Right now, wake up from 5,000 years of sleep. From his mouth came a long passage of words resembling a spell. Then it was when his voice fell. On the screen on that strange machine, the countdown number 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 suddenly appeared until it reached 0. As if something terrifying was about to happen, Lan Qi, who was acting as a sacrifice on the high platform, was a little nervous and scared. Along with the countdown, the skylight at the top of the hall also began to slowly open. The endless night sky was revealed, as if a big mouth was ready to devour everything. The spell in Lucifer's mouth also seemed to reach a high cao, and he used his own strength to shout the last incantation. In order to write a resting charm from the long reign of the sun, forge our indelible dark world. As he read the last sentence feverishly, the countdown on the big screen has finally returned to the 0 position. It was just at this time that the moon also rose to reach the position of the skylight. I saw that the originally cold and gentle moonlight suddenly became violent. It converged to form a pillar of energy light to a degree visible to the naked eye. Straight down from the skylight, it was infused into the gemstone called Sleeping Beauty. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a golden light, making it impossible to see directly. Several statues depicting the devil around Sleeping Beauty also shot red light at the same time, which was injected into Sleeping Beauty along with the moonlight. This situation is a bit like the scene of the movie Blade Warrior. Is it possible that the director is also a Dragon Ball fan? Tabel, who was in the mode of watching the drama on the side, looked at the familiar scene in front of him and couldn't help but guess. Wait until a few minutes later and the dust has settled. Tabur, who was watching from afar, found the Sleeping Beauty gemstone, which was originally just like a diamond, turned into a mysterious form that emitted colorful streamers after illuminating the moonlight and the light of the statue. I wonder if this gem will be very happy for Boomer. After seeing this gemstone with his own eyes, Tabel suddenly had thoughts flashing in his heart, and felt that the biggest gain from this trip was the gem in front of him. And Lucifer, who was standing next to the machine, was also extremely excited when he looked at this gemstone that emitted a 7-colored streamer. This is an important weapon for them and their dark race to regain domination of the Earth continent. To be precise, it is an energy source. It can activate a giant cannon designed by their dark race and destroy the star of the sun. In this way, these dark creatures who cannot see the light can also go to the ground. After all, it is written in general legends that dark creatures are afraid of sunlight. Thinking of this, I can't help but let Tabel complain. You said that after the sun was destroyed, although the earth has no light, but the temperature will directly fall to absolute 0, right? At that time, these dark creatures were difficult and frost-resistant? Now Sleeping Beauty has awakened, he shouted excitedly to the monsters around him, and the monsters who had witnessed everything responded to Lucifer with their most excited roars. Then, to celebrate the revival of Sleeping Beauty, let's sacrifice it with the pure blood of a human maiden. Saying that, he picked up the knife on the side, ready to kill Lan Qi and bleed and sacrificed the Sleeping Beauty gem. On the other side of the castle, Klin, who was locked in the wall, was thinking back to the opportunity that Goku had given up to become a disciple of Wuxin in order to save him. This filled his heart with gratitude and guilt. So he turned his head and wanted to care about Sun Wukong, who was locked up by his side. After all, Wukong was much more injured than him. But this didn't matter, the scene in front of him almost scared him into losing his souls. Why? Because at this time, Wukong, who was originally mentally weak due to injury, has completely woken up, but the expression on his face is very crazy, and the pupils in his eyes have disappeared. It reveals a strong color of madness. Goku, what's wrong with you? Is there something uncomfortable in your body? In his mind, he only wondered if this would be the after effects of the previous attack. So I asked him with concern. But in the next second, he was shocked to find that the surrounding walls began to shake and crack. And the little Goku in front of him actually began to get bigger and bigger. Stretched out the clothes at the same time. Thick hairs also began to grow on the skin. What's going on? Could it be that Goku is a werewolf? He seemed to remember that just when he was thinking about it, Goku once told him that the moon was so round today. Could it be that he was about to transform into a werewolf because he saw the moon at that time? There are werewolves in this Dragon Ball world. There have even been werewolves in the world's #1 martial arts association. Because at that time, the turtle immortals missed the moon. So that he can't transform into a normal human to find girls. So he will come and take revenge. Of course, this is just a funny character. But after only a few seconds, his idea was broken, because there was such a big werewolf. I saw that Goku had grown to a height of more than 10 meters at this time. A big monster that looks more like an orangutan. Goku, what's wrong with you, can you hear me? The monster completely ignored Klin's shouts, and if no one destroyed the buildings around it, either stepping on or smashing, anyway, the fists and feet swept through, and everything around it would turn into ruins. Because of Goku's transformation, the wall that wrapped Klin has also been shattered at this time. He is now also free. Looking at the indiscriminate attack of the monster in front of him, Klin quickly turned around and ran. Just kidding, Sun Wukong, who transformed into a giant ape, already had more than 100 points of combat power at this time under the 10-fold increase in combat power. How could this little bald head be his opponent? If you don't cut its tail. Even if the turtle immortal thinks about it, it will cost a lot to deal with him. End of this chapter. Thank you guys for the monthly pass, thanks, by the way ask for a wave of flowers, thank you. Chapter 026. Chapter 26 Sleeping Beauty arrives. Klin apparently didn't know the fact that the tail was Goku's weakness, so he had to run. And Goku, who transformed into a giant ape. After seeing an ant slipping away from under his feet, he also chased after him angrily. It seems that they are in this direction where Lucifer and their ceremony took place. In times of extreme danger, the potential that human beings unleash is enormous. For example, at this time, Klin, when he was chased by this huge orangutan, his speed was many times faster than his original. For this strange place, he obviously didn't know where to go. I can only rely on subconscious thoughts and run indiscriminately. Running and running, he found that there was no way at the end of the corridor ahead. This made him desperate. In desperation, he could only use the iron head skill he had learned in the temple. Hit the wall head first. I just didn't expect him to hit it. It crashed into a hall. Shaking his groggy head, he looked around. Unexpectedly, he saw countless pairs of shocked or greedy or cruel eyes, looking at him wantonly. It's over, just out of the wolf's den, and into the tiger's den. But not yet before he showed any thoughts. The entire hall suddenly heard a loud rumbling noise, accompanied by violent shaking. Boom! The location of the original skylight in this hall. Suddenly by a giant hand. Picked it off abruptly. Countless bricks fell into the hall from mid-air. Frightened, the monsters in the hall ran around, and many unlucky monsters were directly destroyed by the broken building and smashed to death on the spot, and the scene became chaotic for a while. Lucifer, who was originally going to kill Lankai, also quickly dodged at this time. It was important to save his life, where there was any idea of sacrifice. At this time, Tabble already knew that he would no longer be able to watch the play properly. After all, because of his appearance, no one on the planet knows the fact that the tail is the weakness of the Monkey King. If he caused excessive destruction, wouldn't it be worth the loss? After all, this planet is still quite good, and Tabble regards this place as his territory in his heart. Want to destroy his turf? He was naturally reluctant. But before he was ready to go over and cut off Goku's tail, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw that above the high platform, it was above the place where the blue-haired Lankai was bound. A huge piece of broken wall is falling rapidly. After a few more seconds, the woman died of incense. Seeing this, Tabble appeared next to Lankai in a flash, and put his arm around her. Well, it feels really good. At this moment, Lan Qi, who was falling into a near-death despair, suddenly felt that she was embraced into a warm embrace. Before she could see the situation, the scene in front of her suddenly flickered, and she appeared in the empty courtyard. The collapsing hall was already a few hundred meters away. "You're okay, stay here for a while, there's something to do, and when it's done, I'll leave with you." In Lan Qi's ears, a magnetic voice sounded. That voice was very gentle, but it also contained an undoubted meaning. She looked up. I saw that the owner of the voice was a young handsome guy. The moment the two looked at each other, Lan Qi suddenly felt very embarrassed, so she didn't go overboard. His face also flushed with shame. Tabel didn't think much of it either. He saved Lan Qi just because he didn't want such a big beauty to die under the bricks, so he went with it. Since he had already done it, then he should also go back to get his things. After all, this place was almost destroyed by Gaku, and there was no point in staying longer. Tabel dodged away again and returned to the hall. At this moment, almost all the demons and monsters in the hall were dead and injured, and it seemed that only Lucifer was left except for Klin. However, both of them are not in good condition, and they have some scars on their bodies. The two were still struggling to escape under Sun Wukong's attack, but there was too much difference in combat power, and they could dodge only because of their relatively small size, otherwise they would have already burped. Tabel came to Lucifer's side. The speed is so fast that the other party does not react at all. A hand knife struck him in the neck. In an instant, the other party lost consciousness and lay down on the ground. And with his fall, the sleeping beauty gem that Lucifer was holding tightly in his arms also tumbled to the ground to the side. Tabel picks up the gem. In an instant, a jump dodged, and almost at the same time, a huge fist smashed down on the place where he had just stood. So Lucifer, the villain boss of this farce event, became a puddle of meat mud and received a bento gorgeously. After Tabel got the gem, he didn't want Sun Wukong to continue to destroy like this, so he came behind him, waved off his tail. After losing the most important source of power for transformation, Sun Wukong can no longer maintain the body of the giant ape. The body shrinks at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it was restored to its original appearance, lying naked on the ground. Apparently, because of the huge consumption before, he had passed out. Helplessly looked at Gaku, who fell to the ground, and Klin, who was in a similar state on the side. Tabel had to put away the gem first. Then he carried them one by one and flew out of the ruined castle. Came to the place where Lan Qi had been put down before. Lan Qi sees that the person who rescued her is back. In my heart, I suddenly had a feeling like a deer crashing. Tabel didn't pay attention to this, and he threw Klin and Monkey King aside. He took out 3 fairy beans from his pocket, and one of them was handed to Lan Qi and said to her, "I see you also suffered some injuries before, eat this, all the injuries will recover." Although Anji was shy, she didn't think too much. After all, the people who can save her will definitely not harm her. So without thinking much, I ate it. At the moment of entrance, the fairy bean turned into pure energy and flowed into her body. Not only replenished her physical strength, but also repaired her injuries by the way, even because the scars on the body suffered by the blonde Lan Kai after years of robbery were recovered by Xiando one by one. Even Lan Qi was surprised to feel that her skin had become a lot better. As for looking at the other 2 seriously injured people lying on the ground, Tabel had no choice but to stuff the fairy beans into their mouths while dragging their chins to help them chew the fairy beans. Almost instantaneously, the 2 recovered from their serious injuries. Because Klin still retained a little consciousness, he knew what had happened earlier. And Sun Wukong's consciousness had fallen into a deep sleep as early as when he transformed into a giant ape. So he had no idea what was going on. "Okay, since everyone is fine, then I'll go first." Tabel saw that everyone had already recovered, and he himself had harvested the biggest treasure of the trip. Then there was no need to stay here any longer, so regardless of the reactions of the other three, they directly rushed into the sky and headed towards the western capital. Sun Wukong and Klin didn't have much reaction. After all, one was a big nerve, and the other was not familiar with Tabel. On the contrary, the beautiful Lankai on the side was looking at the direction of Tabel leaving at this time. There seems to be something going on in the mind. End of this chapter. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, thank you all. Chapter 027. Chapter 27, the first martial arts conference in the world is about to begin. After Wukong and his party returned to Turtle Immortal Island, the Turtle Immortal immediately had a shocking feeling when they saw the blue-haired Lan Qi. While drooling, he praised, "It's amazing, it's really worthy of Sleeping Beauty." That's right, Lan Qi still followed Sun Wukong and they returned to Turtle Immortal Island. As for why? That's because in his heart, although he can't tell why, he still thinks about seeing Tabel again. Since the Monkey King they are friends of Tabel. Then if you follow them, you will definitely see him again. The Turtle Immortal was reminded by the turtle on the side, while wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, he said, "Your beauty is indeed worthy of the name." In this regard, Lan Qi was embarrassed. She quickly explained, "Hello, my name is Lankai, not what you call Sleeping Beauty." However, his explanation obviously had no effect, and the Turtle Immortal still looked like a pig brother. "This name is so cute." Although Klin and Gaku were also next to him and kept explaining to him, it was a pity that the already drooling Turtle Immortals did not hear their words. But fortunately, because of Lan Qi arrival, the Turtle Immortals still determined that Klin and Sun Wukong passed the test. So the two officially worshipped under the Turtle Immortal and began formal practice. It was at this time that the curtain of Dragon Ball finally officially opened. There are two sides to the story. That day after Tabel returned from the castle to the western capital. So he found Boomer and gave her the Sleeping Beauty gem in his hand. Naturally, Boomer, who received such a beautiful gift, was naturally very happy, and when Boomer listened to Tabel finish talking about the origin of this gemstone, suddenly my heart was full of curiosity about it. As a genius beautiful girl scientist, she immediately started to run into the lab to study the gem. In the end, it turned out to be a special energy source. An energy source converted by moonshine. And the utilization rate of this energy is very high. I think it is also, after all, it is a device that can destroy the sun, which requires at least tens of thousands of combat power to achieve. In this early Dragon Ball world, this is simply an incredible kind of energy, and thanks to Tabel's timely shot, otherwise the Earth world will burp. Dr. Brive also heard that Boomer had discovered this new energy source. I also suddenly became interested. Started new research. Soon, it didn't take long for Universal Capsules to launch a new energy source that could replace existing energy sources. This also makes the company, which was already the world's #1, even more admirable. After all, it doesn't matter what world it is. Energy is always important. Even if you are primitive, if you master the fire, then it has a more noble status. What's more, this is a modern world. The rest of the day was easy. Tabor's main job is to accompany Boomer. Because Boomer is still in school. So the range of activities of the two was only in the western capital, and soon, several months passed in an instant. In the past few months, the figures of the two have appeared in various places in the western capital. There are shopping malls, restaurants, playgrounds. Anyway, where they could play, both of them went. The same two people also took that step. Although both are underage. But fortunately, people in this world are generally precocious. And the 16-year-old Boomer is not too small, well, I am talking about all aspects. After taking that step, the relationship between the two people also became closer. Almost glued together whenever there is time. This also made Tabel's cultivation time a lot less. But it doesn't matter, anyway, if he can't cultivate now, his combat power won't increase much. Or almost no growth. Maybe that's the limit for ordinary science. And the company of this time. Apparently it also helps to Bull's inner world. At least it brought peace of mind back to him. The joy, anger, and sorrow that had almost been worn out because of 10 years of cultivation. It slowly came back to him. He at the moment. More like a person than a cultivation machine. Therefore, the S cells in the body began to slowly increase, and Boomer also felt the changes in Tabor, which made her very happy. After all, Tabble was even better for her at the moment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, Monkey King and Clin are busy moving bricks. That's right, the cultivation of the turtle immortals is actually to let them go to work, what to send milk, move bricks, open up the land with bare hands, etc. Anyway, it is to do manual work, and at the same time to race with dinosaurs and sharks that chase them all the way. They've been doing these things for months, and they haven't learned a trick or anything at all. The only thing that may be special is the turtle shell on the body. After worshipping under the door of the turtle immortal, the turtle immortal gave each of them a turtle shell. Of course, this is certainly not an ordinary turtle shell, but a weight-bearing training equipment. At first, they were still very unaccustomed to it, and even the movement was a little difficult. But after a long time, I no longer feel that this thing is in the way. On this day, Sun Wukong and Clin rushed to the house of the turtle immortal and said to him, "Teacher Wushan, we can move that big rock. The big stone they are talking about is a behemoth that is 5 or 6 people tall and weighs tens of tons." The two of them looked very small standing in front of it. This is also the goal set by the turtle immortals. As long as they can move this stone, they will teach them Kung Fu. But where do they know? Where is the Kung Fu? All they are doing now is the cultivation method that the turtle immortals taught them. And to say that moving stones is just a perfunctory one. The turtle immortal obviously didn't believe Sun Wukong's words after hearing it, but also followed the two of them to the stone. I saw Sun Wukong holding the side of the stone with both hands. With a look of gritted teeth, his hands pushed towards the stone with all their strength. The mouth also shouted "Ah, yay," and so on, inexplicable words. At the same time, the large stone also moved in response to the sound and began to move in the direction of Sun Wukong's force, leaving a deep ravine on the ground. After pushing a few meters, Sun Wukong's strength was also exhausted, and he began to gasp for air. And Clin on the other side also said excitedly, "How? Let's look at mine," but I didn't push it as fast as Gaku. After that, he didn't wait for the turtle immortal to react, and also pushed the boulder, although the speed was not as fast as the previous Monkey King, but it also looked amazing. This stunned the turtle immortals watching from the sidelines. Although he was prepared, the two could push this stone, but he did not expect that it would only take such a short time to be able to do this. This teacher is both relieved and helpless, and it is gratifying that both of them are very talented. Future achievements must be above him. Helplessly, this is because both of them can already push this stone. The strength of the two is also not bad, and he seems to have nothing to teach them. Looking at the two standing in front of them with expectant eyes, the turtle immortal had to shake his head and said, "I don't have any more Kung Fu to teach you." "Hey? How so?" the two said in unison. "In these 7 months of training, you have unknowingly learned all the basic martial arts of the turtle immortal sect. Your eyes, your fists and feet, your body parts and your mind. They have all been well trained, and what is lacking now is to use these powers flexibly, and this is the martial art I want to pass on to you." After explaining some knowledge about martial arts, the turtle immortals threw out the world's first martial arts association, and this new goal was given to them. They were also replaced with new turtle shells weighing 40 kilograms. The two were also very excited after hearing that they could participate in such a high-level competition, and in the process of working part-time in the following month, they also worked harder to lift bricks. When Tabble and Boomer were shopping one day, they also saw an advertisement about the world's first martial arts association on the big screen of the mall. After all, this is a global event. It is also normal to advertise all over the world. In fact, he is like the World Cup in his previous life. Boomer, are you interested in coming with me to see this world's #1 martial arts conference? Why do you want to participate? Boomer knew that Tabble was also a martial artist, so when Tabble made such an invitation to her, she thought Tabble wanted to participate in the competition too. Of course not, with my strength on the earth, I would already be the first in the world. I just think this event should be very interesting, so I asked if you want to go together. It just so happens that you are also on summer vacation, we should go out for travel, what do you think? When Boomer heard this, it turned out that Tabble wanted to hang out with her, so she readily agreed, although she was not interested in martial arts. Otherwise, in the Dragon Ball world, she would not be the only female protagonist without combat effectiveness. So just like that, the itinerary of the two was set. Only a month later. End of this chapter. Chapter 028. Chapter XXVIII qualifiers are over. Just such a month passed quickly, and tomorrow was the time for the first martial arts meeting in the world to begin. It's finally about to start, let's leave for the southern capital, Boomer said excitedly, wrapping her arm around Tabble, although she liked scientific research rather than fighting. But being able to hang out with Tabble is also a wonderful thing. And Tabble also looked at Boomer dotingly. Hold her in your arms with the princess. Took to the skies. This time he decided to fly with Boomer instead of flying. Of course, you must wrap her in gas. This is a shield similar to Broly. Although Broly's kind is innate, Tabble is also able to imitate. If not, it is estimated that Boomer may be injured by the wind when flying in the sky. On Kamizan Island. At this time Goku and Klin. At the behest of the turtle immortal, he is taking off the turtle shell on his back. Then they were surprised to find that without the restraint of the turtle shell, even with a slight jump, they could jump into the air for more than 10 meters. Great, great! In the face of such a change, both of them were extremely excited. I thought that the turtle immortals were a little disappointed that they did not teach them martial arts, but they did not expect that they were already so powerful. The two were running excitedly on Turtle Immortal Island. After all, the speed of the two people was unimaginable before. So they are essentially two children, running and playing as if they had obtained a new toy. Chased and frolicked with each other until the turtle immortals looked at them speechlessly. Hey, don't play, it'll delay the plane. At this time, the two people's play stopped. In the end, the three of them set off. And it was the turtle immortals who paid for the tickets themselves. This made the turtle immortals, who were not very wealthy, bankrupt again. Several people took a plane to Nandu. Tabble and Boomer arrived early. After all, at Tabur's speed, it won't take long to get anywhere on Earth. The two had been walking around the island for a whole day. After all, when they arrived, the game had not yet started, and without the game to watch, they could only go to enjoy the customs here. With Beauty in his company, Tabble naturally won't have any ideas. It's just a whole day of shopping and eating. It also makes Tabble, who has a million combat power, a little overwhelmed. This is not a physical feeling, but mental exhaustion. Women are really a terrible animal. Looking at Miss Boomer, who bought a lot of things in large bags and small bags. Tabble really admired her at the moment, obviously a little girl who was less than a scumbag, but she seemed to have no physical strength at all when she went shopping. Even if I walked for a whole day, I didn't show any signs of fatigue, but I was very energetic. This made Tabble exclaim, "This is not scientific." After finding a good hotel for two, it is estimated that Boomer also wants to compensate Tabor. That night she was very proactive, and she also unlocked many new positions of the heart that she had not experienced before. Although it ended in Boomer losing his armor and abandoning his armor, it also made him unbearable to enjoy a blessing of Chi people. The originally tired heart was slightly replenished after a conquest on Boomer. After all, with his current physical fitness. It is still difficult to be happy in the face of ordinary people. Looking at Boomer, who was lying on the side, exhausted to the point of falling asleep. Tabble helped her cover the quilt with some distress, put his arm around her and fell asleep. The next day, the first martial arts association finally opened, because there were dozens of participants, so the preliminary round before the start of the official competition was divided into 4 groups, and the 2 players who won in each group were eligible to participate in the first martial arts association of Tianxia, and only these people were eligible to be watched by everyone. Therefore, Tabble and Boomer were not in a hurry to go to the venue, and last night the 2 also had a fierce battle, and Boomer's body has not fully recovered, so take advantage of this opportunity to rest for a little more time. Anyway, if the qualifiers are played indoors, the spectators will not see it. As for being inside the venue, Sun Wukong, Klin, and Cheng Long disguised as the Turtle Immortal. The game continued smoothly according to the original trajectory. Feeling the overwhelming superiority when playing against their opponents, both Gaku and Klin have a feeling of invincibility. Of course, this is an illusion. Similarly, this is one of the important significance of the Turtle Immortal to participate in this competition. He certainly understood the forms of force in this world. If they don't participate, then these 2 little ghosts are likely to win the championship, which will affect their future path of martial arts development. After all, if he wins the championship for the first time, he may not have motivation in the future, so he has to act as a guide. Let them know that there are people outside the world, there is a sky outside the sky, and do not be complacent. Of course it may be, but another reason is because of the prize money of the competition. Raising Goku's rice bucket is very expensive. He didn't charge a dime for his visit. Originally, Wukong and Klin participated in the world's first martial arts meeting with doubts, but it turned out that after the training of the Turtle Immortals, their kung fu actually made amazing progress. Very smoothly, they won the right to participate in the world's #1 martial arts association. It's just that when Gaku won the opponent's permission and began to cheer, a pair of resentful eyes were staring at him in the corner, and he saw that the man had short hair. There is also a big fun printed on the clothes on the body. That's right, this is Yamcha, who had been burned off his long hair by Tabor. But he didn't expect that he still followed the original fate trajectory to participate in this martial arts conference. However, unlike the original, he is at this time after seeing Gaku. He thought more as an avenger, after all, he was beaten once by Gaku and ruined by them. How can this revenge not be repaid? Unexpectedly, the butterfly of Tabble appeared, and actually made the existence of a comrade in arms who could have become Sun Wukong become one of his opponents. But even if Tabble knew it, he wouldn't take it to heart, the gap was too big to enter his eyes. Soon after passing the qualifiers, several people came to rest on the large square outside. I also happened to run into Tabble and Boomer, who came to watch. Speaking of which, the audience who watched the world's first martial arts meeting actually did not need to buy tickets. So there was no position arrangement, the position you occupied depended entirely on your own skills. Maybe you came early, you occupied the front row, maybe you have a lot of strength, you can also occupy the front row. Of course, a guy like Tabble who came so late, want to occupy the position close to the edge of the ring naturally can only be through hard squeeze. After all, on this earth, who can squeeze him? So this is the opportunity for everyone to stand and chat together. Of course, this is mainly listening to Sun Wukong's voice and color to describe the battle situation just now, as well as the experience of training with the Turtle Immortals since this period of time. Wow, you're all great. Hearing Gaku say that they had both qualified for the official competition, Boomer was sincerely happy for them. She is the one who personally brought Gaku out of the mountains, and she is happy for him to see his growth. At this moment, the broadcast of the conference sounded. The competition is about to start. All the participants of the world's first martial arts association, please gather at the Budo temple immediately. After hearing the broadcast, Gaku and Klin said goodbye to everyone and climbed the wall and entered the Budo temple. And the turtle immortal also quietly glanced around, and left silently. After all, he also wants to participate in the competition, and he has to be careful with another identity. What's going on? Why is the turtle immortal gone? Oolong looked left and right, and he couldn't find the turtle immortal. But he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this old man is already so old, he won't be lost. Maybe it's another beautiful woman who went over to talk to you? End of this chapter. This is an excessive chapter. Quickly end the low-level plot of the Earth, speed up the pace of entering the cosmic level, ask for a wave of flowers and collections, thank you. Chapter 030. Chapter 30 ends. But just when Tabble was coaxing not to be busy, the results on the stage had already been revealed. Although Nanwu is a little lacking in heart and eyes, the will to make up for it is always very firm, facing the alluring beauty in front of him. He finally thought of a solution, which was to close his eyes. After Nanwu closed his eyes, the result was obviously easy to see, and without the interference of the outside world, Lan Fang, who had no strength, still ended up in a failure. At this time, Tabble, who had finally coaxed Boomer, sighed silently in his heart. It's a pity that I couldn't look at it twice, it's too much of a failure. The fourth match of the preliminary round is played by Sun Wukong, a dinosaur man. However, after waiting for a long time, everyone did not see Sun Wukong appear. It turned out that he had fallen asleep in the corner. After all, it's the guy who broke his brain, and the hot scene just now can actually make him fall asleep. This also has to be said that this is an ability, and it seems that seduction does not work for him at all. In this game, Sun Wukong has an absolute advantage in terms of strength alone, but it is a pity that he does not understand the strength of the dinosaur man in front of him. Not only can the opponent fly, but they can also use magic. This also caused a lot of trouble for Gaku, and he suffered a lot of losses without defense, and was almost eliminated. But fortunately, his own strength is much stronger than the other party. After using brute force to stretch open the magic gum wrapped around himself, Sun Wukong was just ready for a fight, but the other party saw his terrifying strength of Sun Wukong's casual kick to smash the wall. Unexpectedly took out the white flag and surrendered. After all the qualifiers, the fifth round will follow. It can be seen that the schedule of the world's first martial arts conference is still very devilish, and just after the competition, it is necessary to move on to the next round, and there is no rest time in between. The match was played by Klin against Cheng Long. This can be regarded as one of the top strength duels in this martial arts conference, and the scene of the battle between the two people is fast, which makes the audience in the arena unable to see clearly. And after Tabble, who could see the entire battle scene clearly, looked at the disgusting scene of the two spitting and spraying their noses, he felt for the first time that his eyesight was too good, and it didn't seem to be a good thing. Because the action was too fast, at the strong request of the referee, the two people in the field also demonstrated it in slow motion, what happened in that second just now. The scene can be said to be bursting with a sense of comedy. Although Klin later lured Cheng Long out of the ring using the underwear method, he was still defused by Cheng Long's use of the reaction force of the Turtle School Qigong. Caught off guard, Klin finally forced the strength of the Turtle Immortal out, was hit in the neck by one of his hand knives, fainted on the spot and was carried out of the stage by the medical team. The sixth round is played by Sun Wukong against Nan Wu. This match is more about Sun Wukong experimenting with some of his newly learned tricks, such as the afterimage fist he just learned from Cheng Long. For example, it rotates at high speed to form defenses and attacks without dead ends. This trick was also really useful, almost driving Nanwu off the stage, but unfortunately he ended up playing off. Gaku turned himself fainting. This also gave Nanwu the opportunity to jump directly into the air with his head down, with his hands folded in front of his chest. It's like the palm of God in Kung Fu. Formed a move that fell from the sky. I wonder if Xing Ye has also seen Dragon Ball? Nanwu directly smashed on the Goku who was still in dizziness. It's a pity that Goku's physical fitness is far beyond his imagination, and at the last second of reading the seconds, he still got up from the ground, although it was a little uncomfortable, but he didn't suffer much damage. Just when Nanwu was ready to repeat the trick, at the moment of landing, he was kicked off the stage by Goku on the ground and lost the match. They also lost hope of buying water for the villagers. The final match fell between the master and apprentice of Chenglong and Sun Wukong. The attack and defense of the two can be said to be very exciting, hitting from the ground to the air. You come and go. Even the two of them also performed the Turtle Sect Qigong at the same time. However, it seems that the Turtle Immortals should also be glad that they are not Sun Wukong's enemies, otherwise, according to the unwritten setting in Dragon Ball, dare to confront the Sun family. Almost none of them ended well. I have to say that Sun Wukong's talent is indeed amazing, and he can use it after watching the Turtle Immortals Afterimage Fist again, and he can also draw inferences and use a triple Afterimage Fist. Caught the Turtle Immortal off guard. And when the Turtle Immortal used a Drunken Fist to hit Sun Wukong, Goku also created a Mad Fist inspired by this. Of course, it may be more appropriate to call it Mad Dog Boxing. Even inspired by the general, and made a Monkey Fist, making the Turtle Immortal embarrassed. In the end, the Turtle Immortal finally felt troubled when he was facing Sun Wukong, so he had to use hypnosis to hypnotize Wukong. Just as he was preparing to reap the joy of victory, Boomer, who was standing beside Tabor, suddenly shouted at Goku. "Goku, hurry up and eat." Originally, she also shouted Sun Wukong's name like other viewers, trying to wake him up. After all, as a friend, this support still needs to be had. But it didn't work for half a day, remembering that Goku didn't seem to have any hobbies other than eating, so he just held the mentality of trying, wanting to see if he could wake up through Sun Wukong's favorite thing. But I didn't expect it to really work, and after hearing the meal open again, Goku woke up from a hypnotic state. The two fought together again. I feel that if I continue to fight like this, it will be difficult to distinguish the result in a short time. After all, this is not a life and death fight. The Turtle Immortal decided to use his own stunt, that is, the heaven-shaking palm of all nations, to force Goku to admit defeat. The Palm of Nations is one of the few named moves in the Dragon Ball world. When using this trick, first put both hands together to store chi, convert the energy of the whole body into tens of thousands of watts of electricity, and then shoot at the opponent to trap the opponent, so that the opponent cannot bounce manually, and continue to use the current to attack the opponent. Seeing that Goku was not lightly electrified, the Turtle Immortal was also persuading him to surrender. After all, he was not the life of his apprentice who he wanted, he just wanted him to know that there were people outside of people. At first, it was Sun Wukong, and he was still struggling to support, but it really felt very uncomfortable. He was ready to surrender. This is probably the only time that Monkey King has surrendered besides playing in Chiru, right? It's a pity that he didn't finish the 3 words of my admission of defeat. The upheaval happened. Now the Monkey King in the air is ready to say the words of surrender. His eyes were attracted by the full moon in the sky. This can be regarded as a real stab in the hornet's nest. After seeing the moon, Sun Wukong immediately transformed into a gorilla. Unconsciously destroyed all the surrounding buildings. The spectators who came to watch the battle were also frightened and fled. No way, the scene in front of you is too terrifying. Boomer was also a little nervous and wanted to drag Tabble with him. Because his appearance, Boomer never knew that Sun Wukong could transform, it inevitably made him feel afraid. After all, is this an unknown thing? However, Tabble did not take it seriously, but just took Boomer into his arms and said softly, "It's okay, that old man in the ring can solve this situation." Hearing Tabor's explanation, Boomer also gained a sufficient sense of security. Sure enough, after a short analysis, the Turtle Immortal knew that the key to Wukong's transformation was the full moon in the sky, so he used all his strength to push the moon out of its original orbit. That's right, it's pushing off the track, not sabotage. After all, he now has more than 100 points of combat power, which is not enough to destroy this satellite. In the end, Goku still lost in physical strength. It is a great pity to lose the champion of this martial arts conference. And this martial arts conference also ended with the cheers of the Turtle Immortals. Similarly, Tabor's journey to Earth for some time is coming to an end, and a new chapter is about to begin. End of this chapter. Things are a mess at home. Chapter 031. Chapter 31 descends on Namex. 2 months have passed since he returned from the first martial arts conference in the world. In these 2 months, Tabble spent almost all of his time with Boomer. After all, his next journey is the Sea of Stars. Although the gentle village is beautiful, the thought of the future will destroy the existence of the world at every turn. Tabble must have the strength to guard what he holds dear. When Tabble tells Boomer that he is leaving Earth, immediately, Boomer was very sad and dissatisfied and thought that Tabble was about to leave him, so Tabble had to patiently explain to her. You think wrong, I don't want you anymore, but I want to cultivate in the universe. You are already so strong, why do you still have to cultivate? Although he didn't know how strong Tabble really was, he could always solve it lightly in the face of so many dangers, and Boomer still felt that he was already very powerful. I'm still far behind, you probably don't know. We Scions used to work for the Universe Emperor Frisia, his combat power, at least dozens of times my current strength. You must know that he is a natural killer, everywhere he goes, all planets will fall into destruction, and our Scion planet was destroyed by him. Maybe I don't know when it will come to Earth, and I can't let him hurt you, so I have to have absolute power, he continued, after a pause. I don't want to leave you either, but time can't be wasted like this, the sooner I become stronger, the longer I can live with you. Tabble moved with emotion, and the explanation finally made Boomer understand. Although I am still very unhappy, I can at least accept him. Besides, I'm not coming back, there is a skill in the universe called teleportation, and when I learn it, I can come back to see you often. Tabble patted his chest and promised Boomer Bauma. Immediately, a big battle began in the bedroom, and it was still the Dragon Knight position. Boomer also vented his dissatisfaction in this way. After appeasing the discontent, Tabble told her the story of the universe. Although most of this is information he learned from reading comics in his previous life, I didn't experience it firsthand. It also made Boomer very longing and curious after listening to it. She's a scientist for all kinds of alien civilizations. Apparently also very curious. Tabble, you have to promise me that you must take me to outer space tourism in the future. No problem, I will definitely promise you. So it was stored like this for 2 months. As Boomer started school, Tabble set out on his journey. It has to be said that because Tabble informed in advance that he was about to leave. So during these 2 months, Boomer modified the spaceship he had come to Earth for him. Looking like in the original book, Sun Wukong went to the round spaceship of Namex, the same big guy. Tabble shook his head helplessly. It seems that so much money I prepared has not been spent in the end. Am I going to be like my cheap big brother Vegeta? Do you have the potential to eat soft rice? But complaining and complaining, he was still very honest and happily entered the spaceship. Without excessive hesitation, I glanced at the scene outside the hatch. Tabble pressed the takeoff button. The spacecraft roared out of Universal Capsule Company, entered space, and sailed away from Earth. Look out the window at the Earth that is getting smaller and smaller until it disappears. Tabble's mood gradually eased from the heaviness of parting. He clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind in his heart. Be sure to reach the Super Saiyan realm quickly. This way I can spend more time with Boomer. Turned on the ship's stereo. He is not like Sun Wukong, who only knows training and does not know how to enjoy. He turned on the ship's navigation system and searched in it. Although this system is already an antique, more than a decade ago. Fortunately, he still included the planetary coordinates of Namex. After all, the Namex people with this special ability still have a certain popularity in the universe. If it weren't for the poor environment of their planet, it may have been extinct long ago. The rules of the universe are sometimes so magical, although Namex almost caused the entire genocide due to natural disasters. But it is also a blessing in disguise. Avoid the prying eyes of other aliens. It is always a spark left for the development of the race. The modified spacecraft flew much faster than the one before him. It only takes 7 days to fly from the more remote Earth in the Milky Way to another remote planet, Namex. According to some information that Kabul saw in the forum in a past life, Earth and Namex probably have a distance of more than 20 light-years. It only takes 7 days to cover a distance of more than 20 light-years, and I have to say that the level of technology in the Boomer family is really unimaginably high. Of course, there is also the credit of Tabul's spaceship. Otherwise, according to the words of Boomer in the original book, their fastest spacecraft, the time it took to travel from Earth to Namex, was a terrifying 4,000 years. Because of the short time, Tabul did not intend to enter the dormant cabin, but entered the training room. He also incorporated gravity into the spacecraft. In this vast universe, there is no Wi-Fi, and there is no internet access. It's still more reliable to cultivate honestly. Recently, as Tabul gradually became a normal life, he felt an increase in energy in his body. He guessed that it might be the so-called S-cell, the main substance that can transform a scion into a super scion. The production rate of this substance is not very fast, and there are no samples of super scion, and there is no way to compare the other parties with the cell content in their own body to determine how long it will take for them to transform. In the original book, Vegeta probably lived on Earth for 3 years, became peaceful inside, and then was able to transform into a super scion. You can't be worse than him, right? Although I thought so in my heart, it was more of a self-ridicule. Everything is still as it should be, too forced, but even more unobtained. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Tabul's spacecraft also entered the orbit of Namex. Landed very smoothly on this desolate planet. Originally, the technology of Namex was still very developed, but it was almost extinguished. So now it's basically back to the days of farming. The advent of Tabur, in addition to the Great Elder and Niru. Others don't feel anything. I still carry out my daily work. Looking forward to the day when Nami Nemesis will return to its former prosperity. Great Elder, I just felt a strange aura descend. Niru bowed and approached the Great Elder's room. Report to the Great Elder. Well, I also felt it. But the other party's breath did not reveal malice. It should not be an enemy. You go and see. The voice of the Great Elder was full of vicissitudes. Although it looks a little weak, it is still a little different from the appearance of dying and living in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 032. Chapter 32 First Meeting with the Great Elder. After coming to Namek, Tabul did not choose to hide his breath, but released a part of his own power for the other party to perceive. After all, he did not come to the pit to deceive, there is no need to hide himself. At the same time, it was also to show his posture to the Great Elder, and he was not here to fight. However, the Nami Nemesis who came this time has only one purpose, that is, to obtain the right to use the Nami Nemesis Divine Dragon. This thing can fulfill 3 wishes. Moreover, because the strength of the Great Elder was much stronger than that of the Earth Immortals, the Namexis Dragon Ball here is also relatively less restrictive. After the ship landed, Tabul put the ship in the capsule. At the same time, he did not plan to leave this vicinity, because he knew that after feeling his breath, someone would definitely come to him. Sure enough. After wandering around nearby for a long time, Tabul finally saw a green-skinned humanoid creature flying from afar. This is the Namex Man, a character modeled after a slug, aka Slug. At the same time, they do not distinguish between men and women, and reproduction all depends on spitting out an egg. It can be said that it is really a very boring race, and Tabble is glad that he has not been reborn as a nemesis. Hello outsiders, say the purpose of coming to our planet. Niru saw that the other party did not have any dangerous behavior after seeing Tabor, so he still asked Tabble quite politely. Hello, I'm from Earth, I'm here to borrow your Dragon Balls to use them. Tabble doesn't hide his intentions. After all, if you want to make a wish on the Dragon Balls of Namek, you must use the language of Namek. Apparently Tabble doesn't speak this language. So even if you get the Dragon Ball after hiding it, there is no way to make a wish, it is better to say it generously. When Niru heard Tabor's intentions, his heart suddenly burst out. How did you know that Nemesis has Dragon Balls? Saying that, his face also showed a wary look. After all, this is the biggest secret of their race. If it is known by aliens, it will definitely cause the robbery of the major races. Even if Name Nemesis does not participate in the war, he will suffer heavy losses due to the impact of the war. That's because there are Dragon Balls on our planet too. Hear Tabor's answer. The look of surprise on Niru's face became even stronger. What do you say? Do you have Dragon Balls on Earth too? Are there any Nemesis on Earth? But before Tabble could get an answer, Niru dragged Tabble and flew in the distance. No need to guess to know. He definitely wanted to take Tabor and meet the Great Elder. After all, there are still clansmen in exile. This matter is still very important for their sparsely populated race. As for Niru, did he ever think about the other party deceiving himself? There must be, but after thinking about it, there are very few people who know that Dragon Ball exists, and there is no need for the other party to make up such a meaningless lie. Another reason, of course, is because of the very moment. The life situation of the Great Elder was not as weak as when Freeshaw came more than 10 years later. Soon, in Tabble's line of sight, a building built on a mountain peak appeared. When he really saw the huge Great Elder, Tabble couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart. And the old man in front of him single-handedly restored the race that was about to be extinct to its current situation. It is indeed admirable. Hello, outsider, I already know your intentions, but can you tell me about the Nemesis on that Earth? Nemesis have all kinds of strange abilities, one of which is that they have excellent eyesight and hearing. Therefore, it is not unusual for him to hear the conversation between the two. After all, if you see God standing in the sky, he can overlook the entire Earth. What's more, what about the stronger Great Elder in front of him? Well, there is a god on Earth who was sent to Earth by a small spaceship hundreds of years ago. In the end, God separated the evil thoughts in his body and became the Demon King. The Demon King was eventually sealed. So Tabble told God's story to the Great Elder. The Great Elder was after listening. There was silence for half a ring. Finally sighed. Well, I remembered. It was Kada's child, and I was amazed that he would reach Earth safely. It was as if he was an old man caught in memories, his face was full of memories, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. Looking at the other party's appearance, Tabble knew that no one would pay attention to him for a while, and he was not bothered. After all, he can also understand. It was the child of his former companion. Perhaps it is the feeling that the other party has grown up. Or maybe it's a pity that his old guy can't see this scene. After a long time, the Great Elder finally came back to his senses from his memories. Looking at Tabble in front of him, he said, "Thank you for the information of the clan you brought me. I can also use Dragon Balls for you, but can you tell me what you want to use Dragon Balls for? And I feel a very powerful force in you, what other wishes need to be fulfilled when you are so powerful?" The Great Elder actually doesn't resist Tabble's request to borrow the Dragon Ball, as long as the other party doesn't have evil thoughts, what won't he oppose at that time? It's just that he feels this young man in front of him. There is a huge amount of power in the body. Far more than their nemesis, this couldn't help but worry him a little. Tabal was also prepared for the Great Elder's question, and it was impossible for people to use the Dragon Balls for you directly when they met, so he explained, because there are things I cherish in this world, I need to protect them with great power. The strength of my body has been trained hard, but I think it is not enough. I always feel that there will be many powerful enemies in the entire universe in the future, so I need to become stronger, so I came to the universe to seek the opportunity to become stronger, and the Dragon Ball of Namex is also an unforgettable way to provide me with the opportunity to become stronger. So I came to Namexing, and I hope that the Great Elder can give me such an opportunity, and I am really very grateful. Tabur's words touched the Great Elder. After all, he also sensed something to come in the near future. As the young man in front of him said, evil will come. Namex ushered in another disaster. So after he pondered for a moment, he said to the young man in front of him, okay, I promise to lend you the Dragon Balls to use, please also agree to one of my requests. Seeing that the Great Elder had already agreed, Tabal naturally had no reason to refuse his request. After all, the equivalent exchange was not an excessive request, so he nodded and agreed. Great Elder, you say, as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to it. Seeing that Tabal agreed, the Great Elder voiced his request. Dragon Balls can be used for you, but I want to ask you to help save my people when Namex is in crisis one day in the future. The Great Elder is worthy of being a Great Elder. His ideas are not personal interests, but always his people. So Tabal decisively agreed. Just kidding, one of the important battlegrounds for future Dragon Ball. Even if the Great Elder didn't mention this request, he will also help take care of the nemesis. After all, it has become such a big love of others, so I can't help but return it. After the two sides negotiated, the Great Elder also narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Reach out and take the Dragon Ball placed on top of your head. Handed to Tabal. He also said to Niru, who was standing on the side, you should also go and tell the elders of the other villages to lend the Dragon Balls to this young man in front of you. But the Dragon Ball in front of you is too big. It's almost like basketball. After receiving the Dragon Ball, Tabal thanked the Great Elder and said goodbye. As for some people who will say, why not let the Great Elder improve his potential? In fact, this is not necessary for Tabur, because he is only one step away from transforming into a Super Saiyan at this time. There is no need to rely on any external forces. And in thinking about the future, Nobihan who accepted the potential development its son Gohan. Although his future strength is affected by his slackness. But maybe there is a pot with potential development? This kind of uncertain thing, he obviously will not do. After getting the Dragon Balls, he leaves with Neela for another village. End of this chapter. A new week has begun, ask for some flowers, thank you. Chapter 033. Under the leadership of Niru, Tabal very smoothly got the Dragon Balls in the Nami Nemesis tribe. Fortunately he has universal capsules, otherwise, how to take such a large Dragon Ball is also a problem. He doesn't have Frisia's ability to manipulate objects to levitate around him. Although the elders in the tribe were very puzzled by the outsider in front of them coming to look for the Dragon Balls. However, the Great Elder had already agreed, and with the Great Elder's prestige among the Nemesis, no one would doubt his decision at all. After all, the people on this planet right now, all the Nemesis are the children of the Great Elder. Soon after getting the last Dragon Ball, Tabal and Niru found an empty field. Remove all the Dragon Balls from the capsule and place them together. Tabal turned his gaze to Niru, who was standing on the side. After all, this is Namex, so the Dragon Ball here also needs to use the language of the Namex people. The languages in the universe must be strange, and no one can master all of them, right? Or that it's a meaningless act. Niru naturally understood what Tabor meant. So he said to Dragon Ball with a reverent look. Come out, Shenlong. Of course, this must have been in Nemesis language, and it reached Tabal's ears. I don't understand the meaning at all. Just after Niru's words fell, the 7 huge dragon balls in front of him began to emit golden light. And the originally sunny day suddenly covered with clouds, and in an instant the entire sky was shrouded in dark clouds. It's like entering the night. If it weren't for the golden light emitted by the dragon ball, it is estimated that he would have lost his 5 fingers at this time. The dragon ball flashed like a breathing lamp, until a golden light flashed, and a huge blue-skinned monster appeared in front of Tabal and Niru. That's right, this is a monster. Basically, apart from the scales and horns on the head, it has nothing to do with the image of the dragon in Tabal's impression. Even the super dragon balls scattered in this universe have a green-eyed white dragon similar to the one in Yu-Gi-Oh! After summoning. And this nemesis dragon in front of him, this is not a dragon at all. I have to say that the aesthetics of the Great Elder are indeed very strange. When the sturdy monster in front of him appeared, he also asked in name, seeing the desire of those who summoned him. Tabal must have been blind to this. Fortunately, Niru was able to act as a very good translator at this time. Translated the words of the dragon into a language that Tabor understood. Shenlong, this is asking you what wishes you need to fulfill. You help me tell him to let him, help me learn, the servant of the king god of the realm from Jupiter's teleportation. In order to avoid the failure of the wish caused by the wrong conditions of the dragon, Tabal described this wish in great detail. Teleportation is a very magical skill in the world of Dragon Ball, and at the same time a very practical skill. No matter how fast you are, it still takes time, but teleportation can break the distance between time and space, and can be used both for long-distance journeys and for surprise attacks in battle. In the future, Sun Wukong will learn the skill of teleportation from the Adrath Starman, but that skill can only be achieved after feeling the breath of the other party, and the preparation time is too long. So that's not what Tabra needs. And Jebet, the servant of the realm king god, who also appeared in the Dragon Ball world. His kind of teleportation is much easier to use. You don't need to feel the breath, you just need to know the destination to move over, which is very convenient. Niru told Tabur's wish verbatim to the Namex dragon named Bolunga. However, this guy's reaction speed is too slow, maybe it is because it is still a difficult thing to search for the realm king god. But in the end, this wish came true. You must know that Bolungia can re-separate the Eastern Realm King God into 2 human beings, so this is only the wish of the Realm King God servant level, and he can still fulfill it. I saw a flash of red in his eyes. At the same time, Tabal felt a sudden passage of using a skill appear in his mind. This is a technique similar to instinct. As long as he has a thought, he can use it. Of course, although I was curious to use this skill now, there was still a lot of business to do at this time, and I would talk about it after I had made my wish. Name your second wish, Shenlong urged. My second wish is for me to have an immortal body that can regenerate even if there is only 1 cell left. If teleportation is an offensive and defensive skill, then Tabor's second wish is a thorough life-saving skill. Although influenced by Scion genes, Tabal is not afraid of fighting. But not being afraid of fighting does not mean that you are not afraid of death. In Dragon Ball, the very difficult villains have regeneration skills. Therefore, in Tabal's plan, this is also a part of the process that must be realized, and only his own life is saved. Only then can I continue to improve my strength and reach the peak. This wish seemed simpler than the first wish, and Palunga's thinking speed was much shorter, and it only took a short time for Tabal to acquire this ability. After feeling that the vitality in the body has increased a lot, Tabal suddenly put down a big stone in his heart. As long as you don't die, you really can't die. He felt this power, and his heart was also excited. At this moment, as long as he did not have the strength to absolutely crush him, he would kill him in one fell swoop. Otherwise, unless the king directly erases this universe, then it is also difficult for him to die. Well, name your last wish. My last wish is to directly transform into a Super Saiyan. Well, Tabal admits that this wish is all about trying his luck. Sure enough, Shenlong couldn't do anything about it. Sorry, I can't fulfill this wish, you change it. Since there is no shortcut, then Tabal can only change his wish to. Then let me learn the Realm King Fist. The King of the Realm Fist is a move created by the King of the Northern Realm in Dragon Ball. It is a move that increases one's combat effectiveness several times or even dozens of times in a short period of time. The tolerance multiplier can be continuously increased through cultivation, but it is a great burden on the body. Before Nappa and Vegeta invaded Earth, Goku learned this move while cultivating with the King of the Northern Realm, and it was an auxiliary move before the appearance of Super Saiyan. In the later period, because Goku learned to transform into a Super Saiyan, he rarely used this move, until he had to use it again due to the difference in strength in Dragon Ball Z and the match with Hit in Dragon Ball Super, anime version. Fortunately, for this wish, Shenlong still came true very powerfully. After all, this is just a skill, not a direct improvement in strength. I don't know how he obtained the technique of using the Realm King Fist and instilled it into Tabal's mind. The reason why I chose this wish is because in my previous life, when Tabal was watching the Dragon Ball Super animation, Sun Wukong realized the bug-like state of extreme intention Gong through the use of the Realm King Fist. So obviously this skill is inevitable for him. Of course, at this time, some people may say, why not go directly to the planet of the Realm King God to learn? The answer is naturally simple. There are many people who have studied with the King of the Northern Realm, but who has learned the King of the Realm Fist? Is it because he can't learn it or he didn't hand it over at all? After the 3 wishes were fulfilled, the dragon disappeared. Unlike Earth's Dragon Balls, Namex Dragon Balls will not fly away after they are restored to stone. After all, the Dragon Balls on Earth are props that people need to find and increase hope for mankind. But the Dragon Ball of Namex is more of a totem worship. Otherwise, how could they not fulfill their desire to restore the planet? After fulfilling the wish, Tabra and Neera sent the Dragon Balls back one by one. After that, Tabal returned to the Great Elder's house again, said goodbye to him, and his wish had been fulfilled, and he was staying here. It doesn't make sense. And the most critical point is, the Nemesis solves the problem of food and clothing, but drinks water. He can't do that to that extent. So as not to starve to death. Tabal must leave the planet as soon as possible. Next time I come, maybe it's when the Nemesis chapter begins. Gave one last glance at Namek. Use the teleportation you just learned. With a bang, he disappeared into the planet. End of this chapter. Thanks for seeing the little guys here, Momoda. Chapter 034. Chapter 34 Realm King Fist. Since he is leaving Namex, he will obviously not use the spaceship again this time. Isn't it a waste to master such a tall teleportation skill? Speaking of Jebet's teleportation, it is a skill that is achieved by knowing the coordinates of the destination. This is like knowing the coordinates of all the places in the Dragon Ball world. Then you can make unlimited crossing. But if you don't know, this traversal skill is certainly not usable either. When Shenlong helped him fulfill this wish, he did not give him a matching star map. So in fact, for Tabal now, there are still many places that cannot be visited. As an assistant to the god of the Realm King, the number of planets that Jebet knows must be very large. So crossing is effortless. But Tabor is different. He wasn't as knowledgeable as Jebet. But fortunately, his spaceship still entered the coordinates of many planets. Even if it hasn't been updated for more than a decade. At present, it is enough, mainly in the future, go to an alien planet with a relatively high technology content, update your new map, that actually has little impact, but such as the Earth, the King Star, the World King Star, these special maps, because it is impossible to find the coordinates in the outside world, so he definitely can't go. This is probably also the aspect of teleportation that is not comparable to the teleportation of people on the planet Adraith. After all, as long as they can feel each other's breath, they can go. From the new picture, Tabble selected a planet without high-level intelligent life, and then sensed it in his mind. Then a teleportation order was given, and his figure quickly disappeared into Namex. It seems that even when time has not passed, he reached the planet. Because the planet is very primitive, and the environment is relatively harsh, the local tyrant aliens had no interest in him, so although they were found and marked, they were not captured and sold. And life on this planet is similar to the age of dinosaurs in the previous Earth. Very primitive but also solved, Tabor's eating problem. After all, there is meat when you step and get everything ready. So I summed up my wish this time. The first is teleportation. There is no need to mention this. Although just acquired, not familiar. And not enough planetary coordinates are known. At present, it is impossible to move freely in the universe. But for combat, it is really enough, because when fighting, you only need to see a certain position with your eyes to be able to move. It is still relatively convenient, as long as the exercise is carried out in the later stage, it is completely invincible to the extent of instinct. The second is about regenerative capacity. In this regard, Tabble experimented. He condensed an air blade in his right hand. Then he gritted his teeth and cut off his left hand. With his current strength, ordinary swords and things are already difficult to hurt him. So you can only use such a simple and crude method. As for whether you are worried about not growing, I'm not afraid at all. Even if this Dragon Ball's wish is not perfect, he still has Sendu, and he can also regenerate limbs. But the end result is magical. The severed wrist had not yet had time to bleed. It began to resplit, and then a brand new arm grew. It's amazingly fast. It is estimated that my recovery speed is not comparable to even Wolverine in the X-Men world. Right. Look at the wrist that has been restored to its original state. The Kabul triers moved. It's not the slightest bit different from before. It's just that the skin looks a little white and tender. But to say something different, he really felt something different, that is, his chi was slightly less. That's right, this regeneration skill consumes gas. And found out by cutting off more limb parts next. The more limb injuries there are, the more chi it will expend to restore the body. If the gas is exhausted, then it cannot be regenerated. Tabble nodded in satisfaction with this ability. However, he then saw stump and severed arms all over the ground. A chill suddenly rose in my heart. This Nima is so disgusting. Just now, because the experiment was too devoted. Not noticing himself at all. A lot of hands and feet have been cut off. Maybe it's because the pain is so small. After all, the nerves may have begun to recover before they noticed the pain. Quickly cut off the hands and feet in one place and destroyed them with Qigong waves. However, fortunately, these limbs that have detached from the body will not regenerate after being destroyed because they interrupt the attack of the breath. This also reminds Tabble. The idea of cutting off a piece of one's own flesh and storing it to wait for the resurrection in place full of blood before was impossible to achieve. Once he was done, Tabble began experimenting with his third wish King Fist. Realm King Fist is a skill that only Sun Wukong has cultivated in the Dragon Ball world. It was important before Super Saions appeared in large numbers. After all, this skill of superimposing forces is too amazing. Write down the usage method in your mind. Take advantage of the fact that there is no intelligent life on this planet. Tabble also shouted very second-in-law, Realm King Fist. Suddenly, a red aura emanated around him. This is a manifestation of a sudden surge in breath that can no longer be suppressed as usual, and thus gushes out. At this time, Tabble used double the Realm King Fist. The moment he started, he felt that the chi in his body had directly doubled. Although the consumption rate of chi has also accelerated, there seems to be no feeling at all. After all, the Realm King Fist is the stronger your physical body, the larger the multiplier that can be used. After feeling it a little, he continued to increase the multiple of the Realm King Fist, and directly activated it to a tenfold extent. In an instant, the arrogance around his body became huge again. When after reaching 10 times, Tabble felt a tingling sensation begin to come from his body. It was as if the muscles in the body began to break apart slightly. But fortunately, the ability to regenerate was also activated at the same time. This multiple is still within his tolerance. So he simply started without doing anything and directly started to the maximum multiple that Sun Wukong had used to be 20 times. Sure enough, the effect is really amazing. Not only around, flying sand and stones do not say. The green tendons on Tabble's own body also began to burst out, and the skin on his body also turned crimson, as if he had changed his race. Those sudden increases in chi though. It increased Tabor's attack power, but it also increased his physical burden. After all, it was not something he had obtained through cultivation. So when he moves through his body, it is very violent. It's like a tank running at high speed on a rampage on the highway. Although it is very powerful, it is also very destructive. Even Tabble can now be counterbalanced by his ability to recover. But know that regenerative power consumes gas. Although it is said that the Realm King Fist can completely increase the breath, it cannot increase endlessly. There will always be a time to consume. And there is no doubt that his own regenerative ability has accelerated this time. After experiencing this power again, Tabble quickly closed the Realm King Fist. He roughly felt the breath in his body, and in about 10 seconds, he consumed 1/10. That is, with his current strength, under 20 times the combat effectiveness. Attacking without damage can only last for 100 seconds. And that's not counting the consumption during battle. In other words, he may only have a minute at most to fight with 20 times his combat power. That's not as good as Ultraman's 3 minutes. But then he laughed at his thoughts. If you use 20 times, the combat effectiveness is still needed, and if you tug of war, then it is better to die after all. If you use 20 times the combat power and can't crush it, then the opponent's combat effectiveness must also be terrifying. Feel it. 3 wishes brought themselves after the call. Tabble began to familiarize himself with the training of these 3 new powers through exercise. End of this chapter. Ask for flowers. Thank you all. Chapter 035. Chapter 35. Dals appears. When Tabble appeared in front of the breath, he saw 6 aliens with different looks looking at him in shock. They couldn't think of how the other party appeared anyway. After all, as the Dales Legion in the universe, which was also famous in the universe, they thought that they were still very confident in speed, and the young man in front of them actually appeared in front of them without them noticing. How could this not surprise them? And when Tabble saw the appearance of the man at the head clearly, he knew who the guys in front of him were, and this face exactly like the Monkey King on Earth had obviously introduced his identity, that is, the Scion Dales, who was a low-level warrior like the Monkey King. Yo, I'm sorry, did it bother you all by suddenly appearing? After understanding the situation, Tabble no longer paid attention to these people in front of him, and after saying something without nutrition, he turned his head to look at the culprit who absorbed the vitality of the entire planet, the Spirit Tree. It is a rather large tree, like the World Tree depicted in Norse mythology, huge and majestic, but also full of destruction and evil. On this tree grows a fruit similar to rambutan. Tabble can feel a huge amount of energy in it. Legend has it that the fruit of the Spirit Tree is for the gods to eat. Tabble estimates that this so-called god should be Beerus. Like the king god of the realm, they are too late to protect the planet. How can they destroy the life of a planet in order to eat something? Only Beerus, the god of foodie destruction, can do such an unscrupulous thing. I don't know where Dals got this good. Several people regained their senses after a brief startle. Random is endless anger. How long has no one dared to ignore them like this? Immediately, someone wanted to educate the guy in front of him who did not have long eyes. However, Dales, who was standing in the C position, found an interesting thing, that is, the other party's waist was the same as him, and there was also a tail coiled. Oh? It's actually a scion. Although Darren's also knew that there was a scion prince named Tabul, he had never seen it, so he only knew that the person in front of him was also a scion, but he didn't know his identity. It seems that this guy is my clan, so who of you will educate him for me, so that he can know to respect his predecessors? Darren said carelessly. After all, through the combat power detector, it can be seen that the combat effectiveness of this guy in front of him is nothing more than 500 points, and any of his subordinates can solve him with one finger. Originally, several people were arrogant in the universe, and it was not a matter of a day or two to be a thug for Dales. After hearing Dales give the order, several people immediately rubbed their hands, wanting to behave well. Maybe after getting Dale's praise, they can also be rewarded with a spirit tree fruit in the future? It's a pity that today they were really unlucky enough to explode and hit the steel plate of Tabur. The branches on the combat power detector made them not take Tabul to heart, so the largest guy in the Dales Legion walked towards Tabul alone, and while smiling viciously, he raised his fist and prepared to burst Tabul's head. This kind of bloody scene, he used to do it often. The face also revealed a bloodthirsty expression. It's just a pity that he met Tabul today. The next instant after he threw out his fist, the smile on his face froze. Because the young man in front of him actually caught his powerful punch with one hand. Looking at the clenched fist, he quickly came back to his senses. Thinking of quickly pulling his fist back and punching again, it was a pity that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the palm of the young man in front of him. When his companions saw this guy, they couldn't hit a blow, but they were caught by the other party, so they immediately laughed. "Hey, Kakeo, didn't you eat last night? Do you want us to help?" The guys with zero vision saw their teammates deflated, and they didn't even think that it was the problem of the other party's strength. He was still there taunting his teammates. It's really the strength of the pig teammates. An alien named Kakeo. At this time, there is also bitterness that cannot be spoken. The other party grabbed his fist and forgot it. But just now, a huge force came from the fist. The pain is that I broke out in a cold sweat. And this force is getting stronger and stronger. He could even feel it. The bones of his own fist began to make a crunching sound. It was the sound of bones breaking, and he was very familiar with it, because he also liked to attack planets. In this way, crush the other person's bones, torture the other person and enjoy the process. I just didn't expect that I would also become that crushed guy this day. Finally after I couldn't stand it. Kakeo exclaimed bitterly. And accompanied by its cry of pain. It was also the moment when his fist left him. That's right, Tabul directly crushed the opponent's fist. For this retarded mind who dares to punch himself. Tabul obviously won't show mercy to his men. In these 10 years of combat career. Because more and more battles, it is inevitable to encounter many mentally retarded boys who do not have long eyes, so Tabul's heart has become very iron-blooded. But he will not show mercy to his enemies. Perhaps direct death is also a great happiness for his enemies. Cover your bare wrists. Kakeo was lying on the ground and rolling around like a pig. Seeing this, his companions realized. The young man in front of him did not seem to be as weak as they thought. But for his own companions to suffer such trauma. How many thugs? Suddenly I was very unhappy in my heart. Even though he was surprised by the strength of the other party, he still rushed towards Tabul at the same time. I want to crush each other through the cooperation of several people. But apparently they got their mind wrong. No matter how many ants there are, they are ants after all. Face several aliens rushing towards you. Tabul snorted coldly. Extend your finger and point at each other. Bang! 4 pillars of energy light. Then it flew out from between his fingers. Hit the eyebrows of the 4 people in front of him, along with the inertia of rushing forward just now, the dead man still rushed forward half a step even if he was dead through, bang bang, and the sound of 4 flesh hitting the ground sounded. Obviously, these guys are too dead to die anymore. Why kill each other directly? In Tabul's already blurred impression, it seems that there are some guys with strange abilities in all those teams. For example, what time stands still or something. Although with his current strength, he is not afraid of these abilities, just to avoid trouble. It is more convenient to let them all go to get the boxed lunch. After all, if you are touched by these weak scum, then I still don't want to lose face. And Darren's, who was preparing to watch the play on the side, suddenly saw his subordinates, and after being killed in an instant, a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Although the combat effectiveness of these subordinates of his own is not as strong as his own. But if you want to kill them, even if you can, you will never be able to do it so easily by the other party. It's just a face. He killed 4 good hands who were not weak in seconds. It made him feel bad. However, at this time, he still did not correct his mentality, and still felt that he was the strongest among the scions. So he spoke to Tabur. Not bad, your strength actually surprised me, you can actually kill my 4 subordinates in seconds, otherwise, you join my Dale's Legion and become the strongest warrior under my seat. How about we conquer the universe together? Well, the villains in the Dragon Ball world are quite funny. Seeing that the other party still did not recognize the gap between the two sides, Tabor wanted to accept himself as a subordinate. Immediately laughed angrily. So he stretched out his finger. Ticked towards Darren's. Well, if you can defeat me, then I'll mess with you. Darrell saw that the guy in front of him was completely faceless. It is also angry in the heart. Well, since you are so ignorant, then don't blame me, then you can go down and meet my subordinates. With that, his figure flashed and he rushed towards Tabul as fast as he could. Although he is arrogant. But he's not stupid. From the scene that just happened, he knew that the guy in front of him was not weak. So the battle can only be solved by quick victory. It's a pity that his proud speed is in front of Tabor, and the slow is like a turtle. You must know that the strength of Dales is only obtained by eating the fruit of the spirit tree. It is completely incomparable to a pervert like Tabul who has been training in the gravity room all year round. So in the astonished gaze of Darren's, Tabul waved his hand casually, like chasing flies. A precise slap hit Dales in the face. Bang! Darren's flew out upside down. It fell to the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust. Although I feel a little dizzy in my head. Dales was not fatally injured either. Shaking his head, he crawled out of the big pit that had just been smashed out. This is also the reason why Kabul did not kill him. After all, he didn't want the other party to die so quickly, and if he didn't torture the other party well, how could he calm the anger in his heart? Otherwise, the blow just now would have blasted Dales into dust in the universe. Darren's, who had recovered a little, looked at the strange scion in front of him who stood there looking at him without even moving a step, although the other party's face was smiling, but this made Dales feel. That's a mocking laugh. How many years, in this universe, who dares to show such an expression to him? End of this chapter. The document suddenly disappeared, the original chapter was missing, and I quickly added a new one. Chapter 036. Chapter XXXVI The Despair of Dales. Where has Dales been so humiliated for so many years? Even Frisia didn't dare to come to his trouble. Well, it's just that people are too lazy to bother him. And this strange scion in front of him did not even put him in his eyes at all. How could this not make him angry? So the original reason that was not strong under the anger completely fell at this moment. A red ring formed between his hands. This is his trick, called Energy Aura. It is a cutting type skill that transforms Qi into a sharp blade. Similarly, Qin's Qi Yuan was chopped. Even if you can catch my tricks, you will still be chopped into pieces. Dales thought to himself. Quickly put the Energy Aura in his hand. Pushed to Tabul not far away. It's a pity that the idea in his heart is completely disappointed, because even if the Energy Aura flies very fast, it is only limited to those whose strength is weaker than him. At this moment, Tabble did not transform into a Super Saiyan. Under normal conditions, it is not within the reach of the scumbag of Dallas. Look at the aura of energy that flies towards him at turtle speed. Tabble scoffed. At this level, I still want to dominate the universe. You're still delusional. He doesn't have masochistic tendencies. Even if this aura could not cause any harm to his flesh. But it will destroy his clothes. He was now wearing a combat uniform similar to the one worn by Vegeta in the later period. Although the defense is good, it is still unable to withstand this skill damage of tens of thousands of combat power levels. Tabble didn't want to be seen by Boomer in rags when he returned to Earth later. It may cause worry from the other party and also make you lose face. So I saw his feet flashing rapidly. Quickly appeared behind Darren's. And through this way of movement, there is also an afterimage of Tabor in the same place. Dals looked at his aura of energy. After accurately hitting the Tabble in front of him, my heart was suddenly excited. I couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, I let you be arrogant in front of me, I haven't been killed by me, I am the strongest warrior in the universe. It just didn't wait for him to be happy for 3 seconds. From behind him sounded a voice full of teasing. Oh yes? Did you just decide that I had been killed by you? Dal stiffened after hearing that voice. It's like being hit by a spell. Looking at the position where Tabble was standing just now, sure enough, after the dust had settled just now due to the dust stirred up by the energy aura, the place was empty. Apparently didn't hit anyone. Then his life is that strange scion. When did he come behind my back? A thought arises. In Dallas's mind. It is completely impossible to understand how the other person appears behind him. After all, in his worldview, its speed is already the first in the world, and it is impossible for anyone to be faster than him. This is probably the vision that limits the other party. In the final analysis, this is just a pseudo-strong person who has grown up through external forces. The frog at the bottom of the well, how could he understand how big the sky really was? It's just that the one behind him didn't let him think too much alone. Kicked him directly in the back. Darren's then felt a huge force coming from behind him. The figure flew uncontrollably towards the front. Losing his balance, he faced down. Sturdy and had an intimate encounter with the earth. Steadily fell a dog eating. Tabble saw Dales, who was lying on the ground for a long time and did not want to get up, and felt more and more funny in his heart. However, he did not immediately go up to mend the knife. How could such a fun thing end so quickly? His state of mind at this time is not arrogant. Simply because the opponent is already fully understood. And the crushing of strength makes him fearless. If it is placed in similar strength, or the opponent is a being that he does not understand, then he must be pursuing a quick victory. He will not become very arrogant once he obtains super abilities like Son Gohan. In the original book, he transforms into Super 2 to Dual Shuru and transform into a mysterious state to Dual Bu. It's all unusual arrogance that leads to a crash. Tabble wouldn't learn from him. He silently looked at Darren's, who was lying motionless on the ground. Even if the small movements in his hands have been discovered, he didn't stop it. After all, clowns are just clowns. Dale's lying on the ground at this moment. Seeing that the other party did not continue to attack him, a thought came to mind. That is to transform into a giant ape. This is his life-saving skill, instantly increasing his combat power tenfold. So his hand began to quietly condense the artificial moon. To put it bluntly, the transformation of scions into apes is after absorbing the moon and emitting bolts rays, through the transformation of the tail. Thus carrying out the process of transformation. When scions attack an alien planet, if they encounter too strong resistance, they will transform to gain 10 times the combat power before attacking. But not all planets have a moon, so scions have also developed a way to transform through an artificial moon, even if it is only 30 minutes to use this method. but it is a way to enhance combat effectiveness. After brewing in the hands for a while, he also suddenly threw the ball of energy light hidden in his hand into the sky. Boom! In mid-air, suddenly, a large ball of light appeared. Ha 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 ha, you should solve me quickly, I am about to gain 10 times the combat power now, you just wait to die. Seen since the successful launch of the man-made moon, Darren's returned to his original arrogance. There's even a hint of madness in it. It can be said that he has actually gone crazy. Tabble closed his eyes after Dals threw the light mass in his hand into the air. He didn't want to become such an ugly thing. Anyway, you can feel the actions of the other party through chi. The impact of opening your eyes is not very big. Feel the other person's aura gradually grow until you have 10 times the state before. Tabble knew that the other party had successfully transformed into a giant ape. He also shook his head helplessly. Said in a regretful tone. It's a pity, why is the young brain broken? Darren's heard that the other party still dared to mock himself after his transformation. Anger burned in his heart, and he directly swung his huge fist and smashed it towards Tabble in front of him. In his cognition, the other party is a waste who does not dare to transform. Because many scions lose their minds when transforming. So when he saw the state of Tabble with his eyes closed, Dals naturally decided that the other party was such a waste. End of this chapter. Chapter 037. Chapter XXXVII, The End of Darren's. Although Dales is huge after his transformation, his agility has not been reduced. The fist quickly appeared in front of Tabble. Looking at Tabble getting closer and closer, he did not have any state of resistance. The excitement in Darius's heart grew stronger and stronger, and he was ready to let his fist meet a baptism of blood. It's a pity that the fist is only a few tens of centimeters away from Tabor. It was blocked by a force. In any case, he could not move forward any further, even the slightest bit further. This, of course, was why Tabble reached out to block it. It's just that the opponent's fist is too big. It was just a complete obstruction of his own view. I felt the touch of the fur on the giant hand in front of me. Tabble shook his head with a slight disappointment in his heart, thinking to himself. Why does this fur feel so rough? It seems that the idea of taking it back to make a coat has failed, so since this product no longer has any waste value, this farce should be over. I don't know if Dales, who was transformed into a giant ape in front of him, knew that Tabor's heart wanted to use his fur after transforming into a giant ape to make a coat. Would he directly go crazy? What about transforming into a super scion? After deciding to end everything, Tabble is in the palm of his hand. An energy ray brewed, instantly penetrating the entire arm of Dales. This sudden change. Darles was shocked, and at the same time a pain came from his arm. It also made him break out in a cold sweat. Kneel on the ground. Who the hell are you? Why have I never seen you? Dales said, clutching his already wasted arm. While looking at Tabor, he asked. Stimulated by pain, he has regained his senses. This guy in front of him is definitely not a nobody. But why have I never seen this guy myself? My name is Tabor, you must have heard of my name. As soon as he heard Tabble say his name, Dals immediately came to his senses. Isn't that the second prince of waste on planet Vegeta? How could he have such great power? However, at this time, the desire to survive completely occupied his already unenlightened brain, leaving him with no time to care about other things. It turned out to be His Royal Highness the Second Prince. No wonder with such a powerful power, I am willing to show my surrender to you, offer my loyalty, and provide you with a force to conquer the universe. With that, he knelt down towards Tabble. It was as if it had truly surrendered. It's a pity that the prince in front of him is not a real prince, but a traverser. Tabble watched the guy in front of him perform so clumsily. His heart snorted coldly. How could such a guy be willing to submit? As long as you find an opportunity, you will immediately turn against the water. And this is the world of Dragon Ball. What's the use of taking these subordinates back yourself? More cannon fodder is just cannon fodder after all, and it is still disobedient cannon fodder. Besides, I don't have the idea of conquering the world at all. What about sitting on the world? It's all exhausting to manage, right? But that's not what he said. Oh, since you want to surrender to me, then I will reluctantly agree. As soon as he heard Tabul's words, Dallas's heart suddenly surged with infinite ecstasy. He raised his head excitedly, with an unhidden smile on his face. At least he had saved his life at this moment. Don't be proud too early. After I recover my strength, I must find a way to kill you to wash away the shame you brought me today. I will torture. But before he could construct a scene of torturing Tabor in his mind, the smile and thoughts on his face stopped at the same time. It's like pressing the pause button. A few seconds later, a huge giant body slowly fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Looking closely, it turned out to be at the center of his eyebrows. There was an extra blood hole, and blood was bubbling out. So far, he didn't understand why the other party had agreed to leave him with his life a second ago. Why did you kill him in the next second? It's just a pity that he will never have an answer. Tabul looked at the other party's body with disdain. Sneered in his heart. Isn't this experience going from despair to hope to despair, going from despair to despair? This torturous psychology. Sometimes it can still bring him a lot of pleasure. After calming down, Tabul found a syringe from his clutter. A tube full of his blood was drawn from the wound on Dale's body. Although his strength is not very good, his genes can still provide some help to Tabor. After the blood has been extracted, Tabul directly destroyed the huge corpse, leaving not a single cell behind. This can really be called the destruction of corpses. Just as Tabul was preparing to leave the planet, suddenly remembered the spirit tree that the other party was cultivating before. So I was curious. Teleportation appeared on the huge canopy. After this moment, the battle between Tabor and the legions of Darans. No, or rather playfulness is more accurate. The spirit tree in front of him has fully grown. Ripe fruit is also produced on the tree. Tabul unceremoniously plucked the fruit. Look at the fruit in your hand that looks like a mutant rambutan. He didn't think much about it, so he ate it in his mouth. The taste is still good, and the texture is also good. It's just that increasing combat effectiveness is a little less powerful. Although Tabor also felt the increase in combat effectiveness, it was also minimal. Almost negligible. This may be because the level of this vegetable planet is too poor. If it is planted on some planet similar to Earth, it may be more. But even if this fruit has no effect on himself, you can also give it to other people. Thinking of this, he took away the seeds of the spirit tree and planted a large piece of him later when he had the opportunity. As for if he goes to other cultivation planets, will it be a bit excessive to destroy other people's planets? How could there be such an idea? There are thousands of life planets in the Dragon Ball world. Except for Earth, which gave Tabor a sense of belonging, the other planets were not much different from animals in his eyes. What's more, beings in this world like the Destroyer God King do not take life seriously. Determined to surpass them in the future, Tabor naturally does not care about these things, as long as it can help him grow. That absorbs these nutrients. It's also something that's understandable. After packing everything up, Tabor took one last look, this one already. A planet that has lost its life. Immediately use out teleportation. Left here and return to Earth. End of this chapter. Chapter 038. Chapter 38 Aftermath 2 appears. It's been days since I returned to Earth in the blink of an eye. These days, Tabul and Boomer are preparing for marriage. What venue, form, guest invitation, and even chef's choice of dishes. Both made the two people anxious. After all, they have never experienced this kind of thing. Drive and Mrs. Briff are very unreliable, and they are completely unexpected. So the two of them can only do it themselves. Boomer, how about we find a special wedding company? Tabble suddenly remembered that he still had a lot of money to spend, so he proposed to Boomer. However, it was decisively rejected by Boomer. No, how can the affairs of the two of us be handed over to outsiders? Well, I can only continue tossing. But just as Tabble was in a state of distress, a phone call saved him like rain in time. Ding-ling-ling. Boomer's cell phone rang. Hey, old turtle, what's wrong? What? You said Goku's son was kidnapped by someone? Okay, I know, I'll be right over. After Boomer hung up the phone, he immediately said to Tabble, hurry up and come with me to Turtle Immortal Island. Just now, the Turtle Immortal called me and said that Sun Wukong's son was kidnapped and taken away, and the other party seemed to be playing Dragon Ball's idea, and we had to hurry over to help. Saying that, he immediately rummaged through the cabinets to find the Dragon Ball radar. After all, this thing has not been used for more than 10 years. It has long been unknown where she threw it. As soon as Tabble heard Boomer's tone, he felt that the matter seemed to be quite urgent, and remembered it, so he stopped rubbing and quickly took Boomer. Came to the island using teleportation. After all, he has been here more than once, so the coordinates are still clear. The Turtle Immortals didn't expect Boomer to come so quickly. A surprised expression also appeared on his face. He didn't ask much when he arrived. After all, the most urgent thing now was to save Son Gohan. Boomer, you guys actually came so fast. Goku on the side was also surprised. But instead of thinking about this, he was more nervous about his son. So he immediately continued. Boomer, quickly take out the Dragon Ball radar. A group of people took Gohan away, they also injured Kiki and Daddy, I want to hurry to rescue him. Although Boomer did not understand the cause and effect, he also knew that this was not the time to dig into the bottom line. After all, the sons of the people were kidnapped, and now they still ask the reason. It's also a little too unkind. So he quickly took out the Dragon Ball radar and placed it on the table. The search function is enabled. After a dripping sound, everyone found that there were 5 Dragon Balls gathered together. Sun Wukong also understood at this time. Their target is not Gohan but Dragon Balls, and they have already gathered 5 Dragon Balls, it must be here. Not busy, also glanced at the coordinate display on the radar. The approximate location was determined. This direction is in the south, probably in the Red Sea. As soon as Goku heard this, the location had been decided, and he couldn't wait for it immediately. Can you lend me this Dragon Ball radar? Of course, Boomer would not refuse his request, it was nothing more than a Dragon Ball radar. If you want it, it's still easy to do another one. So he immediately agreed. Okay, you take it. Of course it's fine. Look at the Monkey King who picked up the Dragon Ball radar and prepared to snatch the door out. The Turtle Immortal, who had already heard the cause and effect, immediately spoke up. Wukong, the other party can solve it in one fell swoop and the Bull Demon King is definitely not an ordinary person, you have to worry. Good Goku didn't respond much, jumped directly on the somersault cloud and quickly left according to the direction on the Dragon Ball radar. Looking at the anxious expression on his face, Tabble couldn't help but speak up. Since you are so uneasy, then I will follow the past, if I am there, they should not have any problems. Boomer heard Tabble say this. That uneasy heart also let go a lot. So the nod should arrive. Okay, then you hurry over, pay attention to safety, I'm waiting for you to come back here fool, I told you, I am invincible on earth, rest assured said and put his arm around Boomer in front of everyone. Kissed her red lips. Immediately ignored her embarrassed eyes. After some laughter, he took off into the air. Chased after Sun Wukong, who had just set off. The words were divided into 2 ends, and Son Gohan, who was previously captured, was crying with tears and snot. At this moment, he is not the future god Rice. Just an ordinary 4-year-old. Under Kiki's education, her personality is more introverted. There is no scion hot-blooded character at all. After being kidnapped, he cried and cried. "See these bad guys in front of you!" He shouted loudly at the other party. "My father is the #1 monkey king in the world, you quickly let me go." In his eyes, his father was the most powerful being. But I didn't expect that after he said this, he first made several people around him stunned, but then caused the 4 people around him to laugh. One of them, a weirdo with dark brown skin, laughed even more brazenly, "Ha ha ha ha. So how did he give birth to a crybaby? The Piccolo Great Demon has been easily defeated by us." Another light blue-skinned weirdo next to him is also Ying Hideo. "Yes, 3 or 2 clicks solved. Yes, it's simply vulnerable. Your father is Sun Wukong, it is estimated that it is about the same level, not our opponent at all, ha 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 ha." Unbridled ridicule echoed through the hall. After feeling the mockery of several weirdos in front of him, he mocked his father. Sun Gohan's heart was very angry. He clutched his trouser leg tightly, venting the anger in his body. It's just that he himself doesn't know. His anger inspired his hidden fighting power. As a hybrid of Earth and Science, Gohan has very strong potential. If it weren't for the fact that he was forced to read by Kiki all day at this time, he should have already surpassed his father. The combat power exuded by Son Gohan under the outbreak has reached the level of 700. Under this period, Sun Wukong's combat power is less than 500. So it's already a very terrifying level. The most intuitive way to feel this combat power is naturally the unlucky bastard closest to Son Gohan and the only one who can feel Chi Jialagu too, a guy who looks a bit like the Piccolo Great Demon King but has no tentacles. In his feelings, the momentum leaked by this little devil in front of him at this time turned out to be so powerful. At that moment, an idea came to mind, that is, let him become his subordinate, and train him to conquer the world for himself in the future. Here I have to admire these villains. And I don't know if they are stupid or measured. I actually thought about keeping the guy who was my enemy and also thinking about training him. End of this chapter. These 2 days are going to test for license plates, good luck to me. Chapter 039. Chapter 39, Gohan's Amazing Experience. After feeling Gohan's talent, Jialagu too was also very amazed in his heart. No. Impossible, I feel that there is an incredible power in this little ghost's body, such a great power, this is the first time I have encountered it. If you hone it properly, you may be a talent. After the thought flashed in my heart, I immediately became a heart of love. So he said to Son Gohan, who was sitting in front of him. Okay, I decided, I'll take you as my subordinate from now on. As soon as his words came out, his 3 subordinates were very shocked, and at the same time said to Sun Wuhan with great envy. Wow, this little brother's luck is really good, not only did he not die, but he was also promoted. Ignoring the reactions of several of his men, Jialagu too continued. Next, you will be trained by me to become as strong as everyone else here. Well, even after he's said a lot. Even if Gohan, who was already a top student, he still didn't understand the words of this so-called subordinate at all. After making this decision, Jialagu too no longer restricted Gohan's freedom. He even let his blue-skin subordinates take Gohan out for training. But how can this guy train other people, especially a 4-year-old child? After taking Gohan outside the palace, there is no longer any restriction on the child's freedom. No, I'm going home, Son Gohan ran wantonly on the island. This can make this strange man very troubled. I can't stand why I have to be the babysitter of such a little ghost. I already know, I didn't talk just now, he said, reaching out and picking a fruit from the tree next to him. It is a fruit that looks a bit like an apple, but is actually a fruity fruit with a high alcohol content. These demon creatures like this kind of fruit, and it just so happens that the inner world of this product is very unhappy at this moment. After all, this phrase of drinking to eliminate worry is basically applicable in any world. The other side. After running for a long time, Son Gohan finally felt tired. And he hasn't eaten for a day. The stomach has long been rumbling. He hid aside and saw the weirdo eating this unknown fruit from the tree. So I thought, I haven't seen fruits in books, but if they can eat them, I can eat them. Previously, he was still worried about this fruit, and he did not know it, so he did not act rashly. But now that concern has been completely set aside. He also plucked a fruit from the tree. Swallow in 3 or 2 bites. After eating, he licked his lips with aftertaste. Wow, this fruit is delicious. But he said that the strange man had just discovered that Son Gohan wanted to eat the fruit of the tree. Just about to step forward to stop it. But the movement of the hand is still a step slower. Gohan had already swallowed the fruit. So he had to look at Son Gohan dumbfounded. The fruit that a child eats will get drunk. Sure enough, after the expression on his face covered in cold sweat, Son Gohan and other body changes became shaky. I also dangled in walking and stood unsteadily. The scene in front of him has also become blurred, and even some strange scenes have appeared, and many small animals are singing and dancing around him. At this moment, Gohan was indeed really drunk. After seeing the cute images of small animals all over the world, Gohan happily played with these phantoms. The body is completely in a state of instinctive control. It doesn't matter what kind of high platform or cliff wall. He walked up without fear. This can frighten the weirdo who takes care of him and trains him. This is the task given to him by their boss, and if something goes wrong, when he thinks of their boss's torturous methods, he suddenly feels a sense of panic, and a strong desire for survival gushes out from his heart. So he rushed forward and tried to catch him. It's just that. How could Son Gohan, who was under instinctive control, be caught so easily? No matter how hard the other party tries. All when they were about to touch him. It was flashed by, like a joke. And Jialagu too, who was watching everything not far away, was also more certain of Sun Wuhan's extraordinary in his heart. Sure enough, he's not an ordinary little ghost in the end. Son Gohan was too strong because of the drink. Fell asleep in the middle of the throne. And the weirdo also let go of his heart at this time and complained loudly. This little ghost is harder to take care of than anything, why me? At this time, he was arranged to go out to look for it, and the last 2 Dragon Ball's subordinates had also returned. Lord Jaligu too, these are the last 2 Dragon Balls looked at the ground. Flashing and flashing, like a breathing lamp. 7 Dragon Balls, even with the 300-year-old state of mind of King Galagu too, it is inevitable to be a little excited. In an almost trembling tone, he said to his men. Now that the 7 Dragon Balls are fully collected, we can start asking the dragon to fulfill my wish. Seeing that his subordinates were also excited, even if they didn't respond to him, he didn't care, but directly shouted out loudly. Come out, Shenlong! Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder in the entire sky. The sky reflected in the dusk suddenly entered the middle of the night, and it became dark and there was no light. And the Monkey King on the road also sensed that the other party should have begun to fulfill his wishes. Facing Tabble who was flying on the side, he said. They want to summon the dragon. Tabble answered him at the moment, indicating that he knew, but the thought in his heart was, if it weren't for you, I would have arrived a long time ago. The speed of this somersault cloud is obviously completely incomparable to his. But Sun Wukong is a man, so he can't let him fly with him. As for why not use teleportation and take him over? This is simply because Tabble also wants the other party to have enough time to collect the Dragon Balls. And seeing that the other party was ready to start making a wish at this time, Tabble felt that the time was almost up. So he immediately reached out and grabbed the Monkey King on the side, and said to him, Okay. I'll take you right now and don't resist me. After speaking, he did not wait for Sun Wukong's reaction. Using it directly, the teleportation appeared above the head of the divine dragon. It's probably the Dragon Ball radar showing the coordinates. After all, there is no way to explain this kind of thing that I can't understand, otherwise I would also move instantly. The appearance of the two stunned Galagutu and his party present. They didn't expect that when summoning the divine dragon, they could summon two humans. So I suddenly forgot about wanting to make a wish for a short time. 4 pairs of eyes stared directly at the two people who appeared above the dragon's head. The scene fell into an eerie silence for a while. Seeing this, where will Tabra be polite to everyone? So immediately make a wish like Dragon Ball. Shenlong, please let Boomer stay young forever. The reason for this wish is that Table's adolescence is very long, and she does not want to see Boomer age a little in the future. Why not make a wish to the dragon for immortality? That's because living too long is not a good thing. What's more, the person who made this wish in the original book was cursed and lived forever in infinite loneliness. So it's better not to die, even if you really want to live forever. At least use Super Dragon Balls. End of this chapter. This book is a work of pen practice, but also a starting work for a reader, and many shortcomings are forgiven. Chapter 040. Chapter 40 The Shock of the Crowd. No problem, your wish is too simple. Shenlong, after hearing Tabor's wish, completely different from his fellow countrymen on the Nemesis, he responded very efficiently and quickly. Boomer, who was still on the distant Turtle Immortal Island, suddenly felt light. It was as if something had been changed. If she went to look in the mirror at this moment, she would find out. Originally, some loose skin begins to regain the elasticity of adolescence. The whole person's temperament has also increased a lot of vitality. After fulfilling his wish, the divine dragon reformed into 7 rays of light and disappeared into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky disappeared without a trace, and the sun once again shone on the earth. The change in front of him made Jalikutu almost drop his jaw. He didn't expect that the original matter of being stable was cut off halfway. My heart was suddenly filled with anger. But not before it burst out. Sun Wukong jumped directly from mid-air to the ground. At the same time, he shouted, "Give me back my Gohan!" Apparently, these guys have investigated the warriors of the earth. His men. After seeing the Monkey King for the first time, he recognized the identity of Sun Wukong. "You are the Monkey King." Sun Wukong responded very hard, "The other party is good, I am Sun Wukong. You guys dare to hurt Kiki and the Bull Demon King's father-in-law, I will definitely not spare you," but the other party is obviously very arrogant, previously relying on the sneak attack to win the confidence brought to them by the Piccolo Great Devil, making them think in their hearts that the martial artists on the earth at this moment are not their opponents. Therefore, he did not put Sun Wukong, the former number 1 in the world, in his heart at all. "Humph, so what? We can hurt you too." However, just as the two sides were engaged in gunpowder-smelling negotiations, a golden light suddenly fell in the sky, interrupting the saber-rattling momentum of both sides. All eyes were drawn to the past. I saw a human figure appear from the golden light. Jialagutu was seeing the appearance of the people coming. Exclaimed, "Tenjin, you're not even dead." Such an expression does not mean that Jialagutu is a fearful god. Rather, he knew that the celestial god and the Piccolo Great Demon were one. Previously, he thought that he had killed the Piccolo Great Devil, so he also believed that the gods were also dead. Therefore, when facing the heavenly god who appeared alive in front of him, he would show a surprised expression. And Son Goku is also very dissatisfied with Tenjin's behavior that disrupts his plan to save Gohan. Is there really a plan? Heavenly God, don't you come out at this time to make trouble? Okay, obviously, God did not pay attention to Sun Wukong's disrespectful attitude. After all, he still knew this disciple very well. Sun Wukong, you are still the same, you have not changed. After the initial surprise, Gialagutu showed a playful expression. He walked towards what the gods said. Welcome to the heavenly god. He felt that it didn't matter, anyway, if the other party appeared in front of him, then just kill him in front of him. Sure enough, you Gialagu, after 300 years, you have actually been resurrected. It seems that the upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked, and you, like your father, are really unscrupulous in order to achieve the goal. When the god saw the thin figure in front of him overlap with the memory in his memory. I already know the ins and outs, and the original uneasy induction has been confirmed. He couldn't help but fall into memories. Your father once competed with me for the throne of God, but in the end only I got this position. It was because the gods of the previous generation discovered your father's bad intentions, but your father, after facing this result, actually launched a rebellion against the heavenly god, led his subordinates to attack the world, but was finally sealed by the heavenly god in the endless void. Before he was sealed, he struggled with the last strength to shout out the news that he would be resurrected in 300 years. I didn't expect this obsessed guy. It turned out to be his son to avenge him. In the face of what the gods said, Gialagutu was clearly dismissive. Humph, if my father had become a god 300 years ago, then I wouldn't need revenge and my father wouldn't have to die. It's all your fault. Looking at the two groups of people in front of him, they have already begun to talk about the parents. This made Goku on the side anxious. He came here to find his son. Every second, Gohan may have more danger, so he really can't stand it, and quickly and loudly stops the conversation between the two sides. I don't have the slightest interest in your story, so hurry up and tell me where Gohan is. But before the other party could respond, Tabor's voice sounded in the audience. Goku, this kid is your son, right? I saw that in Table's hand, a child with a tail was lying and walked out of the palace. Sun Wukong saw that the child held by Table turned out to be his son Gohan. He quickly ran over and took it from Tabor's arms. After carefully examining it, he breathed a big sigh of relief. Gohan's body was not damaged in the slightest, but he was just asleep, which made him feel a lot relieved. Several of Gialagutu's men, seeing that the other party had entered the palace without them noticing, and took away the child who would also become the subordinate of King Gialagu, his heart was also shocked and angry. Who the hell are you? In the information they collected, there was no presence of the young man in front of them. It doesn't matter who I am, and you don't have the right to know who I am. Table had little interest in dealing with such a rabble. It's too lazy to waste any more tongues. Seeing that this nameless person actually ignored himself, Sangshu, who had the hottest temper among the three, could no longer control his emotions. Rushed towards Table. I want to use my own fists to educate this guy who has no one in sight. It's a pity that pretending to be 13 in front of the protagonist is often pretending to be 13 and not being punished. He didn't even see how the other party made a move, so he flew back faster than when he came. Slammed into the wall. It stopped after being knocked through several walls. Looking at the miserable appearance of the fragmentation, it is obvious that it has been directly braided. Two of his companions, including Gialagutu himself, were shocked by what they saw. I didn't expect this young man to be so strong. For a moment, the scene became cold, and everyone did not dare to act rashly. It's just that Table obviously doesn't have the slightest interest in this level of fighting, so he shouts in one direction and says, "Hey! The guy hiding in the corner! You come out!" Apparently in Table's breath sense, there was a figure hidden in a corner of the palace. Although the other party hides well, but he still sensed it. And seeing that he has been discovered, the other party will no longer hide. Slowly came out of the gloom. And after seeing the person coming clearly, Sun Wukong recognized the person. "Why are you here, Piccolo?" The person who came was the great demon of Piccolo, and perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it Piccolo. After all, at this time, he did not do anything to anger people. Earlier, he was attacked by Gialagutu and his gang, which made him angry. Fortunately, his vitality is tenacious, otherwise, he will really die. So he quickly ran over. Prepare for revenge. I just didn't expect to meet Sun Wukong and Tianjin. And the young man who solved the guy who sneaked up on him with one move. Piccolo ignored Sun Wukong's words, he just looked straight at Tabul. The other party's breath was very obscure, making him unable to distinguish the depths. Even when the other party stood in front of him, he could feel the presence of the other party. How could this not shock him? Tabul felt the other's gaze, although there was no gender distinction between the nemesis. But being stared at by the other party like this is also a very strange feeling. End of this chapter. Tomorrow is the big day to test the license plate, one by one, one by one. Chapter 041. Chapter 41 Chaotic War. After really can't stand the look in each other's eyes, Tabul quickly changed the subject and said, "Okay, Gaku, I've already rescued your son, then I'll leave these messes to you to clean up yourself, there will be revenge, there will be grievances ha." For this level of battle, he has long been no longer interested. Although these guys in front of them have the ability to transform. So what's the use? After all, your base is so weak. In the transformation is just a weak chicken. Speaking of it though, in the world of Dragon Ball, there are countless races that have the ability to transform and increase their combat effectiveness. Of course, the most famous of these are the Scions. In addition, people like Frieza and his subordinate Sob. They are all aliens with the ability to transform, and they can increase the combat effectiveness after transformation. This can only lament the miracle of the Creator. But in the end, these villains in front of me may add up to 2,000 or 3,000 combat effectiveness. It is no exaggeration to say that if Tabul sneezes hard now, he can accidentally kill the other party. So how can you be interested in having such a far-dimensional difference? It's better to let him practice for Sun Wukong. Become nourishment on his growth path. Let him improve faster, maybe in the future, you can find him a good sparring partner. At the same time, Tabul also said to Piccolo, who came out of the shadows. I heard you were yin by this garbage? Is it angry now? Then these guys are in front of you, how you want to solve them, is your freedom. After that, he ignored everyone. Found a relatively high position. A sun lounger was found out of the capsule. Safely set up. He even brought out a large bucket of popcorn and coke, as if he was ready to watch a play. Completely watch the next battle as a close-up live-action movie. Jaligutu saw that Tabul was so blind. My heart was naturally shocked and angry. So he immediately said to the two subordinates who were still standing behind him, "Transform and let them taste our power." With his order, the figures of both of them changed dramatically. Not only get taller, but also get stronger. From the original dwarf figure, he directly turned into a big man. The complexion also becomes darker. When his subordinates have successfully completed their transformations, these two guys also did one thing that all villains do, and that was to get carried away by the power. It was as if the brain had also become a muscle, no longer clear, but filled with the desire to destroy everything. If you dare to destroy the king's wish to achieve immortality, then you don't have to leave today, just stay here and become a stepping stone for our hellish clan to conquer the world. As soon as the words fell, they wanted to rush to the high platform to kill Tabur, who ignored them, but unfortunately, how could Sun Wukong and Piccolo, who were also angry, be as they wished? Before they could walk out of the two, they were cut off, and the god of heaven did not dry stare, he also threw off his crutches and rushed towards Jaligutu. The scene suddenly became chaotic. 6 people fought in a group. All kinds of flying sand and stones, walls shattered. Originally a gorgeous palace, it was quickly torn apart by them. The strength of several people is very good in terms of the current earth, so the speed is also very fast. So fast that ordinary people's naked eyes can no longer track their speed. I saw it in Tabor's eyes. Aftermath 2 is using the most primitive way hand-to-hand combat. A fist bombarded the gods. In the eyes of his Gialago 2, the gods were the same as his father killers. If there is no presence of the gods to stop it, then his father would have become a god 300 years ago. You will not die, you will not have to say anything, you will not have to live in hatred for these 300 years. Therefore, his hatred for the celestial god was very deep. So there are no very flashy tricks. It's just a punch after a punch fight. Even if God shot him back, he didn't dodge. The raw one was carried down with the flesh. After all, his strength was stronger than that of the heavenly god at this time. What's more, the heavenly god at this time was already a dying old man. Probably because his soul is divided into two. Obviously, it is much weaker than the average name Xian. Taking advantage of the celestial god's miss, Gialago 2 directly stuck to the celestial god's body closely. Because of his small size, he easily dodged the celestial god's attack, smiled evilly, and directly pressed his hand on the celestial god's chest. Boom boom, continuous critical attack damage output. The god was shot by him and flew several meters away. After being knocked away, the heavenly god knelt on one knee, and green blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Obviously this blow brought him a lot of Shanghai. Therefore, the heavenly god's side is no longer the opponent of Gialago 2 in terms of momentum or strength. Previously, he could also output a wave through experience. But seeing that in this state now, the defeat of the heavenly god may be in an instant. And after seeing his enemy, the gods, began to fall into the downwind. Gialago 2 became excited. His own revenge can finally be revenged. So the speed in his hand was even faster, and he wanted to solve this old thing that killed his father immediately. However, his two subordinates were not so lucky. The previous three subordinates used sneak attacks. Attacked Piccolo once. But in the end, it was not completely killed. It can be seen that in fact, the strength of the three is not stronger than Piccolo. So in this one-on-one situation, these two unlucky bastards obviously won't be the opponents of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. It has already been defeated in just a few phases. Monkey King's opponent is okay. Even if Goku hated the other party very much for kidnapping his son, he didn't kill the killer in the end, just stunned the other party and made the other party lose his combat effectiveness, which is understandable. Frieza, who killed Klin in front of him, did not directly kill him. But Piccolo will not be as soft-hearted as he is. Directly slap the magic light-killing cannon. Hit the other person in the head. Blasted his head directly into slag. Those who die can no longer die. And when the two of them solved their opponents separately, they saw the heavenly god who gradually fell behind on the side. There was also a pang of nervousness in my heart. Goku immediately rushed forward to block the fist of After Jaco 2 and fought with it. Although the strength is not comparable to the other party, it is better than being young and strong. There is enough physical strength to wrestle with it. Making room for Piccolo to pull Tenjin directly aside. Out of the circle of war. Thank you, Piccolo. Tenjin saw that Piccolo had saved him. I also expressed my gratitude from the bottom of my heart. However, Piccolo did not reply angrily. I'm afraid that you will die, and it will affect me, old thing, don't die so easily. Although his tone was not good, Tenjin still felt something different from the bottom of his heart than the old Piccolo. After speaking, without waiting for the response of the gods, he also followed Sun Wukong and joined the battle, fighting with Gialago 2. After the two men hit together, after 20 times of afterburner, I also felt that the pressure began and increased. As the old saying goes, it's hard to beat four hands with two fists. What's more, this kind of situation where the difference in combat effectiveness itself is not very much. So, under the pressure in front of him, After Jaco 2 also transformed. End of this chapter. Hehe, passed the exam, Hai Sen. Chapter 042. Chapter 42, The Trick of Afterburnt 2. At this moment, Jialagutu did not obtain an immortal body. Therefore, when he fights, he will definitely have some scruples. So it slowly fell behind. If it weren't for the fact that Sun Wukong and Piccolo had never cooperated and there was no tacit understanding, it is estimated that Jialagutu would have been cold at this time. Both were geniuses though, and as the attack unfolded, the cooperation between the two people is also becoming more and more tacit. It is often possible to quickly find the loopholes in the opponent's defense and attack. Under the pressure of the attack of the two, Aftergutu decisively decided to transform. Using Qigong waves again to bounce off the two who wanted to get close to him, Aftergutu dodged a little farther away with a backflip, and drank a big drink. The aura of Jialagutu's whole body began to skyrocket, and the original height of about 1 meter directly reached 2 meters, which was about double the size. And the originally thin body has also become a standard muscular man, and the horizontal blood vessels fully express that this body is not vegetarian. After the transformation, Afterburner 2 not only increased his strength, but also completely replenished the damage suffered by the previous battle and the consumption in his body, as if he had read a file. Haha, I see what else you guys used to fight me. Feeling the energy in his body, Aftergutu burst out into rampant laughter without reservation, and with his eyes glowing white at this time, he had a crazy look. Sun Wukong and Piccolo just saw him step out, and their bodies were slammed out by a huge force, uncontrollably smashing a wall behind them, and the sharp pain made these two resolute warriors can't help but show their grinning expressions, which shows how much this hurts. But before they could come back to their senses to fight back, the fist the size of a casserole pot of Afterburner 2 was already close again, punching after punch on the bodies of the two people, almost blinding the two of them. What's going on? Why don't you fight back? Wasn't it very powerful just now? Why is it so weak now? Jialagutu taunted while attacking the two. No way, the villains are like this, the mouth is particularly smelly, many times obviously occupy an absolute advantage, not only do not immediately solve the protagonist, but constantly verbal attacks and insults the other party, resulting in the protagonist directly bursting seeds, easy counterattack and counterkill. Under the harassment of the chattering mouth of Afterburner 2, Sun Wukong and Piccolo directly erupted. Ha and Drink 2 roars were accompanied by the strongest aura of the two burst, and the chi gushing out from their respective bodies formed two online games similar to that called Poisoned Milk Powder, a move called the Anger Burst Skill Form, although there is no attack power, but it is enough to interrupt the stormy attack of Aftergutu, blowing away the other party, and the two sides opened the distance. The Monkey King and Piccolo also got a short respite. Both of them were gasping for breath, as if they had been holding back for a long time. Jialagutu looked at the two with a smile on his face, and thought to himself, his strength is completely stronger than these two guys, if he directly kills the other party. Won't it be cheaper for the two of them? And the kid watching the play next to me, I can't even perceive his depth, now there is no immortal body, no, simply make a trick and send all of them into the world of death. I have to say that Jialagutu is still different from his subordinates, at least so far. The IQ of this product has not been offline, at least those unknown influencing factors can be taken into account. Because of the existence of the unknown taboo, Jialagutu decisively gave up the idea of teasing Sun Wukong and others, and immediately decided to make a direct move. Let's talk about sealing in the world of Dragon Ball. Perhaps the more famous is the Magic Seal Wave. This magical skill of sealing the other party through the use of rice cookers left a deep impression on the childhood tabooer. In addition, there is a very famous sealing technique, which is the death zone used by the guy in front of him. In the world of Dragon Ball, this move only appears once and is never used again. Why? Because the user seals himself when he first appears. It can be said that it is more funny than practical skill. I saw that the muscles of Afterburner 2 soared again. The roots and tendons are like coiled snakes, winding through the body. This is one of the manifestations of the increase in the breath in the body, and although it can increase the attack power, the stool slows down due to the prolonged stiffness of preparation and the sudden increase in body size. Broly is probably an exception, right? Therefore, it is generally not used, except when releasing a big move. I saw that his hands were slightly open, and the breath of his whole body gradually began to become extremely chaotic. In an instant, under the interference of his chaotic aura in mid-air, a black gate suddenly appeared. A circle of ripples began to appear on the perimeter of the door. And with the appearance of ripples, a powerful suction force surged out of the gate. It seems like a black hole. The already dilapidated palace is only under the action of this suction force, completely falling apart, turned into piles of broken bricks and rubble. Dragged into the black hole in mid-air, it disappeared into invisibility. At the moment when Sun Wukong and Piccolo appeared in the black hole, a dangerous omen appeared under the change of heart, and they quickly dodged away and ran into the distance. Unfortunately, the two were still dragged by surprise. Piccolo was directly sucked into the air, but Goku on the side hugged the pillar next to him in time and grabbed one of his legs. Otherwise, Piccolo will have to pick up the bento at this time. With the maniacal laughter of After Gutu, the ripples he released had enveloped the entire island, forming an enchantment. It may not be long before the entire island is sucked into this black hole. Piccolo, who came back to his senses, also quickly broke free from Sun Wukong's hand. Although the other party also saved himself, how could such a shameful posture make him have face? He also jumped to another pillar and observed. Damn it, it actually made me so humiliated. When it was discovered that everything was the ghost of After Gutu, Piccolo directly fired a magic light-killing cannon in anger. It's a pity that after entering the state of releasing skills, Afterburner 2 has already formed a highly defensive energy shield on the surface of his body. The magic light-killing cannon that was stimulated in this haste obviously could not break his defense. However, if the distance is too close and it will be dragged into the black hole, it can be said that this skill is still unsolvable in the face of opponents whose strength is much lower than their own. Feeling the attack of the other party, it did not have the slightest effect on himself, and Galagutu said to everyone even more rampantly, I will use the death zone I have created to suck you all in. There is not a trace of light is a hell that can be cold enough to freeze both body and mind. Go there and be ready to be locked up until death. End of this chapter. Chapter 043. Chapter 43 Gohan breaks out. In the face of the rampancy of Afterburnt 2, Sun Wukong and others had no way to refute him, because the attraction had begun to become more and more great. The pillars in their hands began to gradually become more and more unstable and shaky. Sure enough, within seconds, the pillar they were holding had already fallen apart. And they themselves were sucked over. After spinning a few times in mid-air, good color under the action of the protagonist's aura, there were still two relatively strong pillars that blocked the two. Let the two of them be safe for the time being. However, I think it will not be long before these two pillars will face the same fate. At this moment, Gohan, who had been placed by Tabor by Son Goku before, gradually sobered up from his drunken state. There was so much movement around him that he should have been woken up even if he could sleep. Because there is a Tabor dragging. So Son Gohan actually did not receive the suction effect of the black hole. After all, hundreds of times the gravity of Tabor are fearless, how can such a little suction affect him? Just bringing a small child by the way, there is no pressure at all. Son Gohan after being awakened. The first thing I saw was the scene of my father in crisis. He was not very conscious, and he immediately became very angry. It was because this anger stimulated the hidden Scion energy in his body. Because he is a half-breed and grew up peacefully on Earth, he has a lot of S cells in his body. Therefore, any such little stimulation of the energy converted into him by the S cell will be very powerful. He never received any training. But it can also burst out 1,000 points of combat power. He broke free from Tabor after tearing his clothes, and Tabor didn't stop him, even if there was any danger. Son Gohan stared at Gialagutu with a fierce glare, and he saw that he was hairy. At this time, Son Gohan had only one thought in his mind, that is, he wanted to punish this person who hurt his father. Jialagu also looked at this little ghost standing not far from him with a surprised face, unaffected by his own gravity. In my heart, I secretly regretted not disposing of him early. Damn, I can't imagine that my power has no effect on that little ghost. How powerful is that? It's really not something that an ordinary child can have. With the cold sweat left, he knew that if he couldn't solve the other party quickly, he might not be able to hold on. After all, it was still very expensive to maintain this skill. So he waved his big hand. I'm going to use my full strength, and increased his energy output again. Sure enough, the black door became a little bigger, and the same attraction became even stronger. Gohan's young figure was gradually attracted to it, and he approached Jialagu little by little. It's just when Gohan's last remaining sanity sees his father's pained expression, directly burst out his strongest energy. If it weren't for his small accumulation, Tabble believed that Son Gohan would have been able to transform into a Super Saiyan at this time. What an enviable talent! Seeing Son Gohan, who had completely lost his energy at this time, Tabble couldn't help but envy out loud. These Saiyan hybrids really surpass these purebred old guys. If it weren't for the fact that life in the later Dragon Ball world was too peaceful, where would there be Monkey King and their affairs in the future? I wonder if my child will be so strong. Dad! Gohan called out to his father. At this time, the extremely strong power that erupted from his young body flew directly and hit the chest of Jialagu in front of him. After all, it is the Afterburner 2 who put the skill cannot move. It is worth living to withstand this powerful blow, and where can the Afterburner 2, who is attacked by this far beyond his own strength, be able to stabilize his figure and be directly thrown out? The direction in which he flew out was the door to the space he had created. The black gate that had lost its energy supply would begin to disappear gradually. It's just that the distance of After Gallus 2 is too close. The moment the black gate disappeared, he still fell into it. Disappeared into the boundless darkness. But he should also be glad that he did not make a wish to live forever, otherwise, it would not take long in that boundless loneliness to have a nervous breakdown, right? Maybe it's better to die a painful death than to be a walking dead. With the disappearance of the black hole, the whirlpool that wrapped the entire island around it shattered like a mirror. Gohan also fell back into a coma due to excessive energy consumption. Feeling the crisis past, Monkey King saw his son fall down again. Completely disregard for the pain on his body. Rushed directly to his side. I put my arms around him and checked it, and when I found that I didn't suffer any harm, I let go of my heart. Tabble also handed over 2 fairy beans at this time. Say to him, your son has a very powerful talent, and a little exercise can surpass you. In the face of Tabble's words, Sun Wukong also responded helplessly. I know this too, but there is no way. Kiki doesn't like Gohan exercising at all. He wants Gohan to become a scientist, and he reads books all day. When Tabble thought about it, Kiki's side was also a big problem. But this is also a family affair after all, and it is not easy for him to mix with an outsider, but it is a slight pity. A seedling as good as Gohan was wasted by his mother. It is said that the mother is a loser, but a tigress like Kiki, then it is not a mother at all. Why do you also lose? I really can't figure it out. Piccolo also came over at this time, and he said towards Sun Wukong. I'll let you go today, and I'll come to you for revenge in the future. She turned away after saying that, and before leaving, he also looked at Son Gohan twice. Perhaps in the future, this pair of masters and apprentices, who are more like father and son, will also form an indissoluble bond today. The gods also crawled out of the pile of rubble. A bad old man like him wouldn't get Tabur's protection. He fell into the death zone of his own making, and he must live in that place until he dies, and now he should be glad that he did not have the desire to live forever, but he did not expect that the final outcome of both father and son would be like this, alas. After a sigh, the old god also turned into golden light and returned to the god realm. Gohan also wakes up after eating senbei. Gohan, Son Goku called out to him gently. Dad, you really came to save me. Apparently he had completely forgotten what he had done before. Gohan, don't you really remember what just happened? Sun Wukong asked suspiciously. Forgot what? Dad is indeed the strongest person in the world, and even those who look strange have been defeated. I really don't remember anything when I see Gohan. Sun Wukong didn't explain more. After all, it was too clear, and it was still a little too heavy for this 4-year-old child. So he changed his tone and stopped discussing the topic. Gohan is lucky that nothing happened this time. Let's go home and go back to Mom. Gaelic 2's ambition became a dream that could never be realized under the full efforts of Goku and others. On the way back, Sun Wukong was also thinking about whether he should tell Kiki that his son saved him. Anyway, now that Kiki won't believe it, when Gohan grows up, I'll tell her. Well, after figuring it out, the somersault cloud carrying the two of them drew a golden arc in the air and disappeared into the sky. Tabble saw that he had nothing to do and was ready to go back, and before leaving, he inadvertently stepped on a shattered enchantment fragment under his feet, and behind the fragment seemed to be a figure padding. After teleporting back to Kamizan Island, he told everyone about this experience. Everyone was also embarrassed. And after hearing that he has acquired an eternally young appearance, Boomer is also surprised. He gave Tabble a hard kiss on the cheek. Tabble also smiled and teleported directly home with his arms around dissatisfaction. I think what follows is a sleepless night of applauding love. End of this chapter. The cosmic part is about to begin. Thanks to the friends who supported me. Writing a novel is not an easy thing to do. Apologies for the actions of the authors I sprayed before. Chapter 044. Chapter 44 Battle 5 Slag appears. In the blink of an eye, Tabble spent a rare time of calm on Earth. Finally, his wedding with Boomer was also held as scheduled. After all, it is the daughter of the richest family, and the invited guests are obviously very large. They come from all walks of life. There are entrepreneurs, journalists, and some relatives and friends. On a luxury cruise ship of the Universal Capsule Company. Guests who can't see their heads. I am sincerely blessing the two newcomers on the stage. Whether it is food or use, it is extremely luxurious. Tabble is also set up exactly according to the specifications of the hospitality of the god of destruction. It was much more advanced than Boomer's birthday party in the future. Of course, if it weren't for Sun Wukong's big foodie, he didn't look like he had. The whole wedding should be raised another notch. Father, Tabor, will you marry Boomer? Tabor, yes, I do. Father, whether she is rich or poor in the future, or whether she is healthy or unwell in the future, will you be with her forever? Tabor, yes, I do. The priest turned to Boomer. Father, Boomer, will you marry Tabor? Boomer, yes, I do. Father, whether she is rich or poor in the future, or whether she is healthy or unwell in the future, will you be with her forever? Boomer, yes, I do. Father, well, in the name of the Holy Spirit, the Father and the Son, I declare that Tabor Boomer is married. Now, Tabble can kiss Boomer under the kiss of the two. This luxurious wedding of the century. The curtain has finally come to an end. And Tabble also felt at this moment that he finally had a home after traveling to the Dragon Ball world for so long. After the ceremony, Tabble led Boomer and sat down with friends. There was talk and laughter, and enjoyed this rare peaceful time. After all, this is the world of Dragon Ball, and it is also the earth of Dragon Ball. Even if you don't go anywhere, trouble will still come. It's good that there is nothing to do today, otherwise it will really be unforgettable. Tabble silently rejoiced in his heart. It's a pity that his mouth full of poisoned milk is poisoned milk, and the heavens did not get his wish. After all, the trouble still came uninvited. In a farm far away from the western capital, a farmer is busy cleaning up his turkey factory. Just as he was about to stop and take a puff of smoke, suddenly, a trace like a shooting star crossed the sky. With a whoosh, the meteorite with a long trail in his eyes was smashing on the mountain not far from his chicken farm. With a bang, a large area of flying sand and stones was set off. It's not just scared his turkey running around. Even he exclaimed with a whoops. So what is that? Meteorite or UFO? Although the farmer was shocked and a little scared, he still drove over to take a look at it, driven by intense curiosity. I have to say that if you don't die, you really won't die. Soon the farmer drove to the landing site of the UFO. I saw a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters appear in front of his eyes. In the deep pit, a spherical unknown object is emitting puffs of smoke. The farmer with a shotgun, after seeing the orb, apparently recognizing that this is not a naturally occurring object, means that it is not a meteorite. Quack! The spherical object slowly opened a door. Climbing out of it came a burly young man with waist-length hair. Brush directly. The young man jumped out of the pit and landed firmly in front of the farmer. How can anyone still be alive on this planet? Cockroach that kid, obviously. After seeing this farmer, the tone revealed by the young man in front of him was obviously very dissatisfied. Hey, what are you? The stranger farmer, who came out of something strange, was unusually cautious. However, even if the other party was pointed at him with a gun, he still looked indifferent. I saw that the machine that the man wore on his ear made a BB sound. It turned out to be a scum with only 5 combat strength. Well, when he said this, his identity was also revealed. He was Sun Wukong, that is, Kakarot's own brother Raditz. This villain who has impressed countless Dragon Ball fans. Of course, not because of his strength, but because of the famous saying he just said. Even decades later, this phrase is still circulating on various social platforms. Ignoring the farmer's armed intimidation, Raditz still walked towards him step by step. Bang! In the midst of the farmer's terrified exclamations, he shot anyway. The bullet roared, flew towards Raditz. But he caught it casually. It is a master with 1,500 combat power. How could a bullet hurt him? For the earth at this stage, even if he didn't catch it, the bullet couldn't break his skin. Raditz, after catching the bullet, a playful smile on his face. Stick out your thumb, clamp the bullet, and flick it gently. The bullet flew back faster than it came. Hit the farmer in the head accurately. Obviously, as an ordinary person, after being hit by a bullet, in addition to blood splattered everywhere, he fell to the ground in response. There will be no other result. Humph, what a weak race, Raditz did not forget to complain after the killing. But at this moment, his detector made another BB sound. He glanced at the detector's display. It shows the presence of powerful creatures ahead. Distance 4880. The strength of the energy is far stronger than that of this garbage Earthman in front of him. Raditz thought it was Kakarot. So he quickly got up and flew in that direction. In the direction he was going, there was a man standing on a high cliff and training in a heavy gravity suit, and that person was Piccolo. As Raditz approached him, he also sensed the other through breath sensing. After all, Raditz doesn't hide his breath. Therefore, his combat power of more than 1,000 points is particularly huge in Piccolo's induction. After all, they are also scions and Sun Wukong's own brother, and the two of them still have some similarities in breath, so at this moment, Piccolo mistakenly believes that the person who came is Sun Wukong. How is it possible? Why did he suddenly have such great power? But soon the other party appeared, in front of him. After Piccolo saw the person coming, he unexpectedly found that the other party was not Sun Wukong, but a stranger in strange clothes. End of this chapter. Ask for some flowers. August is about to pass, and I have been writing for a month. Chapter 045. Chapter 45. Brothers meet. Oh? Not Kakarot? You can actually see the name X people on Earth. In front of Raditz's eyes, it was clear that the green-skinned man was not his younger brother, Kakarote. Although Kakarote was sent away at a very young age. But at that time, as his own brother, he still went to see the little guy before setting off with Prince Vegeta. Piccolo was facing this guy who suddenly appeared, his heart was full of tension, and he asked the other party very vigilantly, "Who are you here for?" Raditz' primary goal now is to find her brother. So he doesn't want to find trouble at present. Of course, if he finds Sun Wukong, will he still make trouble? Then I don't know, you are not my target. I want to take off and leave. However, Piccolo was confronted by Raditz's disdainful tone. Although I was afraid of the strength of the other party. But it was still full of anger. So what are you doing? Want to find death? In his mind, this area where he usually practices is its territory. The guy who dares to offend him and invade his territory is clearly the enemy. Even if the strength is not comparable to the other party, after all, the loser does not lose the battle, and he must not be weaker than the other party in terms of momentum alone. He is the Piccolo Great Devil. After hearing Piccolo's words, Raditz actually smiled on his face, as if he had heard something funny. Hee, hey, it's quite arrogant, you guy. Saying that, he also pressed a button for the detector. Suddenly, a BB sound sounded. In the detector's display, the properties of the Piccolo in front of you are presented. Combat effectiveness 323, not bad. But unfortunately, you're no match for me, if it weren't for the beaten smile on his face. His current tone was really a bit like feeling sorry for the other party. Looking at the other party's unbeaten expression, the Piccolo Great Demon King may still be able to endure it. What? Do you know who you're talking to? In the face of Piccolo's imposing demeanor, Raditz seemed indifferent. I don't know. This is naked disregard. Hearing such an answer, Piccolo really couldn't stand it at this moment. Although in the heart of the other party sighed at the strength of the other party. But the next second, he decided to strike. He decisively stretched out his hand, and the palm of only 4 fingers was also one of the characteristics of the nemesis. The other arm is also carried on top of the outstretched arm. It plays a supporting role. Drink! Yikes! Accompanied by a loud roar from him. A strong Qigong wave bombarded Raditz's body. Although there was a burst of smoke, but after the smoke cleared, Raditz's figure was still fully revealed. Not only was he not harmed at all, but even the combat clothes on his body were still brand new and polished, as if everything that happened just now was an illusion. It's just a little dust. Raditz was so weak when he saw Piccolo's attack. So he stretched out his hand and put it on his mouth, pretending that he was really a little coughed by the dust. Okay, it's my turn, let you see what real power is. Raditz felt that the entertainment should be over, so he prepared to take out the guy in front of him who dared to offend him. It's just a moment before he strikes. Another string of BB tendencies came from the detector. The sound caught his attention. He took a closer look. There is also a huge energy. Which is even stronger than this guy in front of you. This time it should be the Kakarote guy. So he quickly abandoned the idea of continuing to attack Piccolo. Finding Kakarote is the first priority, so let's talk about this weak guy in front of you later. In mid-air, the detector came again. The distance and location of the energy. There is such a powerful energy on this planet from 129,009 Zhenqiang over there, it must be Kakarote. After Raditz observed the data from the detector, he immediately determined that the other party was his younger brother Kakarote, so he quickly used his energy and flew in that direction at full speed. If there are people who can understand alien languages, they will definitely be able to find out from Raditz's detector that the coordinates of that location are the place where the Universal Capsule Company Kyunjin held his wedding today. Have you completely lost the pride of the Scion, the strongest warrior in the universe? Kakarote. After seeing Raditz leave, the Piccolo Great Devil finally collapsed on the ground after the pressure dissipated. It turned out that he was already at the end of the crossbow before. Completely relying on mental strength to support your body will not fall. Hoo! He gasped to relieve his huge psychological pressure. How? How can it be? I was so shaky that I couldn't stand, after a while. Piccolo finally eased up. No, if I just do that today, then how can my Piccolo Great Demon become the strongest in the world? So he also quickly followed the other party's breath and flew over. There are two sides to the story. At the wedding ceremony of Tabble and Boomer, all the guests were enjoying exquisite food prepared by famous chefs from around the world. Especially the Sun family. As two guys with Scion blood. Completely ignoring the strange eyes of everyone around him, he ate binge-eating and eating like crazy. Faced with this situation, Tabble didn't have any ideas, just Boomer, and felt a little surprised. Sun Wukong is easy to understand. After all, he had seen Sun Wukong eating before. But Sun Wukong's son, this little boy who is only 4 years old, can eat so well? Tabor, do you say that Gohan, the son of the Monkey King, won't choke to death if he eats like this? Tabor. At this time, suddenly, Sun Wukong, who was originally eating and drinking, actually put down the steak in his hand. He looked solemnly into the sky. Boomer saw that he suddenly stopped eating, so he asked curiously. What's wrong, Goku? In response to her was Goku's solemn voice. Something is coming here, although I don't know what he said, but looking at his serious expression, there is no trace of joke. Everyone also knows that there may be some trouble coming next. Ignoring the discussion of the crowd. Sun Wukong's inner world is like half of the previous Piccolo. Full of fear. After all, Raditz' power dimension at this time exceeded them too much. Well, what is such a powerful force? Suddenly Sun Wukong shouted. He's coming. With his voice fell. A figure of figure construction fell in front of everyone, standing firmly on the deck of the luxury cruise ship. Everyone looked at this stranger who suddenly appeared. The originally lively occasion suddenly became silent. After all, this guy in front of him flew over. Even in the late stage of Dragon Ball, ordinary people's cognition of flying is still stuck in the blind eye. After the two sides looked at each other, it was still the stranger in front of them, breaking this tranquility. Kakarot, you have grown up, but I still recognize you at a glance. You and your father really look very similar. Ignoring Sun Wukong's dazed expression, Raditz continued. What's going on with the planet, Kakarot? Isn't your mission to wipe out all of humanity? What have you been doing all these years? For his younger brother, who has been defined as a junior warrior since childhood, Raditz clearly didn't have a good impression. In the Scion worldview, family affection is an indifferent emotion. Everything is divided based on combat effectiveness. The weak will not be respected. It's like taking it Raditz. Although look at his current appearance of flaunting his might. That is also based on the fact that he is trying to outperform the Earthlings too much at this time. If it's to get him back to Vegeta's side, he still has to become like his grandson. No way, who made his strength weak? For me, no matter who you are, hurry up and walk away from me, and talk in your dreams in the broad daylight. It's ridiculous. At this time, Klin, who was standing next to Sun Wukong, suddenly walked towards Raditz. At this stage, Klin will not be breath inducted. Therefore, he did not know that this guy at this time was not a neurotic. It is a powerful flood beast. So when he walked in front of Raditz, a tail swung at him at lightning speed. If nothing else, this tail will knock him out. Although it is not enough to kill him. But suffering from a meal of flesh and skin cannot escape. But at this moment, a thumb-thick pillar of energy light shot out from the crowd. Hit accurately the tail of the previous rally machine. Before everyone could react to what had happened, a cry of pain accompanied by the sound of a tail falling on the deck suddenly sounded. Today is my big wedding day, it's not good if a guy like you comes to make trouble. This voice was probably the last word Raditz, who was in severe pain, heard before he fell into darkness. The next second, he felt another sharp pain in his neck, and then he was knocked unconscious. It was Tabor who shot. If it had been on any other day, he hadn't thought about contacting Raditz. This product is just the dogleg of his cheap big brother Vegeta, and Tabor may also let him go, leaving him for Sun Wukong to train and level. But now, if the other party wants to do it at his wedding, after all, the whole wedding is not over yet. So Tabor can't let it act recklessly. How can Klin say that he is also his guest? If the guest is injured, will he have the face of Tabor? So there was the scene just now, which not only stopped Raditz's attack, but also directly knocked him unconscious. Okay, let's go ahead, don't let this guy's appearance disturb our interest. Because it happened too suddenly, and it was solved too smoothly. Therefore, everyone present did not panic at all. The scene returned to its previous liveliness. Maybe in their eyes, maybe this is the entertainment program made by the Universal Capsule Company? End of this chapter. Heavy rain accompanied by thunder, quite terrifying. Chapter 046. Chapter 46 Raditz's class begins. Tabor was arguably ignorant of Raditz's appearance. He took a pair of shackles from his capsule. This thing Tabor himself forgot from which planet. I just remember that it seems that this thing can limit the mobility of prisoners with a combat power below 3000 points, and at that time I also collected one if I thought it was interesting, and I didn't want to fight today. After all, today is a great day to get married, and if you kill Raditz directly, it is obviously a matter of touching the mold, so it is appropriate to use this thing to imprison it. When everyone began to return to this festive event, only one person in the audience silently fell into deep thought. That's the Monkey King. When I first saw Raditz, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. And when you see its tail, this feeling is even stronger. Finally, after this dinner was over, all guests returned to their rooms to rest. Tabor and his party came to the room where Raditz was being held. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a big man lying on the ground on all fours. There was a look of pain on his face. It turned out that this was because of Tabor to avoid any accidents. Shackle the other party. It also adds gravity to this room, although it is temporary, not too much, only about 15 times. But against this Raditz, who has more than 1000 combat strength, it is still more than enough in a bondage state. Seeing this, Tabor turned off the gravity of the room. This made Raditz slow down. At the same time, the people who followed the Monkey King from Tabor were able to enter the room without being affected by gravity. Who the hell are you? Why do you call me Cockroach? The first person to ask is naturally Sun Wukong. He had been pondering this question for an afternoon. At this time, Raditz, who had become a prisoner, obviously did not have the previous arrogance. He slowly got up from the ground, originally wanted to stand up, but as soon as he sat up, a feeling of weakness came from his body, so he immediately gave up this idea. Raditz looked at Sun Wukong with both eyes and said to him very dissatisfied. Cockroach, what's going on with you? It seems to have forgotten everything. Your brain is broken? However, Sun Wukong was still very disgusted and resistant to him calling himself Cockroach 3 times and twice, and immediately corrected it. I'm not called Cockroach, I'm called Monkey King. Answer me first, did you get a violent blow to your head when you were a child? Yes, but I don't remember exactly, I seem to have been hit on the head when I was very young, and now I still have scars on my head. Hearing Sun Wukong's answer, Raditz finally showed an expression of realization. So that's really the case. So what? You still haven't answered my question. Sun Wukong immediately asked Raditz. But before Raditz could answer, the turtle immortal behind him answered some of Sun Wukong's questions first. Goku, your grandfather once told me that he picked up a little boy with a tail, and his personality was very rough, which gave him a headache, but one day this child accidentally fell into the valley and suffered serious head injuries, but he survived with amazing vitality, and his violent personality was changed overnight and became a good child. Hearing the turtle immortal say this, Sun Wukong reacted even if he was dull, and the child he was talking about was himself. And the dissatisfaction on the side also raised his own doubts at this time. Then what does this guy have to do with Sun Wukong? Raditz, who was sitting on the ground, finally figured out why his brother Cockroach didn't know him. After all, under the roof, he was originally the one who had been bullied all along, and he dared not bow his head. There is nothing to hide, said towards the Monkey King. I tell you, you are not from this planet, you were born on planet Vegeta and are a member of the Scion, that is the most powerful and proud warrior nation in the entire universe. When he said this, Raditz's expression looked so proud. It is clear that he has a very strong sense of identity with his people. Unfortunately, the surprised expression of Sun Wukong that he expected did not appear, but instead looked at him with disgust. I know all this, Tabble told me a long time ago. I am asking you, who the hell are you? How did you know me? Why do I feel a familiar feeling in you? Monkey King actually knew the fact that he was an alien a long time ago. This was something that Tabble had told him many years ago, so he was not the slightest shock at what Raditz said at the moment. But he never expected that his own words surprised Raditz. Know him, just because of the 3 words taboo. He hurriedly looked away from Sun Wukong's body. It was transferred to a group of pedestrians beside Sun Wukong. Sure enough, in the middle of the crowd, he saw the familiar figure. Although it is different from Prince Vegeta, who he follows all day, but similarities can still be seen in the silhouette. It's really Your Royal Highness Prince Tabor, I'm Prince Vegeta's entourage, he said to Tabble with a look of excitement. Earlier, he was still wondering who could knock himself unconscious without him noticing. And when he saw His Royal Highness Prince Tabor, all the doubts in his mind were explained. Only the existence of a prince can press himself to the ground and rub. Although he had also heard rumors that His Highness Tabble was a waste of combat scum. But now that I think about it, it's just really a rumor, and the prince is a prince after all. I saw that everyone focused all their eyes on themselves. As if asking what was going on, Tabble was a little uncomfortable by these eyes, so he quickly spread his hands helplessly and explained. Didn't I tell you before that I'm a scion? On that planet, my father is the king, so I am the prince. However, when I was there, I was not welcomed because of my low combat effectiveness, but my eldest brother was born a genius, and he should be my eldest brother's subordinate. But I haven't seen them, and I was sent to other planets like the Monkey King when I was very young. After a little explanation to everyone, it also dispelled the doubts in everyone's hearts. So Tabble said to Raditz, go on with yourself, who the hell are you coming to Earth and what you want to do? As soon as I heard Tabble ask himself. After years of immersion in Vegeta's obscenity, he became extremely respectful. Hello Your Royal Highness, my name is Raditz, and I am the brother of Cockroach who is standing by your side. What, Goku's brother? You are brothers? This. When he said this, everyone was surprised. One of the most shocking must be Sun Wukong himself. But I didn't care about everyone's surprise. Raditz went on to explain. Because many years ago, the planet Vegeta was destroyed by meteorites. So there are only a few scions left. Me and another scion have been following Prince Vegeta all these years, fighting planets in the universe. Not long ago, we found a planet that can sell for a high price, but it may be difficult to conquer just with the power we currently have, so I remembered that I still have a younger brother, so I came here to find him, take him, and increase our strength. End of this chapter. After thinking about it, Raditz still doesn't kill, after all, he is a celebrity, just be a thug, and it will be useful in the future. Chapter 047. Chapter Slay, The Conspiracy of Tabul. When Raditz explained all the causes and consequences, everyone fully understood what was going on. Because of the presence of Tabul. So Raditz has not done anything out of the ordinary since he came to Earth, and as for the farmer, who knows him? So everyone doesn't have any disgust for him. Although the other party also said that the work of these years is to crusade against the planet. But those are just aliens. I don't really have much to do with them. There is no such thing as hatred. And the main reason why everyone surrounded and killed Raditz in the original book was also because the other party kidnapped Sun Gohan to blackmail Sun Wukong. Tabul looked at Raditz in front of him. Suddenly found that he was still wearing a combat power detector at this time. So I asked him. Is your detector always on? Although I don't know why he didn't ask that, Raditz said truthfully. Yes, Your Royal Highness. My probe has not been shut down since I came to Earth. Tabul listened. Immediately, a sly expression appeared on his face. So, does that mean we heard everything we were talking to Vegeta now? Yes, the detector's recording function has transmitted all of our conversations to His Royal Highness Prince Vegeta. Raditz also suddenly thought of this and immediately wanted to turn it off, but Tabul reached out to stop him and made a silent gesture. Hear the conversation between the two. Sun Wukong, who had always been in the clouds, asked Raditz. Who the hell are you talking about, Vegeta? Raditz is obviously quite patient with his amnesiac brother. After all, the other party also followed His Royal Highness the Prince. Prince Vegeta is Prince Tabor's brother, a genius warrior among our scions, born with high combat power, and now he is a rare master in the universe, with a combat power of up to 18,000 points. At this time, Sun Wukong, who had become a battle maniac, heard that Vegeta's combat power was very strong, and immediately became interested. What exactly is the combat power you are talking about? How strong is 18,000 points? Faced with such a question as the Monkey King, Raditz didn't know how to explain it for a while. After thinking for a moment, he said. Combat effectiveness is his strength level. Through the detection of this combat power detector I wear, the number displayed on it is combat effectiveness. Everyone's combat effectiveness according to its strength will show different values. According to the form of this detector, your combat effectiveness is about 416 points, the explosive breath will definitely be different, and I have 1500 points, even if I transform on the night of the full moon with a 10-fold increase in combat effectiveness, it is not Vegeta's opponent. Then you can roughly guess the strength of Prince Vegeta. As soon as I heard that my combat effectiveness was only more than 400 points, Sun Wukong's heart suddenly burst into two emotions, surprise and excitement. Digging that guy is so strong, I really want to try it with him. Hearing about his brother, he also wanted to challenge His Royal Highness Prince Vegeta. Raditz immediately stopped in horror. Don't provoke Prince Vegeta, she doesn't have a good temper, if you provoke her, I think the earth may cease to exist. Looking at his panicked look, Sun Wukong said with some puzzlement. Is he such a bad person? But you don't have to worry about the Dragon Balls on Earth that can grant any wishes, even if I can't beat him and the Earth is destroyed by him, we can restore the Earth through the Dragon Balls. He said the words. Let the Tabul on the side be happy. This is really a god teammate. Originally, because of his own interference, Raditz was completely unaware of the existence of Dragon Ball, and just now let Tabul think about how to round the plot back. I didn't expect Sun Wukong to do it himself so powerfully. After all, Dragon Ball serves as the driving force behind many of the plots. If Raditz they didn't know Dragon Ball existed, then how could Frieza know? If Frieza didn't know, so how does the universe chapter of Dragon Ball open? So Sun Wukong is really a powerful teammate. Raditz apparently doesn't know exactly what Dragon Ball is. So he also asked curiously. And the results obtained from Sun Wukong's answer also surprised him. After all, this is something that can grant any wish. If you get it, won't you be able to become the number one in the world? Similarly, After receiving this message, Vegeta's group and Frisia and others were far away in the depths of the universe. They were all shocked. They have all set their sights on plundering the Dragon Balls. After seeing that Goku had revealed the information about the Dragon Ball, he interrupted the continued communication between the two. Okay, that's all that should be said, Goku, don't you want to challenge Vegeta? Then I'll let you feel the momentum of 18,000 combat power now. Finish speaking. Before everyone could react, a huge force erupted from Tabur's body. This force is like a rough wave. The sea surface with a radius of several kilometers began to shake violently. Countless guests who had fallen asleep were awakened by a loud shaking sound. And the people who intuitively feel this power are like the end has come. Even breathing became very difficult. Of course, this certainly does not include Boomer. For his wife, Tabble obviously has very preferential treatment. An explosion sounded with a bang. Radith's probe was finally overwhelmed. Turning into fragments of the ground, seeing that the purpose was achieved, Tabble also quickly collected his strength. The reason he did it was just for the sake of it. Let your cheap big brother see it. Only in this way can we attract their attention and make them interested, thus promoting the development of the plot. Make the future world of Dragon Ball a little more interesting. When he dissipated his momentum, everyone was soaked with sweat. One by one, they collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. And the one who feels particularly deeply must be Raditz, who has felt the fighting power of Prince Vegeta. And the momentum of Prince Tabble in front of him is far more powerful than that of Vegeta at that time. At this time, the thought that he had originally doubted about Tabble's strength in his heart suddenly disappeared. Scions worship the strong. Raditz is clearly no exception. At this moment, his reverence for Tabble is like a gushing river, stretching endlessly. In his heart, he decided to follow Prince Tabor with his brother. Looking at the horrified crowd, Tabble spoke up. Well, you probably all know the strength level of those aliens by now, right? Then I think you will have to practice harder, because after knowing about the Dragon Ball, I think they will definitely have some ideas. Maybe soon you will face aliens who are directly attacking Earth. Tabble's words were like thunder on the ground, waking everyone up. What? Aliens are coming to attack Earth? This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind, and it was followed by boundless fear. After all, after feeling Tabur's strength just now, they had a very intuitive understanding of their weakness. And the power of this level actually came to attack them. How can they not be afraid? Among them, especially the Monkey King. It was also he who revealed the information of the Dragon Ball. It is inevitable that he will not feel guilty about himself. But with it comes excitement. Okay, now that you all know that, then you're going to start training hard. By the way, how long will it take for Raditz Vegeta to reach Earth? Pray to His Royal Highness, it will take about a year for Vegeta to reach Earth. Tabble felt the change in Raditz's tone and nodded in satisfaction. You have all heard, there is still 1 year to go, and the other party will reach the Earth, so you must reach the level of the breath I just had in 1 year, otherwise the Earth will be finished. After hearing this information, everyone nodded silently. One by one, their faces were expressionless. The emotions among us suddenly became dignified. Looking at such a sad scene, Tabble couldn't bear to continue to hit them, so he spoke. In fact, you don't have to worry too much, as long as you cultivate, you can have the strength to resist the other party. After all, just like me, I was considered a waste when I was born, but don't you also have strong strength now? So come on, don't waste time. Don't worry, as long as we work hard, there may not be hopeless. It must be Sun Wukong who can say such optimistic words. But apparently his words also aroused a loss of hope in everyone. Both horizontal and vertical are to fight. If not trying, it's better to die directly. Count me in, was a voice that woke everyone up. At this time, Piccolo, who had been standing outside the door for a long time, After listening to the cause and effect, he finally walked in. The pressure that Tabble put on him just now was too great. If aliens are about to come. If he had the strength just now, then he would definitely not be able to cope with it alone, so at this moment. It also left behind the pride of the so-called Great Devil. I want to join Monkey King and his group in training. That's it. A year of hard training is about to begin. Everyone was preparing for the arrival of the Scion. And in the universe, there is also an undercurrent. Everything will no longer be calm. End of chapter. Ask for some flowers, thank you. Chapter 048. Chapter 48 Crying Ghost Gohan. The words are divided into two ends, and they don't care about the cultivation journey on Sun Wukong's side. Let's take a look at what Son Gohan, the son of Son Goku, is doing now. Originally, the gods planned to let Son Gohan practice with him, but because he had already seen Gohan's potential before. So Piccolo was very interested in this 4-year-old child. After unilaterally informing Sun Wukong, he still took Son Gohan and trained and guided him. The gods did not stop him. In his thoughts, Piccolo was not the same as the Demon King he had split off before, and there was still a good existence in his heart. Sun Wukong did not have any special reaction after learning that Piccolo took his son. Originally, he would not have refused Gohan to cultivate. He originally felt that Gohan's talent was very good. If he was allowed to become a scholar, it would be a waste. If it weren't for Kiki's constant obstruction, he would have trained by himself, and now handing him over to Piccolo, who is almost the same as his strength, is also a reassuring thing, and for Piccolo's proud character, I think he won't hurt his son. As for Kiki's side? Well. Anyway, he won't be on Earth by then. Kiki can't help him either. It's just that Son Gohan appears in this unfamiliar environment and when facing an unfamiliar Piccolo. His timid personality really drove Piccolo a little crazy. Wow Dad, I'm afraid little Gohan was in this situation, in addition to crying. Directly make the Piccolo angry that it is a tooth itch. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hey, this little ghost. You give me a little more honesty." He roared. It suddenly scared Gohan even more into crying. "Shut up, I'll strangle you if you make trouble again." The really unbearable Piccolo finally became angry. Who made him hear so well? But I didn't expect that his threat had an effect. Son Gohan really didn't dare to cry anymore, and only wiped his tears in silent self. After seeing that Gohan finally calmed down, it was only then that Piccolo told him about the purpose of bringing him here, and also told him the news that the alien was coming. "So you must also contribute to cultivating well and defend the Earth with us." Finally, Piccolo explained the whole thing to the 4-year-old. But Gohan looked shocked. "Ah, how is this possible for me? I can't fight at all." The education he received from a young age made Gohan never touch combat. So he obviously had no confidence in Piccolo's expectations. "It seems that you haven't discovered the huge power contained in your body, then you must cultivate hard and bring out all the potential in your body." Unfortunately, no matter how much he said, Gohan still didn't believe Piccolo's words. "Liar! How can I have so much power?" Hearing that Wu Fan actually didn't believe what he said, a sinister smile appeared on Piccolo's face, making Gohan subconsciously take 2 steps back. "Do you want me to prove it to you?" He didn't care if Gohan agreed or not. Under the helpless struggle of the other party, he grabbed Gohan's head. Then he threw it towards a nearby mountain. Bang! Gohan's body was thrown out and quickly flew towards the mountain. At this speed, after only a few seconds, Gohan's body will have an intimate encounter with the rock. If Gohan is just an ordinary person, then if nothing else, maybe it will turn into a puddle of mashed meat, right? But is Gohan really just an ordinary person? Apparently not. Unleash your potential power, smash the rock. After throwing Gohan out again, Piccolo shouted at Gohan as well. I don't know if it's because his words have a motivating effect, or because Gohan burst out of his physical potential in a crisis situation. I saw that the young body was wrapped in a ball of light, and an energy shock wave was emitted, crashing into the mountain peak in front. I saw a violent explosion with a bang. Waves of chi burst out in all directions. Let Piccolo also can't help but look sideways, and when the dust settles and Piccolo looks at Sun Lunch again, I was surprised to find that the original location of the mountain had turned into a deep ravine. Everything is gone. This situation made him a little stunned. It's amazing, it's even more powerful than I thought. Indeed, Gohan at this time had more than 1,300 combat power when he had explosive potential, which was about 3 times that of Piccolo at this time. How could this combat power not shock him? Also shocked was Son Gohan, who was also stupid looking at this ravine in front of him, completely unable to understand what is going on. So he turned around and asked as he walked towards Piccolo. Did I do it? Naturally, he responded to him with an affirmative answer. Yes, that's what you did. Now you understand, your potential can only be stimulated when you are very emotional, but you can't win with only a moment's strength. I'm going to teach you the way to fight now and train you to be the strongest warrior. But my ideal is not to be a martial artist, I want to be a great scholar. Son Gohan still wanted to struggle again at this time. But Piccolo clearly wouldn't give him that chance. No problem, but to destroy those 2 scions in a year, they are going to destroy the earth, and if they succeed, there will be no future. It can be said that this remark coming out of Piccolo's mouth will really shock a bunch of people's eyes, because this remark is too positive, too sanctimonious. But, I'm afraid don't be verbose, or I'll kill you now. Time is urgent, start undressing, and our cultivation begins. Gohan doesn't know how to cultivate though. But under the coercion of Piccolo, he took off his coat. What am I going to do with that cultivation? You don't have to do anything now, just survive here, and if you're still alive in 6 months, I'll teach you the methods of fighting. I'm here alone for 6 months. No, I'll suffocate. Son Gohan, who had never left his parents' side since he was a child, panicked after hearing Piccolo asking him to live here alone for 6 months. My heart is full of fear and resistance. Oh, it won't be boring, there are often hungry beasts in this area, they will add a lot of fun to your life in these 6 months, okay, remember, you are on this mission to save the earth, believe in your own strength, and then learn to play flexibly. After saying these words, the other place did not bother to deliver lunch, and flew directly into the air. Disappeared into Son Gohan's eyes. It's too much. Wait a minute, I'm scared, don't leave me alone. Well, our crybaby is back in his daily mode. But before he could cry, an uninvited guest appeared in front of him. That is the dinosaur classmate who has been entangled with him for decades in the future. Speaking of which, this dinosaur is also very unlucky. If he knew that she had been eaten by this imp countless times in the next few decades. It is estimated that if he is killed, he will not appear here. But because of his appearance, Gohan's potential was once again stimulated. Well, Gohan's future really won't be lonely. End of this chapter. Regarding the question of updates, because I am not a professional author, it is impossible to sit in front of the computer all day and write novels, and the system has to move bricks. 1 change a day is also a helpless move, in fact 2 days and 3 changes. Please also forgive a hard time rushing for life. If you feel that the update is slow, you can collect a wave first, fatten and then kill. Thank you. Chapter 049. CT Sangtak Chapter 49, Gohan transforms into a gorilla. Monkey Rice, who was chased by dinosaurs, escaped the crisis smoothly after bursting into potential. It's a pity that the Force only saved him and didn't teach him how to go down, although I don't know why he appeared on this mountain inexplicably. But the gusts of cold wind blowing from the top of the mountain and the strong hunger in his stomach made him toss and turn all night, so, coming to the first night of this wild mountain, Gohan children lost sleep. It's terrible, starving to death, I'm so hungry. This young figure is lying on the ground, and in this kind of place, there is not even a thing to shelter from the wind and rain. This feeling of hunger and cold is obviously something that this 4-year-old has never experienced. But just when he was really hungry, a few soft noises caught his attention. When he got up, he found that there were actually 3 apples in front of him. Wow, it's apple! It's a fallen apple, how lucky! He picked up the apple excitedly, and didn't care if it was clean, and directly stuffed it into his mouth. But just as he was nibbling hard, he suddenly realized that there were no apple trees at all on the top of this mountain, and after looking around to no avail, his reason was still overwhelmed by hunger and gnawed directly into the belt slag. All this must be what Piccolo did. Although he looks very stern, his essence is still a knife-mouthed tofu-hearted guy. It's so sour, if only there were buns. Piccolo. After eating a few apples, although this little thing is not enough for him, at least he does not have to worry about starving to death for the time being. I'm still going to find a corner to lie down for a while, and wait until tomorrow daylight to find a way to get out of here. After eating to suppress the hunger, sleepiness came up, and he didn't think about his comfortable big bed anymore, and Gohan casually lay on a slightly flat ground. Originally, this was a quiet and peaceful night, but unfortunately today is a full moon. Gohan has a habit of getting up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. Fortunately he is just a child, otherwise he has to doubt his kidney function. Haha hazy, he suddenly found that even in the wilderness, he can still see the world around him clearly. Why is it still so bright in the evening? It's really strange. Living in Bun Mountain, he has been strictly required by Kiki to go to bed early and get up early since he was born. So I didn't come out at night at all. Therefore, he was very curious about the current situation, and when he looked up, he found a full moon in the sky. It's the moon, it's so round, I haven't seen the full moon yet. Out of curiosity, he stared straight at the full moon in the sky. But I didn't expect that this time it would really stab the hornet's nest. Knock knock. A strong heartbeat sounded from Gohan's body. The moment it stared at the moon, its body stood there motionless as if it had been hit by a body-fixing spell. Staring intently at the moon, the surrounding body began to exude an evil and powerful aura. This also woke up Piccolo, who was resting not far away. What's going on? Feeling this powerful aura that appeared around him, Piccolo also looked inexplicable. And when he saw Gohan transform into a giant ape, the shock in my heart was even stronger. What is it? What does it look like? After Gohan transformed into a giant, it was originally only 2 people who directly increased their strength tenfold. In an instant, he had hundreds of combat power, and with this combat power support, his destructive power was obviously 10. Not only did he trample the mountain where he slept earlier, everything around them is being destroyed. The scene was like a missile washing the floor. And Piccolo looked at Gohan, who had transformed into a giant ape, and was now frantically spitting out Qigong waves. The heart was also horrified. Such a strong destructive power, if it continues like this, without the Scion coming, the earth will be destroyed by him. It's no wonder that Piccolo has such an idea. No one on the earth should be able to possess powerful chi at this stage. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have said it by a Scion earlier. When the Scions see the full moon again, they will show their true strength. Is this what he calls positive strength? So I immediately looked into the sky. That's right, it's really a full moon. It seems that Gohan also inherited the blood of the Scion. Knowing the cause and effect, Piccolo no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly used the maximum power magic light killing cannon to shoot towards the moon. It is different from the previous result of the turtle immortal who simply pushed the moon away. This time Piccolo completely destroyed the moon. And after losing the bruise light emitted by the moon, Son Gohan's giant ape form could not be maintained. Slowly returned to the appearance of a child again. Looking at the little one who passed out, Piccolo began to gasp for breath because of excessive consumption, and the consumption of the blow just now was indeed not small for him, almost exhausting all the energy in his body. Is it because of the Scion bloodline that he actually transformed? Then I should be the right thing to do with the moon chance. If other Scions also become that kind of monster, I really dare not imagine. Indeed, Piccolo really did the right thing this time. If you don't destroy the moon, then after the other Scions came to Earth, if they all directly turn into giant apes, they will have nothing to play. Pulling out Son Gohan's tail casually can be regarded as cutting off the aftermath. He also changed Son Gohan's clothes very badly. Although the appearance looks exactly the same as the Monkey King. But the big magic word behind him was unusually eye-catching. I'm going to start cultivating too, in 6 months, if you are still alive and sound, just wait to receive my hellish special training, that taste will even make you give up your life, get ready, you will become an excellent demon warrior in the future. After reading to Gohan, who had passed out, he had passed out. The training on Piccolo's side officially began. At the same time on the other side of the universe. On a planet far from Earth. After receiving Raditz' message, Naba said to Vegeta on the side. Raditz, that kid seems to have rebelled. And Vegeta, who was originally eating the corpse of the alien on the side, had also received Raditz' message. It also made him lose the idea of eating. Because the information coming from the detector shocked him. After all, his younger brother has not seen him for more than 10 years. But he still had some impressions. In his memory, his younger brother was a complete waste, not only born with combat effectiveness, but also physical fitness. But why is it so strong now? Do you say it's because Raditz's detector is broken? Otherwise, why would Tabble have such great strength? Naba is obviously also full of amazement at Tabble's combat power, and these villains in the Dragon Ball world often can't believe it when facing the protagonist's sudden burst of strength. Will you only blame the detector first? Is it already broken? This also gives the protagonist the opportunity to pretend to hit his face. Vegeta shook his head. Probably not. In the conversation they had just now, I heard them say that the Dragon Ball is very interesting and can fulfill any wish of people. Maybe Tabble is strengthening his strength through wishes. After thinking about it, he continued. Let's go now and head to Earth to find that magical Dragon Ball. In his mind, Dragon Ball could make his waste brother so powerful, so wouldn't his genius be able to become stronger? Under the thoughts, the two stopped rubbing, directly gave up attacking the planet, and got on their own one-man spaceships. Embarked on a voyage to Earth. End of chapter, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 050. CT Sangtakviet.tk. Chapter 50, Arrival at King, 2nd edition. It's different from the original. This time, Sun Wukong arrived at the Realm King Star for only 3 months. Because this time he set out in the state of a living person. And before leaving, Tabble gave Sun Wukong a small bag of fairy beans. This put him after running out of energy. There is also the supplement of this fairy bean. So in addition to the necessary rest along the way, he was running at high speed almost the whole time, and the speed was greatly improved, saving twice the time in the original book. There is more time left for him to improve his strength. Do you really expect that when he returns to Earth, will he have already surpassed Vegeta? In order to be able to meet the King of the Realm, Sun Wukong has been running on the Snake Road for 3 months. Finally, what a headache, is there an end to this road? Why can't you always run away? If I continue like this, maybe a year has passed, and I haven't seen the King of the Realm. After 3 months of boring running in the deserted Snake Road. Even with a thick line like Sun Wukong, he couldn't help but start complaining. What if you drove alone on an unmanned highway for 3 months? It is estimated that if it is placed on an ordinary person, he will already be insane and crazy. However, just when he was about to squat down and rest for a while, 950 suddenly found that the snake road that had spread endlessly in front of him seemed to have seen the tail. Wow, that's great, it's the tail. Seeing that it had finally come to an end, Sun Wukong's mood at this time was like a roller coaster, directly pulled from the original trough to the peak. Only when he looked around, he found that there was nothing around him. No, why is there nothing? It's impossible, what a joke. Did you finally get here by yourself, but you can't find the Realm King? So he continued to search unwillingly. Finally, a small planet floated far above the snake road. If you don't pay attention. Monkey King almost ignored it. There. That's where the king of the realm lives. Great. The realm was supposed to be big, right? Was it made into this ghost by Beerus, the god of destruction? After seeing this small planet, Sun Wukong flew over excitedly. And when he saw that there were still houses on the planet, he was even more certain that this was the residence of the king of the realm. It's a pity that before he could finish his excitement, a huge suction force appeared from the planet. Will his body dragged the past. It hit the ground with a bang. I had an intimate encounter with this small planet. I was caught off guard by this sudden gravity. Sun Wukong supported his body with difficulty, and finally muttered. Hungry, what a strange ground, there seems to be a strong force to suck me down. After finally standing up, Sun Wukong felt as if his body was as heavy as lead. Although he is still able to move with his physical fitness. But that speed is really unflattering. If a turtle passes by it now, it is estimated that it is qualified to mock him. After taking 2 steps, Sun Wukong saw a thing that looked like an orangutan sitting in front of him. This is the king of the realm? Well, it's ugly, but it should be powerful, right? After a little thought in my heart, Sun Wukong decided that this guy in front of him was the king of the realm. After all, the other party's breath was more than he wanted. So he bowed with his hands together very politely and said, Hello, my name is Sun Wukong, I want to learn martial arts with you. An existence that can live all year round on a planet with up to 10 times the gravity should be far stronger than Sun Wukong's combat power at this time, right? This orangutan in front of him, after Sun Wukong's words and deeds. I feel inexplicable in my heart. Isn't this a neurotic? Is it possible that no one for 100 million years is a fool who comes? So I didn't want to care about this guy who suddenly appeared in front of me. Turn around and do what you do every day, that's embarrassing dance. After all, this guy from the king of the realm has been living on this tiny planet all day for countless years. Under the emptiness and loneliness, it is always contaminated with some very bad hobbies of the realm king. However, his move made Sun Wukong suddenly interested. Do we start now? You're asking me to follow you in this action, aren't you? After mistaking the orangutan in front of him for the king of the realm, Sun Wukong, AEBH, also regarded the orangutan's strange movements as his martial arts training tricks. So I followed him and did it. Even the screaming sound in the orangutan's mouth Sun Wukong was also vividly learned, and the scene was once funny and a little uncontrollable. His side was so lively, and it also attracted the attention of the Realm King. Just now, as usual, he drove his car around the planet. Just about to get out of the car to find a place where he hasn't taken care of it yet. I suddenly heard Sun Wukong's scream. So I walked up to him and asked, Hey, what are you doing? Just like that, the king of the realm and the monkey king. First encounter. The two fought each other after an incomprehensible cold joke. The king of the realm finally agreed to accept Sun Wukong for training. Okay, I decided to teach you. So Sun Wukong finally walked out of the snake path and met the king of the realm, who would begin his arduous cultivation on this small planet 10 times the gravity of the Earth. It was 9 months before Vegeta came to Earth. The original king of the realm did not tell Sun Wukong any tricks. Instead, simply let Sun Wukong adapt to the 10 times the gravity of this planet. The action is difficult, and no matter how many skills there are, he can't use it, so the king of the realm asked him to grab his pet, that is, the orangutan Baburu, as soon as he came up. All you have to do now is overcome the gravity here and try to catch Baburu. If this gravity makes it difficult for you to move, there is no way to defeat those scions. Their home planet Vegeta has the same gravity as here. As soon as Sun Wukong heard that the scions could actually adapt to such a strong gravity, he didn't say anything more, and directly began the journey to catch the orangutan. I'm also a scion, they can do it, and I can. It's a pity that it's not so easy to catch Baburu on this planet. But he has always lived on this planet, and he has long adapted to the gravity here. So his speed has not been affected in any way on this planet. On the other hand, Sun Wukong is much more miserable, almost unable to move an inch, and every step he takes has to grit his teeth and do everything he can. Later, after Sun Wukong took off the weight jacket he was wearing, he was still far from being Baburu's opponent. You can only eat ash after the other party. I can't even grasp a single hair. That's it on this planet. In the training of the two classmates Sun Wukong and Baburu, step by step, they were very dashing, and they stopped at 2 steps to change their shapes. Time passed day by day. All the Dragon Ball warriors are nervously preparing for battle. Of course, if his training is called hard, then his son's training on Earth can be considered hell. At least on the planet. Sun Wukong can also eat a hot meal. And on Earth Sun lunch. In addition to being flattened every day, the nose will be blue and the face will be swollen. Hunger and cold are also a daily necessity. End of chapter. Unknowingly on the shelf. Thank you for your support for a month, and hope that the friends who read this book again can continue to support the system, call flowers, and collect. Thank you. There will be several chapters updated today. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 051. CT Sang Tak Viet.tk. Chapter 51 Poor Little Dinosaur, 3rd Change, Ask for Flowers and Collect. As an important member who shoulders the destiny of the Earth, Son Gohan's situation at this time is much more tragic than that of his old son Sun Wukong. After all, Piccolo's training method is so simple and rude that it is inhuman to let a 4-year-old child live alone in the wilderness for 6 months. If it weren't for Son Gohan's outstanding talent, maybe he would have become a pile of dinosaur manure at this time, right? Even recently, Piccolo has quietly followed Son Gohan's every move in mid-air. Avoid irresistible danger to life. But the pain of flesh and skin is still inevitable, and the clothes on the body are tattered. Even the body of the original fine skin and tender flesh appeared one after another scars. If seen by his mother Kiki, maybe it will be directly sad to faint. It is even possible to fight directly with Piccolo. Which of the scion wives is good to go with? But this bitter meal is not eaten in vain after all. Today, after living alone for the 3rd month, Son Gohan actually mastered the use of Chi alone. Not only can it be used to attack, but it can also be used to ignite. This also means that from today onwards, he can no longer eat raw food. You must know that during this time, Gohan basically survived by eating fruit. Although the taste is not bad, but after a long time, how can an omnivore like a human be able to stand it? And not everyone is B. If you see any animal, you can swallow it anyway. Son Gohan, a mom treasure, can't do everything in his mouth. Just when he was happy that he could use Chi. Wow! A loud roar sounded from beside him. He turned his head to look. It turned out to be a huge dinosaur. If it had been placed 3 months ago, he might have been scared at this time. But today, 3 months later, he is no longer the Wuxia Amen of the day, and at the moment he saw the dinosaur, although he still left some liquid. But that's not scary P, it's a Hara. That's right, the moment he saw this dinosaur, Son Gohan thought of it. There's meat to eat. I don't know if this dinosaur knows it, will I want to cry without tears in my heart? I wanted to hunt prey, but I became the prey of others. So Son Gohan threw the fruit in his hand aside, got up, and ran forward. The speed is swishing, and each takeoff and landing can advance 10 meters away. The big dinosaur saw this. In his heart, he already regarded Gohan as his own food. How could he easily let his food escape? So he chased after him stupidly. Come and get me here. Son Gohan, who was walking in front, also turned around from time to time and unleashed a wave of taunting skills towards the dinosaur. He was also afraid that if the other party did not chase or was lost, then his lunch would be gone. Sure enough, the dinosaur was angry under Gohan's taunt. How much has the speed of the chase actually increased? His eyes were fixed on the thin figure in front of him. I can't wait to swallow it in my mouth right away and digest it into dregs. It's just that his already unintelligent head doesn't seem to anticipate the other party, which is intentional. Directly in front of it, a huge rock was getting closer and closer to him. If it was placed in normal times, he would definitely dodge away, but unfortunately at this time, he was carried away by anger, and there was only the figure of Son Gohan in his eyes. And there was nothing else. Thereupon, at the moment when Son Gohan answered, he jumped high and flashed away. The dinosaur, a legendary reptile with a walnut-sized brain, obviously expected that the other party would escape his pursuit in this way, and was caught off guard. None of them crashed into the rocks. He was already sprinting at high speed, under this violent sprint. Directly stared at Venus and fell into a coma. Haha, you can finally eat meat. Son Gohan, who fell from mid-air, looked at the scene in front of him excitedly. Finally, it's been 3 months, and he has meat to eat again. Take out the piccolo from behind and prepare it for him. After all, this thing is made by magic, so the sharpness must be unquestionable. Cutting the rough skin of the dinosaur is still laborious, but driven by her kind heart, Gohan just cut off the tail of the dinosaur. It did not hurt the life of the other party. It has also been seen in books that lizards' tails can be broken off and regenerated. I don't know if dinosaurs are considered a type of lizard, so I don't know if the tail will regenerate. Good luck. After silently blessing the comatose dinosaur, Son Gohan then used his sword to skewer this steak about the size of his body. After casually lighting a piece of wood next to him with gas, he began to test meat. This barren mountain is wild. Obviously, there will be no cooking utensils, and Son Gohan himself will not be able to cook. Only this most primitive cooking method can be used. But don't say that the taste of this dinosaur meat after roasting is still very tempting. Maybe he was hungry for too long, and Gohan ate this huge steak in 3 or 2 clicks. And I think the taste is still very good. 0 Ask for flowers 0. The scene in front of him made Piccolo, who was floating in mid-air, smile with satisfaction. Well, good job, soon you'll start training. Soon another 3 months passed. Son Gohan still passed the Piccolo test smoothly. Successfully joined his training. It's just that during this time, although he has awakened his talent, he is still worlds different from Piccolo in terms of strength, even if Piccolo only uses combat skills. Are able to bring Son Gohan's torturous death to life. Piccolo is another guy who will not pity at all. In the sparring with Gohan, he has no concept of bullying the small with the big at all. Every shot is very ruthless, and sometimes even uses intrigue. This does not. This day was in the confrontation with Son Gohan. He used his high speed and instantly disappeared in front of Son Gohan's eyes. Gohan saw that his blow was empty. Hey, gone. After losing Piccolo's figure, Gohan quickly looked around to find the other party, but a voice appeared from behind him, interrupting him. That's right, it really hit him. What about the back? With a bang, Piccolo kicked Son Gohan's ass fiercely. Dropped him into a dog and ate. 0. After turning over from the ground, Son Gohan couldn't help but say. It's too fast, I can't see it. Piccolo lectured him with a serious face. You can't just look, you have to use feelings. To be honest, anyone who hears such mysterious words is dumbfounded. Even an old guy who has been immersed in martial arts for many years may not understand, let alone this kind of rookie who has only been in contact for 3 months. How is that possible? To put it lightly, how could I? Gohan patted the dust on his body and couldn't help but complain. It's a pity that his complaining was replaced by 2 rays of light from Piccolo's eyes. This is a skill similar to the heaven-shattering palm of all nations, both convert chi into electricity, with the 2 currents pouring into the body. Son Gohan was covered in hair by electricity, lying on the ground, and there was still a stream of green smoke. If you smell carefully, it seems that there is still a little aroma of barbecued meat. End of chapter. There will be ask for some flowers and collections, thank you. 9. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 052. CT Sangtakviet.tk. Chapter 52. What if Tabra is not satisfied? 4th update. Under this great pressure, Gohan and Piccolo, the 2 of them spent the rest of their time practicing high-intensity sparring except for eating and sleeping. Although this kind of high-intensity training made Son Gohan miserable, the final result was very gratifying. Son Gohan's potential has been developed little by little, and his combat effectiveness is also rising and growing every day. On the other side, the warriors on Earth also underwent half-year training in the celestial realm. They have also made great progress. Their combat effectiveness has also surpassed that of the heavenly gods. In the end, the heavenly god also had nothing to teach, so he said to all the trained warriors, "Your martial arts have surpassed me, and Bobo and I have nothing to teach you. The big war is about to go back, each of you will find your own cultivation method." 920. Looking at the hopes of these earths in front of him, the heavenly god paused and continued. "The future of the planet depends on you." His words were sincere and infected all the earthling warriors. So they all responded. "Got it. But there's one thing they're really interested in training. That is the celestial god through the spiritual time house. Bring all the people to the time before the destruction of the Scion planet. Let everyone get up close and personal with the Scions." Although the opponent he faced was only a lower-level Scion with more than 2,000 points. But they still benefited a lot, at least intuitively felt the gap between them. However, in the past 6 months, if you want to say that the real improvement, probably the biggest is Raditz. After all, his training conditions are the best of all. Of course, it can also be the most brutal. Weight training is one of the most effective training methods in the Dragon Ball world. It has a strong effect on breaking through its own limitations. You don't see Sun Wukong after he arrives at the Realm King. It took only 6 months to go from a combat power of 400. Saw the degree of combat effectiveness 8000. Even if there is a reason for the protagonist's aura bonus. But you can't ignore the amplification role played by gravity. It took a few days, and Raditz was after withstanding 20 times the test of gravity. Then Beta Per dragged him to sparring. Or that it is more accurate to ravage the object. The disparity in strength between the two is too great. Raditz was often beaten half to death by Tabor. Know when other people are training. To avoid fatal injuries. No matter what, I will still keep a hand. But there are no such concerns on Raditz's side. Tabor's fairy bean reserves are still very rich. As long as it is not a one-hit kill. With the existence of fairy beans, they can save him. And as long as it is restored, Raditz's combat effectiveness will increase by a long time. That's growing faster than taking a plane. For Raditz, though, the training process was painful. I guess anyone who is always hovering on the line of death will not be a good memory. But feel this huge amount of energy in your body. Raditz was overjoyed. It turns out that this is the feeling of having great strength, and I have such a day in Raditz. Whenever this growing power is felt, the disciples would admire their decision. Prince Tabal who does not follow, I may not be able to have such great power in my life. And thanks to Prince Tabur's training, I can only be a salted fish beside Vegeta in this life. After secretly thanking Tabel in his heart, Raditz became more involved in training. And Tabel felt that the other party was becoming more and more respectful to him. I am also very satisfied with this newly acquired subordinate. Who doesn't like obedient guys? How can this be dissatisfied with having an obedient subordinate? However, after a period of practice, he lost interest. So he didn't care about him anymore, and after leaving a bag of fairy beans, he let him train by himself. And he himself just went safely to accompany Boomer. After all, the two have just got married, and the newlywed Yanner is always when you and my Nong. Although the two of them are no longer the little fart children who have tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, the change in identity now has aroused the interest of the two. So under the stimulation of this emotion, the frequency of the two people applauding love became higher and higher. But in the end, even if the two of them know how much they taste, because Boomer's body is too fragile, in the end, she really couldn't withstand the impact of the beast of Tabul. Lose your armor and lose the battle. Hiding in the lab, call it by fine-sounding name of. I have a very important research to be conducted recently, don't bother me recently, you can hang out on your own for a while. Well, for the first time there was a reason to be kicked out of the house for such a reason. Tabel also shook his head helplessly. He still has a very clear understanding of his physical fitness, and he also understands that his ability in that aspect is very strong. Even if he has already controlled his impact well. But Boomer still couldn't bear it. So in desperation, Tabel is still honestly ready to go out for a walk and relax his body and mind. But right now, this blood is surging. There are really not many places to go, there are definitely no need to say where there are many people, there are too many two-dimensional beauties, in case you can't hold these readers and don't kill me? No, is it Boomer who still does not take a machine gun to kill himself? If Tabel is a big spender, then he should appear in some places lit with small pink lamps, but unfortunately he is not. After all, you travel through the world of Dragon Ball, not some messy urban parallel world. Tabel is not the kind of person who wants to pounce when he sees a woman and can't take a step when he sees a beautiful woman. So in order to be able to calm himself down, he thought of going to the extremely cold place on this planet, and let the cold temperature help his little brother calm down. After all, it has been more than 10 years since I came to this earth, and I still know the common sense. For example, there is a place on this planet called the 10,000-year-old ice wall called the Zerump Iceberg. It is rumored to be the coldest place on Earth. The 0.5 ice cube there has been around since tens of thousands of years ago, and it cannot be melted, even with the current high technology, she has remained intact. Obviously, such a place that sounds cold is suitable for Tabur. So Tabel quickly spread out the graceful figure of Boomer in his mind and flew in the direction of the 10,000-year-old ice wall. Without using a shield to directly let the cold air slap on his body, the wind in the sky blew Tabel's hair, making him gradually feel a little more comfortable. As they get closer and closer to the ice wall, the temperature in the air also began to slowly drop. Finally, when it came time to reach the 10,000-year-old ice wall, the upward surging goldworm of Tabel was finally slowly suppressed. End of chapter. Don't go too far, there will be more later. Ask for flowers in collections. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 053. CT Sangtak Chapter 53, 10,000 Years of Ice Wall, 1 Change. This place is worthy of being called the 10,000-year-old ice wall and is abnormally cold. The surrounding ice is also very hard. If it weren't for Tabel's superpower, with the current strength of the Earthlings, it is simply impossible to destroy these ice blocks. No wonder I said this place is so familiar, it turns out that I have encountered the plot again. When Tabel was stimulated by the cold air after the nerves His consciousness became unusually clear. I also sketched some memories from the past. In his already somewhat vague impression, there seems to be a theatrical version of Dragon Ball, which is the plot that takes place in this place. It seems that there is some kind of base in this place, right? I remember the guy in the base, who seems to have kidnapped Boomer in the original book. Thinking of this, Tabble's heart suddenly became uncalm. After all, Boomer was already his wife at this time. For those guys who dare to hurt his wife, he obviously won't let go. Even if this is only a possibility, it does not really happen. This is the villain Dr. Willow in the original book. It was hated by our protagonist Tabor. Stand in the cold wind. Take Tabor's physical fitness at this time. Although he was still 12 years old, he could feel the cold, but there was no harm to his body. He stood in place and carefully recalled the plot. Dr. Willow died in his laboratory because of an accident. 50 years later, his assistant, Dr. Kekken, made a wish to Shenlong for revenge and saved Dr. Willow's brain. He wanted to find the strongest person in the world, transplant his brain into this person, and then become the master of the earth. Dr. Kekken first looked for Wushin Sensei, Turtle Immortal, and then wanted to find Goku, and it happened that Goku himself came to the door. The robot controlled by Dr. Willow's brain is very strong, but in the end, with the help of Vic and others, Goku uses the Genki bomb to eliminate him. Soon Table sorted out his thoughts. Got the idea who the culprit really is. He immediately took action and prepared to solve this hidden danger in the future. According to the original plot, Dr. Willow's assistant by collecting Dragon Balls. Release Dr. Willow, frozen in ice. It's just that at that time, it will already be after the Scion's attack. Table appeared here at this time. His assistant did not know that he was cowering in that corner, and Dr. Willow was still frozen in the thick ice. Looking at the iceberg Tabor who couldn't see the head in front of him, he suddenly felt that his head was a little bigger. You must know that Dr. Willow only has one brain left at this moment. And there are only a few artificial humans left around him. They are all mechanized things, and there is no chi at all, so he is not at all unable to find them by searching through chi. And if you simply use the naked eye, he doesn't have the clairvoyance of Superman. You can see the inside of the iceberg directly through the ice. His eyes are just better than ordinary people's eyesight, and they still belong to the category of normal people. As for saying, just destroy this place. Faye Tabor had thought about it just now. But if he did, the consequences would be troublesome. If you think about it, it's such a big group. An iceberg made of tens of thousands of years of water vapor. If destroyed by him, the melted water is estimated to have no effect on him if the sea level rises, but if it does, innocent civilians on the earth will suffer. Table considered himself not a good person. But it is absolutely impossible to sacrifice countless innocent lives for this little thing. No matter how you say it, he is not a big devil. After thinking for a while, perhaps it was the cold air that made him unusually calm. Soon he thought of a solution. That is the use of metal detectors. It is an artificial person, so there is no gas at all, but that is because it is an artificial person, so whether it is their body or them, they are all metal structures. Gas can't be sensed, but metal detectors can. With a pat on the head, Tabor suddenly silently praised his wit. But he didn't have that at hand. So he hurriedly used teleportation to return to his home in Zidu. Boomer was already avoiding him at this time, so it would definitely be no fun to ask her for help. But isn't there still Dr. Brive? Table found Dr. Brive, his father-in-law. I asked him to help build a large-scale metal detector. In the face of Table's request, Dr. Brive was also very curious. He searches his inventory for the necessary parts. While asking, "What do you want the metal detector to do? Do you want to go in search of treasure?" Well, this big scientist's brain circuitry is obviously not ordinary. Table is also not easy to explain. Is he going to say that he is going to solve a future villain? If you say this, you must not be caught by the scientist in front of you for research. So he didn't explain much, but still echoed. Yes, yes, I really want to find a treasure. I don't know if there are any good things there. It was heard that Tabor really wanted to go in search of treasure. Dr. Brive was also proud and nodded. Sure enough, I guessed it, and I knew you were going to use a metal detector to hunt for treasure. But it's a pity that I'm older now. If I'm dozens of years younger, I also want to go with you. Dr. Brive's words immediately made his back feel cold. I thought to myself. I'm really glad that you're not a young man now, otherwise it would be a lot of trouble to take you with me. It's just a metal detector, and the technology content is relatively low. 017. It didn't take long for Dr. Brive to finish. Tabble took the vacuum-looking thing from Dr. Brive's hand. A few drops of sweat could not help but appear on his forehead. Dr. Brive seemed to see what was on his mind from Tabble's expression. So he said, I didn't have any suitable materials on hand, I just saw a vacuum cleaner, I just modified it, although it doesn't look very good, but it's still quite easy to use. Or if you're not in a hurry, I'll do you a new one. When Tabble heard this, he quickly rejected Dr. Brive's plan to do another one. He knew that Dr. Brive was a perfectionist, and if he had been given more time, he might have made something multifunctional, and Tabble just thought the shape was a little strange, not disliked it. After all, it is not often used, just to solve this temporary problem. So he quickly picked up the set and thanked Dr. Brive. Used again, teleport away from the place. What a convenient ability. Watching Tabble leave, Dr. Brive thought silently. End of chapter. It was on the shelves yesterday. I hope you can brush some free flowers to make me look better, thank you, and thank you for the self-ordered boys _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 054. CT Sangtak.tk. Chapter 54, Dr. Willow's Berserker, 2nd edition. After having a metal detector, Tabble took this vacuum-like tool and searched around the 10,000-year-old ice wall. Not to mention, the Boomer family must be a boutique, although this thing looks inconspicuous on the outside, it is even a little funny. But in the actual operation process, it is still quite powerful. The response is fast, not to mention the range, which is very large. At Tabor's movement speed, only a few tens of minutes passed. It has already locked the location of Dr. Willow's base. Of course, Tabble did indeed find a few treasures. Although he did not know any treasure hunting skills. You can look at the large boxes of gold and silver jewelry in front of you. He also knew that his trip was worthwhile. Even if you are not short of money. But it's good to collect it. It's like the dragon in Western mythology. Their hobby is collecting gold coins. Did they want to spend the gold coins after they got them? Apparently not. After Tabble got these guarantees, he obviously didn't sell them, and it was a very good idea to decorate his house. When you find a place. He didn't play, and directly blasted an energy bomb. Suddenly, in the area with a diameter of about 100 meters in front of him, the ice wall, which was said to not melt for 10,000 years, turned into gurgling water at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flocking in all directions. And in it, gradually, a black flying machine was revealed. This is also the result of his deliberate manipulation. He wanted to see how the guy with only one brain left existed. So it wasn't directly destroyed here. Now everyone is busy, only he is playing leisurely. If you don't have some fun for yourself, it is really boring. So he got up and flew to the top of the aircraft. There is no patience at all to find any gate and kick it directly. A large hole was made in the metal plate under the foot. And he also entered the flying machine through this big hole. It hasn't been launched here for 5 to 50 years. So everything around is pitch black. I don't know if it's because the energy is running out or because it's not turned on. This made him a little embarrassed. In this dark room and accompanied by the intricacies of roads and the aircraft, how can he find Dr. Willow? Do you have to go back and get another flashlight? He shook his head helplessly. There was no other way at the moment, and then he was ready to turn it on again and move away from here in an instant. Just as Tabble was about to leave. Suddenly, not far from him, 3 red lights lit up. Tabber was also attracted by this light. Subconsciously looked in that direction. Generally speaking, red lights mean warnings, often indicating the presence of danger, and Tabor can see what is going on over there with his faint red light. I saw 3 identical boxes not far from him. If you are a Dragon Ball fan, you can obviously recognize it at a glance. This thing is the dormant capsule of the artificial human. Although the style of the Doctor is different, but the basic characteristics are still similar. Hugh 3 appeared in front of Tabble at this time. And he was huge, far exceeding his height. Seeing these 3 things, Tabble also suddenly remembered. Dr. Willow also seems to be a guy who likes to make artificial humans. In the original work, he also used 3 artificial humans to deal with Sun Wukong's gang. Originally, he thought 3 artificial humans. It was made by his assistant, Dr. Kekken. But apparently not. But think about it, Dr. Kekken is just cannon fodder. Dr. Willow was also easily discarded in the original book. How could such a guy create these 3 artificial people with decent strength? At his level, it is estimated that some vegetable people are just long. And if it weren't for the fact that Tabble found out when watching the animation that his name was the same as a certain singer in Hong Kong, Tabble couldn't even remember the other party's name. After a rapid flashing of red light. Maybe it's because of 50 years of silence. The 3 big guys opened very slowly. When Tabor yawned and couldn't wait to rush over to help them, the 3 sleeping pods were officially opened. After another 10 minutes, 3 huge humanoid creatures walked out of the 3 dormant pods. Is this the strongest berserker Dr. Willow has ever created? Seeing these 3 strange things in front of him, Tabble was quite disappointed in his heart. Even if the opponent's combat power has thousands of points. But in Tabor's eyes, the appearance of this thing is too low. The 3 artificial humans, after coming out of the dormant cabin, were obviously still a little stunned. It was as if I slept for too long. After waking up suddenly, I felt a little uncomfortable. Tabble Deo was not in a hurry, let them slow down. Although it is garbage, it is still a good choice for some fun. After another few minutes, the 3 artificial humans finally figured out the situation in front of them, and seeing the stranger who appeared in the base, Gashmai, who occupied the C position of the 3, asked Tabor, "What are you? Why break into Dr. Willow's institute?" Another person next to him also stared at Tabble with a wary face. Their mission is to defend Dr. Willow, so face the invaders. Their side as bodyguards still looks very qualified. Tabble didn't say anything more to them, directly extended his index finger to them, and made a hook motion. That meaning is obvious, it is clearly a combination of Yi-Yang finger and lion roar gong. You come for me. The 3 of them read this meaning from his actions, which was completely a naked provocation. Look at, Zhao Lihao, to Tabor's action. Face such an arrogant enemy. The tallest of the 3, Miss Oz, rushed towards Tabor. The other 2 did not even make any movement, as if in their eyes, the thin young man in front of them was about to be ravaged by their companions. Tabble also felt very interesting, so he did not move his footsteps and waited quietly. The big golden man approached him at a turtle-like speed. In the eyes of the other party, Tabble seemed to be frightened by his momentum, and did not dare to move. This also made a bloodthirsty smile appear at the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, this expression only lasted for a few seconds, and after he hit Tabble with his punch, his face was only stunned. How could this be? End of chapter. The second is more dedicated, before the friends complained that I updated slowly, now I feel a little better _. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 055. CT Sangtak Chapter 55 Berserker. Material is just that. 3 changes. Casually held the fist attack of the big golden fat man in front of him. Tabble sighed inwardly. Sure enough, it's just the old technology of 50 years ago, the combat effectiveness is still relatively low. If it is replaced by the 18th, how good it would be. The biggest black technology on Earth in the Dragon Ball world should be artificial human technology. For example, the method of transforming the human body into a human being on the 17th and 18th can actually transform ordinary War 5 scumbag Earth humans into powerful artificial humans. Their strength is even far superior to that of Super Saiyan. Among them, the product of Shalo can also approach the combat effectiveness of the second stage of Super Saiyan. Not to mention Super 17 in Dragon Ball GT. That thing is an existence that can press Super Saiyan to the ground and rub. If it weren't for the thought of family affection with the 18th. It is estimated that the plot of Dragon Ball will be rewritten by him. Tabble was clearly interested in artificial human technology. Maybe in the future, he will catch that Dr. Gro. But in front of you, this 50-year-old object. Apparently he was still disappointed. So he punched out and hit the big belly of this big golden fat man? It's just that I didn't expect that after he hit this artificial human named Misaz. The touch coming from his fist made him feel very strange, as if it was not hitting the flesh, but a Chi 733 ball. See fists deep in each other's bodies. Tarleton became interested in him again. Although he did not use full force in this punch. But even a random punch is not a joke. The opponent was able to dissolve his attack power through his body and bind his fist. The technology included in it is indeed quite powerful. Ignoring the other's spooky smile, Tabble looked his skin up and down. I thought to myself. If I made out of the material of this guy's skin, wouldn't the combat suit be better than my current one? It seems that I should bring some samples back to Boomer to study and see if I can come up with something new. Come to think of it. Tabble, who originally wanted to blast the other party into slag, immediately changed his mind. Wouldn't such a good experimental subject be wasted if it were destroyed? The artificial man in front of him, his strength lies in defense. Any attack by the other side after him will be dispersed and dissolved by this special layer of skin on his body. Unless it exceeds the upper limit of this skin, any attack will have no effect on him. BDFG is like a leather ball. Although it can be rubbed wantonly and deformed. But unless you have a lot of strength, there is no way to break the ball. In the original work, Sun Wukong used the Realm King Fist. It broke through its supporting skin. You must know that at that time, Sun Wukong's combat power had broken 10,000 points, although it was not clear how many times the Realm King Fist he opened, but even if it was just using twice the Realm King Fist, the combat power produced was extremely impressive. Ha ha ha, your fist is not done, then I will accept your life unceremoniously. Seeing that Tabble was bound by his own skin, Misoza looked up. Laughed. His other 2 companions also laughed along with him. I didn't expect to solve this intruder so easily, and I already made a move myself. So that the opportunity to be praised by my own master slipped out of my palm in vain. Misaz guy is so fast. Just like that, he preempted, I already knew that I went yes. Just as his 2 companions were devastated by the fact that Misaz had stolen his credit. What happened before their eyes next? But it was the words that made them swallow deeply. I saw a horn suddenly born from the back of Misaz. It was as if a bean had popped out of its back, slowly, getting bigger and longer. It was as if something was going to come out of his body. I saw that thing gradually sticking out. At a distance of only a few meters left from the 2 of them. Suddenly a popping sound was heard. A pillar of energy light rushed out from Misaz's skin, like bamboo shoots breaking through the ground. Good for the speed of light waves, because Mrs.'s skin buffers. Although the two of them were shocked, fortunately, they all reacted. Flashed away from where you were. Only a bang remained. It became a mess. After deciding to accept this layer of skin, Tabor also wanted to test how strong the defensibility of this layer of skin was, so he released an energy wave in his hand wrapped by the other party, and gradually enhanced its energy output. Until it broke through the body of this guy. Looking at the golden giant man that gradually flattened like a balloon, Tabor nodded with satisfaction. The defense power of this thing is really good, the output just now has almost 3 to 4 points of combat power, he can withstand it, it looks like it is more like the material of my original combat uniform. For the opponent's defensive power, Tabor has been confirmed by his own experiments. And after seeing the other party's body holding down, Tabor was even more satisfied, which made it more convenient to carry. So he walked to the side where Mrs. mutilated. It's like folding a quilt. Threw his body up. Put it in a capsule. See him for such behavior. The two companions of Mrs. also woke up from the previous shock, and their hearts suddenly became angry. No matter how much you dislike each other. But at least all in the same camp. And when he saw each other, he not only killed his own companions. Afterwards, he did not even spare the corpse of his companion. How could the two who were in the same camp not be angry, so they pounced on Tabor to kill this guy who insulted them. It's a pity that these two guys didn't have steps on their bodies, but what they wanted. One is to release cold air to freeze the opponent, this chicken rib skill, may have some effect in the early stage of Dragon Ball, but in the late stage of Dragon Ball, which one is not able to burst the existence of the planet? How can a little ice cube bind them? As for the skill of another artificial human is to release electricity, his hands can release two whip-like things, forming an electric whip-like attack, which looks a bit like Iron Man's opponent whip. Obviously, this is also a skill that is useless to him. If Tabor is willing, he can also convert the chi in his body into electricity, but the meaning of actual combat is almost nothing. So the moment when the two artificial humans approached Tabor, before the two of them could react, they were hit by the energy light wave released by Tabor and turned into dust on the ground. End of chapter. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 056. CT Sang Tak Viet.tk. Chapter 56. What a big can. 4 changes. Finish cleaning up these guys. Tabor decided that it would be better to hurry up and find the main lord and take a look. It may be because the energy light wave released by Tabor just now pierced the entire base. Outside sunlight shone through the broken walls. This also allowed him to finally see everything around him, so he didn't have to go back to get a flashlight. However, there were a lot of research equipment around him anyway, and he was not interested in understanding it at all. After glancing around a few times, he was finally on a wall not far away. I saw a brain soaked in a jar, as if it were a giant can. Presumably this thing is Dr. Willow's brain, right? Speaking of which, this guy's ambition is also quite big. 50 years ago, as a genius scientist, in order to obtain a more powerful physical body, he was able to take out his brain alive. Become something that this person does not resemble a person, and a ghost does not resemble a ghost. It's just a pity that he has been out of age for too long. The person I met was Sun Wukong. Therefore, no matter how big and deep his ambitions are, it is just empty talk in the face of absolute strength. Tabor walked over to the other's brain. Observing a bubbling brain from such a close distance is quite disgusting no matter how you look at it. Reaching out as if knocking on a door, Tabor lightly knocked on the glass. Hey, wake up! 50 years ago, after the place was frozen, there was no way to find a way out. So Dr. Willow. In desperation, he put himself into sleep mode. Waiting for their assistant to wake himself up in the future. It's a pity that his assistant doesn't know where to think of a solution at this time. Another uninvited guest arrived at him first. After being knocked on the glass cover by Tabul, the defense mechanism he set up before going to sleep immediately awakened him. But in the eyes of Tabul, Dr. Willow's brain emits more bubbles. It seems that the way to wake him up is the right way. Correct, you are a ghost. Originally designed for Dr. Willow, when his assistant arrives, he needs to enter commands on the console to wake him up, instead of being forced to wake up by the system like this. Although he now has only one head left. But it still made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was sleeping soundly. It's like being thrown out of bed by someone else. After being forcibly awakened, Dr. Willow was very unhappy. Kekin, what the hell are you doing? A synthesized electronic sound sounded in the aircraft. The tone was very dissatisfied and angry, but there was no mechanical blunt sense at all. However, the Kekin he expected did not reply to him. Instead, another strange voice picked up his words. I'm sorry, you're Kekin, I don't know which corner to nest in. Dr. Willow listened with a light voice. He immediately controlled his electronic eyes and looked in that direction. An unfamiliar image immediately appeared in his brain. Who are you? How could it be here? It doesn't matter who I am, I'm just a person passing by, seeing that you are upset, and wants to kill you. Hearing such an arrogant response from Tabor, Dr. Willow's brain bubbled even more. Apparently his brain activity was very unsettled at this time. Young people, don't be too arrogant. Dr. Willow snorted coldly. Then there was a cry. Miss Oz, don't hurry up and come out. The intruders have already arrived in front of me, don't hurry up and kill him. But after waiting a few seconds, no one responded to him. So he shouted again. Vase. Abelio. Where did you all die? Don't hurry up and get me out yet. But obviously no one will win him. Although he couldn't see Dr. Willow's watch, Tabul could still feel the other party's emotions at this time. So he said with a smile. Okay, don't shout, if you're looking for your subordinates, then I'll tell you where they are. Saying that, he stretched out his finger, pointed to a pool of ash on the ground, and said. Nong, it's all here, I don't think they should be able to respond to your orders now, right? I went too far and accidentally broke these toys of yours, I don't think you should blame me, right? Seeing a large pool of ash on the ground, I thought that my command had not been answered. Dr. Willow obviously understood that his subordinates had probably been killed by the young man in front of him. So he also began to put away his previous contempt. What is the level of self-made artificial humans? Is there anyone who knows better than him? Able to take out his own men without being injured? Then the other party must be very difficult. However, the strength of the other party also aroused Dr. Willow's interest. What did he take out his brain for? In order to be able to transfer his consciousness into a powerful body. Isn't becoming an excellent young man with all-round development of morality, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor his ultimate goal? Although I don't know who is stronger and weaker than this guy and the turtle immortal in front of me. However, the other party can easily solve his 3 subordinates, and they are still so young. Isn't it in line with your requirements for your future body? Ask for flowers. So he didn't hurry to speak. Instead, it secretly controls the Institute's computer. Mechanical bugs that will be able to control the behavior of others are released. Quietly let them move closer to Tabul. Tabul saw that the other party did not appear in the scene of the violent anger that he imagined. Instead, it became very calm. Could it be that this guy has a good temper? How can it be? The average villain if his inner emotions are reflected on the outside. Then there must be some crooked idea in mind. Tabur, who knows the truth well, is clearly not a fool. So I began to secretly warn in my heart. Really? In the midst of his powerful perception, a sound of knowing came into his ears. As if something was crawling towards him, and there were quite a few of them. Although the sound was so small that it was almost non-existent, Tabble followed the prestige. In the gaps in the floor under my feet, I caught a glimpse of red figures. It seems to be an earthworm 1 by 1. 0. Immediately, he understood the other party's thoughts. I also sneered secretly in my heart. Just such a thing, also want to control me. However, he did not have a direct seizure either. Or wait until those bugs get close to his body and pounce on him. A strong energy fluctuation erupted from his body. Directly crush the bones blown by the surrounding insects and turn them into broken parts in one place. Oh, I said, you big can, why are you so dirty here? Don't talk about hygiene at all, get so many bugs. After solving these bugs, Tabble did not forget to taunt the other party. Seeing your plot fail. In addition to some anger, drive. Willow was more satisfied with this body. Good, good, said 3 times in a row, it seems that if I don't use my whole cards, there is no way to solve you, so you can enjoy the pain I bring you next. Dr. Will finished. I saw that the entire research room began to shake violently. The walls that used to store brains began to fall apart. Out of it came a giant robot. This is the new body that Dr. Willow is using at this moment. Although not in human shape. But at least in terms of combat effectiveness, it is still very strong. Look at this mechanical monster like a big crab in front of you. Tabble couldn't help but complain. Do you say there is a problem with your big can aesthetic? Even if your subordinates are so ugly, they also make themselves even uglier, and they don't even have a personal appearance. What to do if you go out and frighten the children? It seems that I still want to help the Earth maintain the environment today. End of chapter, _. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 057. CT Sang Tak Viet.tk. Chapter 57, Dr. Willow's death. Hearing the other party mock his appearance at this time, Dr. Willow, who had been obsessed with having a physical body again, was immediately angry. In an instant, he rushed towards the kid in front of him at his fastest speed. The huge pincers in his hand clicked even more, wanting to directly pinch the other party's head. But how could Tabble let him succeed? Just with a glimpse of the head. Just rubbed shoulders with this big pincer. Ouch, didn't I just say 2 words to you? If you don't like to listen to it, you can say it. You don't say, how do I know you don't like to hear it? Don't be angry. I have to say that Tabble, now is really very bad, completely free of the prince's cold fan, it is completely funny. It's really bad to not only hit people but also disgust people. Dr. Willow endured this repeated 937 spiritual attack. Where else is there anything sane? As a genius scientist with high intelligence, the calmness was finally taken by him to feed the dog by his own hands after being provoked by Tabur. Like street gangsters, they attacked Tabur without order. Although Dr. Willow's mechanical body was strong at this time, Sun Wukong couldn't even defeat him after opening the 4-fold Realm King Fist, and in the end, he still used the Yuan Chi bullet to smash the opponent's glass cover. But in the eyes of Tabble at this moment, it was nothing. At most, it's a guy of the same level as Dorian next to Frisia. It doesn't cause any trouble to Tabble yet. He just wanted to come out to distract and divert some restless attention. So he didn't rush to kill Dr. Willow, but began to tease him. Watching the other party get angrier and angrier, the attack becomes more and more chaotic. While Tabble was amused in his heart, he gradually lost interest in dodging. So he jumped to the robot's shoulder and slashed a hand knife. The huge pincer then became history, parted ways with its owner, and fell aside. However, Dr. Willow, who obviously turned into a mechanical shell, in addition to missing an attack method, even if he did not practice to be eclipsed, he would not feel any discomfort because of this loss. Not to mention pain, can you still expect a robot to hurt? This made Tabble slightly disappointed. If the other person can't feel pain, isn't it much less fun for yourself? seeing one of his arms being disassembled by the other party. Dr. Willow rolled over with a harrier and jumped backwards to distance himself from them. "Stretch out your other remaining arm." I saw that the pliers suddenly opened, revealing the opening of a black hole. "I didn't expect you to have 2 more strokes. Originally I wanted to capture you alive, but now it seems that I can only kill you." Although they covet each other's bodies very much. But Dr. Willow is not a fool after all. If you want to capture Tabble alive, it is obviously not easy, so you can only kill it. And as a scientist who lives like gold, cloning a new flesh was not difficult for him. Don't you see that even his subordinate Dr. Kekin can clone a large number of vegetable people? As long as I kill you, get your cells too. So quickly. In his robotic arm, a powerful energy light wave condensed. In terms of the energy felt from it alone, there are at least 350,000 levels. For the Earth Warriors, this is simply a disaster. I don't know why Dr. Willow didn't directly control this body Earth, but wanted to have the body of Teacher Wuxian. Presumably, it may be because he has been behind closed doors for too long. And the fame of the Turtle Immortals at that time was too loud. Therefore, although he has a strength far beyond the other party, he did not act rashly. Although this energy was relatively strong, Tabble did not have the idea of dodging, but only condensed a layer of energy light around his body. After all, his clothes could not handle such a powerful attack, if he made his clothes ragged. "Your image is ruined." Seeing that Tabble had no intention of dodging, Dr. Willow also smiled angrily. "Boy, don't be too arrogant. Today I will let you know that there is no regret medicine to take in this world." Saying that, he increased the output energy again. The originally white energy light wave gradually transformed into a dark red color under the blessing of the furious power. This is probably a manifestation of the energy surge and rush. When the robotic arm carrying the energy light wave becomes a little red and hot due to the strong temperature, Dr. Willow finally launched it. That speed is very fast, ordinary people's naked eyes obviously cannot see. It's just that Tabble is not an ordinary person, and he doesn't dodge and let the energy light wave bombard his shield. There was a loud bang. The entire base was shaken by the radiant dissipating energy. After 50 years of ice, the underground research institute has been badly damaged. Where else can it withstand such a powerful energy attack? Thereupon, this illegal building finally fulfilled its historical mission and fell apart, becoming a scrap of copper and rotten iron. Apart from polluting the environment, it leaves no meaning. Unfortunately, Dr. Willow's idea is good, but his opponent is Tabble. When the dust settled, he was attacked by the energy cannon that Dr. Willow thought was stable. When the unharmed Tabble appeared in front of him, it caused a small breakdown in his mentality. "How is it possible? How can you possibly live defensively? I don't believe it, it's all fake." Tabble didn't think at all that he was just easily defended against the opponent's attack, which made the other party have a little nervous breakdown. Just this kind of glass-hearted guy can also be a villain, stimulated Dr. Willow. Such an outcome cannot be accepted. This is his strongest attack, and the opponent can defend without damage. How is this possible? Under the collapse of the 3 views, he directly became a little insane. So he flew directly into the air. Made a crazy move. "Ha ha ha ha, since I can't kill you, then you will disappear into the universe with the Earth." He once again 5.7 mobilized the last remaining energy in the mechanical body, wanting to directly destroy the Earth. In his thoughts, "Since I can't kill you, then I blew up the Earth, and you have to die as a mortal in the flesh." Tabble watched the other man's crazy moves. Helplessly supported his forehead. These villains have problems, right? If you can't beat it, you will either expose yourself or destroy the planet. Don't you know that the Green Mountains are left, and you are not afraid of no firewood? Well, how can these people from the Dragon Ball world comprehend our profound thoughts of Dwuxia? See each other begin to gather energy. Tabel also knew that it was time for this farce to end. He directly used Qigong waves to destroy the other party. Heck, the Earth is really boring. It's better to go to the universe. End of chapter. Guess who you will meet when you go to the universe? To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 058. CT Sangtak.Viet.Tk. Chapter 58, The Arrival of the Villain, Second Change. The Earth at this moment made Tabel feel a little bored. Those powerful villains did not appear, and everyone else was busy training and preparing for the arrival of the Scions. He is also the only one who has nothing to do, and he doesn't even have the opportunity to applaud for love, and he finally ran into a plot, but he is an opponent of combat scum. So in order to make your life less monotonous and decadent, Tabel decided to wander around the universe and have some fun. Unlike before, Tabel came out this time just to relax his body and mind and not to cultivate, so he was shopping and eating along the way. As for the cost problem, there is no need to worry at all. So many guys who did not have long eyes in the past always contributed a lot of currency that can be used in the universe. So this road is also quite dashing, eat the best with the best. It's a pity that the aesthetics on the planet he arrived on are very different from him. Those strange-looking girls really made him feel sick to his stomach. Otherwise, he can play the best. But this is also good, after seeing more of these strange monsters, the fiery thoughts in Tabel's heart have finally dissipated. Just 13 unknowingly wandered outside for almost half a year. Pinch his fingers, it seems that the time for his cheap big brother to come to Earth is almost up. I haven't seen Vegeta for so long since I crossed over. The author of your book is the title party. Oh. So Tabel got up from the bed. Prepare to return to Earth. He is now on a planet with a relatively backward civilization. There is not a trace of high technology on the entire planet. That's why Tabel loves it here, because the ecology here is so good. Every breath is a kind of enjoyment. If I retire in the future, I must come here, maybe I can live a few more years. Speaking of the planet. At the time of the arrival of Tabor, there was also a little episode. When he first arrived, he teleported across the planet. And it happened to appear impartially above the hall of the ruler of this planet. It just so happened that they were similar to the previous dynasty. So it's obvious how much movement Tabor, the uninvited guy, has made. In the midst of a flurry of panic, densely packed guards came from all directions, encircling Tabor. Faced with this situation, Tabel was first stunned, and then dumbfounded. It looks like these guys are treating me like an assassin. But after being surrounded by a lot, he didn't care much. Instead, I took a closer look. I saw that the appearance of these aliens in front of him was obviously different from that of the Earthlings. Although they are all humanoid, they all have the face of a beast. Except that it is not green, it looks like a half-orc in Warcraft. One by one, the 5 big 3 rough fierce gods viciously let out some roars of unknown meaning towards Tabor. Hey, don't be so nervous, it's just a tourist. Tabel came here just to distract himself, so he didn't want to make trouble, so he explained to the half-orc. However, what responded to him was still a roar. Tabel saw confusion in their eyes. Scales fall from one's eyes. Well, what a primitive planet this is. You can't understand me. Obviously, compared to most planets in the Zeus, this planet looks like it is uncivilized and generally only uses native language. Look at the guards approaching him one by one with bone spears. Tabel didn't want to let their dirty hands touch him. Moreover, the other party can't listen to it at all. So I don't want to waste time with them. With a direct wave of his big hand, a breath was transmitted from the air. Suddenly, a person was blown backwards by this gust of chi. When the wind calms down, no one is standing. Well, I don't want to follow either, I just want to stay here for a while, and don't bother me. Although he knew that the other party did not understand, Tabor still formally greeted them. However, just as he was about to fly away from the palace, an old voice came from the main hall. "Hello young man, are you an alien?" This sound made Tabble, who was just about to take off, stunned. Then he looked in the direction where the voice came from. "I saw an old half-orc who may be 80, maybe 100, or maybe 200 years old, trembling and walking out under the support of a group of people." The voice just now seemed to be from him. Although it feels a little awkward than standard, it is always something that Tabble can understand. "Yes, I'm a traveler who happened to pass by your planet, but it's amazing that you speak a common language." That old half-orc. After hearing Tabble's words, he first thought about it, as if translating, and then continued. "Hehe, when I was young, I once encountered an alien who fell on our planet, because his spaceship was damaged, so he never could leave here, and I learned the language with him at that time." Tabble also nodded after listening to it. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the universe. In the universe, spaceships are like cars-like vehicles. There is no guarantee that he will never be damaged. So crashes are still quite common. If you are lucky enough to fall in a place with developed technology, you only need to repair it, just like the galaxy is like Gabe in the Galaxy Patrol. After falling on Earth, he luckily found the parts of the repair 490 cents, so that he could return to space, but if it came to this primitive planet. So congratulations, unless you can teleport like Tabur, or your planet searches for you on a large scale, then get ready to be a primitive forever. Now that there are people who communicate, then Tabble's activities on this planet are more convenient. The old half-orc also sent a disciple of his own to follow him. It's called a guide. But whether it is actually monitoring Tabur, then it is not clear. But even if it is, it doesn't matter. Tabble doesn't want to do anything anyway, just wants to rest for a while. Although this guy's language is worse than that of the old orcs. But being a tour guide or something is still completely enough. After spending almost a week on the planet, Tabble finally decided to leave. Time goes back to the present. Tabble was about to leave when an evil aura suddenly came from space. This is the kind of momentum that only a murderous person will have. Attracted by this breath, Tabble curiously turned his gaze to the sky. Who is such a huge breath? It already feels stronger than the average Super Saiyan, right? How could such a great character come to such a primitive planet? End of chapter. Excessive chapters, and then new villains appear. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 059. CT Sangtak.tk. Chapter 59, Clavai's brilliant appearance, 3 changes. As the time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, the huge and evil aura was getting closer and closer to the planet. Tabur's gaze has also been intently fixed on the sky. He wanted to see who would be in this place. Soon a circular saucer-shaped spaceship was exhibited from among the clouds. The spacecraft slowly landed on the planet at a very smooth speed. And Tabble, who saw this scene, was also very shocked in his heart. As a Dragon Ball fan, he is obviously very familiar with the shape of this spaceship. Although the frequency of appearances in Dragon Ball is not high, every appearance brings an earth-shattering plot. That's right, this is the kind of ship that Frieza rides on in Dragon Ball. The first appearance led to the Super Saiyan. The second appearance made the future Trunks and artificial humans appear, and the third appearance was accompanied by the combat power that seemed to be up to 1. Note, this is Frieza's voice actor Takashi Nakao's personal opinion on the theatrical version, an unofficial setting, written here to express shock, guys. Anyway, as long as he appears, then even the Golden Frieza God of Destruction will appear in the later stage. So this spaceship, don't look at it, it doesn't have any attack power, but it brings awesome guys. I don't know who is sitting inside? Surely not Frieza, right? Like him, who usually maintains the first stage of transformation, only 500,000 combat power, it is impossible to have such a huge momentum. Who would that be? What about Klavi or King Kurdish? Just as Tabal was thinking about who the other party was, the spacecraft also landed steadily not far in front of him, and then kicked up a thick layer of dust. When the dust settled, I saw the spacecraft crunch and opened the hatch at the bottom. Out of it came a blonde-haired, blue-skinned man. The moment Tabal saw the other party, he knew the identity of the other party. There are very few blue-skinned characters in the Dragon Ball world. Among them, there was only one person who impressed Tabor, that is, Klavi's subordinate Shaiza. That Klavi mecha team captain with a combat power of 170,000. Immediately following, two more figures walked out of the spaceship. They are Dre, who has 185,000 combat power. There is also a froghead Nez with a combat power of 163,000 points. As soon as he saw such a luxurious lineup, Tabal obviously understood the identity of the other party. At this time it must be Klavi, the eldest son of the Kurdish king and the eldest brother of Frisia, another overlord in the universe. Like Frisia, Klaver is equally arrogant and conceited, but at the same time calmer than Frisia. In addition to the difference in personality, the biggest difference between Klavi and Frisia is that he has a long period of transformation. So at this stage, Klavi is far better than Frisia. After stepping out of the spaceship, the three members of the Klavi mech team stood on the side of the passage with one hand on their chest and bowed and waited. Apparently the only person who could make them so respectful was Clara V. Speaking of Klavi's mech team, although the number is relatively small, but in terms of quality, Lisa's Kainu team can be compared. Among the three people, any one of them can press the Kainu special forces to the ground. Knock knock. Accompanied by footsteps coming from the stairs, Klavi slowly walked out of the boat. This time also confirmed Tabor's previous conjecture. Indeed, Wei himself has descended on this planet. I didn't expect to come out and relax, but I can actually find such a big fun. It's really a huge surprise. After seeing the appearance of Klavi, a little master, this moment really stimulated the warlike instinct of Tabor, a scion body. I didn't expect Frisia to run into it, but I met a guy who was stronger than Vili first, which is really lucky. Originally, Tabal was looking forward to the next scion, because in this way, it will soon lead to the Namex chapter, and then he will be able to meet the king. After all, his combat effectiveness has been too much in this era. Only an existence like Frisia's could interest him. But now let him meet a stronger Klavi in advance, and he is very satisfied. So Tabal slowly flew towards Klavi. Because there was no hiding figure, Klavi and his party obviously discovered him at the first time. Several of his subordinates also stood in front of Klavi and stopped Klavi. Beware of this figure that suddenly appears. Although Klavi did not feel the need for his subordinates to protect him, he was still quite useful. After Tabor Shiran stood still, he said to Klavi, "You're Klavi, right? I heard that you are very strong. Are you interested in having two moves with me?" But apparently his tone made Klavi, who was accustomed to being treated with his respect, very dissatisfied. But before he could have a seizure, his three men couldn't stand it. "What are you? How dare to be so rude to Lord Klavi? Shaiza, as the number one dogleg of Kraii, how can he endure his master being despised?" Speaking of this Shaiza, he is a super soldier selected from the elite warriors of the universe. And guise of the Kainu Special Forces is considered a fellow countryman. It can be regarded as a military master character with a very calm personality. Once upon a time when Frisia destroyed the planet Sion, he once asked Klavi if he wanted to destroy the spaceship carrying the Monkey King. It's a pity that Klavi didn't follow his advice and let Sun Wukong leave. So in the future, it led to the demise of his own people. Face the problem of Shaiza. Tabal obviously didn't take care of the idea of a dogleg, so he directly ignored the other party. Still staring at Klavi. "Whether you dare to fight or not is a matter of words. Don't worry, I promise not to kill you." Seeing that he was ignored by this unknown fellow, no matter how calm Vegeta was, he couldn't restrain his inner emotions. Sneered. Humph, just you, a guy with only 5,000 combat power, still want to challenge King Clavey? Wish for the moon. Nez is a man for you, solve it quickly, and we can start conquering this planet. Hearing that the captain had spoken, the alien known as Nez looked a bit like a frog. Came from Clavey's side. This product belongs to an amphibian evolutionary species. The skin and bones are unusually soft, the head can be retracted into the chest to avoid some deadly attacks, and the hands and feet can be extended. The body has organs that generate electricity, and can send high-voltage electricity from the whole body to attack the other party. Seeing that Clavey didn't bother himself, Tabur's mood is clearly not very beautiful either. So he glanced at the frog star who was walking towards him step by step and wanted to ravage him. Tal raised his index finger and pointed at the other's head. And in the next moment, when everyone still didn't know what he wanted to do, the frogman suddenly stopped walking forward, and after a breeze blew, his body actually lay straight down and kicked up a puff of dust, and in the middle of his forehead, a hole was bubbling with blood. Apparently he had reported to the prefecture before he understood the situation. End of chapter. Today's update is over. Ask for some flowers and collections, thank you all. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter-1-60. CT Sangtakviet.tk. Chapter 60, the Clavey Mecha infantry team is completely destroyed. This change came very suddenly, making everyone a little stunned, and the scene was quiet and terrifying. But in the end, it was Tabble who broke the quiet. Okay, this guy who gets in the way can no longer talk, so now Clavey, do you want to come and compare it? Awakened by Tabor's words, Shahitsa and Dre looked at each other. I felt the other party's intention from the other party's eyes. After all, the two have been working together for decades. There was no doubt about the degree of tacit understanding, so the green-skinned Dre rushed towards Tabble with a roar. As the strongest member of the Clavey mech team, Dre has a very strong body. Relying on this strong body, he participated in the Cosmic Wrestling League. He is the king who has won 300 consecutive victories. And all his opponents have been brutally injured by him, and his personality can be called very bloodthirsty. At the moment when the two looked at each other, they have all worked out the method of attack. I saw that Dre quickly rushed to Tabble and came behind him, stretching out his arms to lock Tabble's body behind his back. On the opposite side, Shahza condensed an air blade on his arm. This can be regarded as his masterstroke, condensing the chi into the shape of a sword, and cutting the opponent with its sharpness. Often those who die under this trick are difficult to leave 383 with a whole corpse. They have also used this routine countless times. Let Dre bind the other party first. Shahitsa then gave the opponent a fatal attack. In past battles, this move was usually unfavorable. It's a pity that their opponent this time is Tabor, an existence far beyond their imagination. After seeing through their intentions, Tabble first smiled slightly, and then reached out and grabbed Dre's strong arm. An over-the-shoulder fall threw him in the direction Shahitsa was heading. Because the speed was so fast, Shahitsa just made a forward stabbing motion. Then he felt a sensation of piercing his flesh from his hand. Swoosh, his entire arm passed through the other person's body. What's going on? It is clear that there is still some distance. How can it already be poked in? Apparently Shahza's brain hadn't reacted yet, completely unaware that he had stabbed his companion. And when he looked down at his arm, the whole person was a little sluggish. Why, how could Dre be you? How could you suddenly run in front of me? As for why Dre appeared in front of him, Shahitsa is obviously a little incomprehensible. Obviously he has done this countless times. Why did it suddenly become such a result here? Ahem, Dre doesn't know why he was stabbed through by his companion. I wanted to say something, but unfortunately a large amount of blood had already blocked his mouth, in addition to making it cough up blood. There is absolutely no way to make any other sound. Soon, the coughing gradually stopped. It is its internal organs that are attacked. In addition, the destructive power of the air blade is already powerful. So within a few seconds, this guy, who had been a screamer, received a box lunch in his own hand. Ah! You must have done it, right? Shiza, after inexplicably killing his companions, questioned him angrily. This image is very different from his gentle appearance. Tabble turned to glance at him. I suddenly felt that this guy was a little noisy. So he raised his finger again. I want to solve this guy in the way in front of me. Bang! Death rays quickly formed above Tabor's fingers and quickly flew towards Shiza's forehead. It's just as we approached Shiza. A hand appeared in the direction of the light's progress, blocking it. You're killing my men in front of me like this, isn't that right? The person who made this move was Clavey. Originally, I didn't want to pay attention to the other party. But his 3 subordinates were killed by the other party in the blink of an eye. This made Clavey, who claimed to be the emperor of the universe. How can it be endured? So when Tabor made a move against Shiza, Clavey still couldn't help but make a move. After all, Shiza is more useful to him. If you let it die now, you will have a lot of troubles when conquering other planets in the future. After Tabble saw Claver catch his light attack, my heart is also a joy. Finally give up? But the people I want to kill are not so easy to save, he said. Then I saw that among the fingers that Tabble had not yet put down, dozens of rays of light shot out. Previously, when attacking Shiza, Tabor's attack was very casual and did not use a lot of energy, so Clavey was able to catch it easily. But this time is different. This time Tabble used more powerful forces, and in much larger numbers. Suddenly, the light was shining. At the same time, it was accompanied by a sound of dripping and dripping. Bang bang bang! 4 explosions from. Because there was a ringing in the middle of the group. It turned out to be because these rays were out of range of their detectors. So under the overwhelm, it all turned into pieces in one place. Clavey was also a little embarrassed by the scene in front of him. Although he had tried very hard to block the attack of the light on Shiza. But there are too many of them, and each damage is very powerful. Get it to the end, not only yourself. The fight was miserable. Shiza, which he wanted to maintain, was also beaten into a sieve. Looking at Shiza, who was lying on the ground with an expression of the aftermath of the disaster, Clavey was furious in his heart. Okay, I admit that you successfully provoked me, then I will make you feel what it means to live better than die. Speaking of Clavey, he attacked towards Tabor, and the energy bombs in his hand bombarded Tabble continuously as if he didn't want money. Tabble waved his hand to pull the ball of energy light away, while whispering at Clavey. This is decent, if you had fought me earlier, your subordinates would not have to die, you see, this is all your fault. While dodging the opponent's attack, Tabble made a mouth attack. This made him feel very comfortable, especially when he saw the constipated expression on the other person's face. Soon Clavey was close to Tabble. Simply threw a right hook at Tabor. End of chapter. Today I went to the Sankai Interactive Entertainment interview, and it is said that they worked overtime very seriously. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations.